Beyond the Mage. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201: The Struggle at the Top. The Seers Mage Tower. One of only 2 mage towers in the Duchy of Xinan. At the top of the tower, the specially crafted roof continuously absorbs sunlight, illuminating the entire structure. Inside the spacious room, only a table made of third-tier magical plant, green forest wood, sits. Behind the table is a chair made of the same material. A middle-aged man in a magnificent magical robe sits in the chair, his back to the door, appearing remarkably aloof. This aloofness is a habit of his. It was precisely this aloofness that allowed him to ascend to the position of dean at the youngest age in the history of Seers Academy. The top floor of the Mage Tower has no walls, only a single layer of transparent glass, offering one-way visibility. Looking down upon the entire Seers Academy through this one-way glass, watching the students bustling about below, is the middle-aged man's favorite view. But today, he is not admiring the view, he is lost in thought. Dean, his eyes dead, the vice-chairman, who has just returned from the clinic, says respectfully behind him. As a high-ranking member of the academy responsible for administrative affairs, this vice-chairman didn't actually have much to boast about. He possessed neither exceptional talent nor dazzling achievements. Even his mage level was only 3rd ring, the same level as most committee members. His position was solely due to his family background and his ability to navigate complex social circles. And now, his greatest reliance was actually on Shell-Ian, the man before him. Because he was the vice-chairman who only needed to report to Shell-Ian. The moment Hosey collapsed last night, Shell-Ian directly ordered him to immediately seal off the rune workshop and obtain the secret decree for the magic circle as soon as possible. He didn't actually know what Shell-Ian was after. In fact, in his view, what valuable legacy could a rune department head who hadn't produced any results for decades leave behind? But since he had received the order, he had no choice but to comply. Did you get the secret decree? No, there's been a small problem. The vice-chairman wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and reported the details to Shell-Ian. Shell-Ian remained silent for a moment after listening. Ultimately, this minor trouble stemmed from his initial desire to annoy Hosey. He calmly stated, "This matter is very important. Handle it as quickly as possible, ensuring everything is foolproof and kept secret. The rune workshop has been sealed off. Once an asset reclamation deed is drafted, the rune workshop and everything within it can be returned to the academy." The vice-chairman had already planned out the follow-up strategy on his way here. Gata said, "There must be rules. The problem is, they are the ones who set the rules." "Well done," Shell-Ian offered a light compliment to the vice-chairman. Seeing that Shell-Ian didn't blame him for not retrieving the secret order and even praised him, the vice-chairman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he still didn't understand why there was such a rush. Shell-Ian naturally wouldn't explain this to him, simply waving him away. Shell-Ian stood up in the empty room, walked to the one-way window, and looked down at the cluster of academy buildings of varying heights and the ant-like pedestrians, remaining silent for a long time. Human ambition is boundless and grows ever stronger. Long ago, his greatest ambition was nothing more than to become the dean and take charge of Cyrus Academy. But after actually sitting in that position, he found himself unsatisfied. His appetite had even grown larger. King Jarus Zii was old. And the only ones with the best chance of inheriting the throne were the eldest prince, Wenren Jarus, and the second prince, Brandon Jarus. Wenren Jarus had the court's mage corps behind him. And he stood behind Brandon Jarus. If he could help Brandon Jarus ascend the throne, he could become the true #1 mage in the Duchy of Xinan, enjoying the Duchy's mage resources. With sufficient resources, at his current age, he had a great chance of advancing to the 5th ring mage. Now, all he had to do was keep adding to Brendan Gerald's resources. As these thoughts raced through his mind, 2 more people knocked and entered. A strikingly handsome blonde youth in magnificent robes walked in, followed half a step by a composed middle-aged mage. Brendan Gerald. The second prince of the duchy. Quincy Iarther. A second-tier rune master of the Iarther family, and also one of the few rune construct masters in the Duchy of Xinan. Dean Sher, Brendan Gerald greeted respectfully upon entering the room. Sherian was his strongest supporter. At least until he ascended the throne, he had always maintained a humble posture before Sherian. Second Prince, Hezai has purchased a large quantity of rune construct materials this year. Although it's through his own channels, nothing in the Academy can escape my notice, Sherian said. Quincy Urser has reviewed the detailed materials list and confirmed that it's definitely not just the materials needed to make one set of Tier 3 rune constructs. Quincy Urser, standing beside Brandon, nodded. Those materials are enough for Hoshi to make 5 or 6 sets of Tier 3 rune constructs. Once we get our hands on the multiple sets of Tier 3 rune constructs made by Hoshi, everything can proceed according to Dean Sher's plan, Brandon Gerald said. Sherian nodded and then said to Quincy Urser, "There's been a slight mishap. It'll probably be tomorrow or the day after before we can transfer all the data and finish Tier 3 rune constructs that Hoshi has to you." Quincy Urser didn't seem to care and didn't ask what the mishap was. Knowing Sher as he did, he didn't believe there was anything Sherian couldn't control on Sher's turf. As long as this matter is kept secret, the sooner or later it will be fine. Sherian narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Once you get those finished Tier 3 rune constructs, you can announce that you've successfully created Tier 3 rune constructs and have advanced to the rank of Tier 3 rune construct master. That way, the second prince's power will surpass that of the first prince, and the scales will tip in our favor." Quincy Urser nodded slightly in agreement, remaining silent, but inwardly admiring Sherian to the extreme. Only he could have come up with such a plan. At this crucial moment in the struggle for the throne, when the two sides were evenly matched, a new Tier 3 rune construct master appeared in the duchy, the only Tier 3 rune construct master in the entire duchy after Hoshi's death, and unequivocally joined the camp of the second prince, Brandon Gerald. What a powerful bargaining chip that would be. Sherian was determined to create a Tier 3 rune constructor for the second prince's side, regardless of whether it was real or not. The most terrifying people in the world are those with ability and no scruples. And Sherian perfectly met both conditions. This was already a power struggle at the highest levels of the duchy. In such a struggle, the stubbornness and obstinacy of a junior student were nothing more than a futile and insignificant struggle. Creating a Tier 3 rune constructor required a lot of maneuvering. The longer this matter dragged on, the easier it would be for the first prince's side to notice the clues. To ensure as few flaws as possible, speed and secrecy throughout the process were crucial. That's why he immediately sent people to seal off Hoshi's rune workshop. Perhaps with the information in Hoshi's hands, I can truly advance to a Tier 3 rune constructor, Quincy Urser added. Rather than cooperating with Sherian's plan to become a fake third-tier rune construct master using the third-tier rune constructs made by Hoshi, he much preferred to become a true third-tier rune construct master through the information and knowledge left behind by Hoshi. That would be best, Sherian said calmly, though he held no hope for it whatsoever. He only trusted himself. Chapter 202 Backdoor. For the vice-chairman to intervene overnight and directly seal off the rune workshop, this was no ordinary feat. In his conversation with Hoshi before ascending to the next ring, Hoshi had already mentioned Sherian's name. Undoubtedly, combining these 2 points, he was almost certain of the mastermind's identity. However, Gata was unaware that this matter involved the entire Duchy of Zinan's succession struggle, the Duchy's greatest power struggle. Of course, this made little difference to him. Whether before the Academy's higher-ups or the ruling class of Zinan, he was now just a nobody. But even nobodies have their principles, their anger. He could give his ascension water to Mage Ral, because he couldn't fight City Hall. But he wouldn't give away what Hoshi left behind, even if he couldn't win against City Hall. Why? Gata could give many reasons. Phrases like "to repay your kindness, I would gladly die for you, you gave me a peach, I returned a precious jade, and you treat me like a national hero, I will repay you as a national hero" are common. But actually, so many reasons aren't necessary. One act of unwillingness is enough. Since the old man regarded him as his last disciple, placing his complete trust and entrusting him with his entire legacy, then as a nobody, he had no choice but to repay him with absolute perseverance. There are always things one must persist in. Even if the materials in the rune workshop were the work of a genius like Hoshi, enough to make Hoshi O'Kenley's name shine eternally in the history of runic literature, even if the materials in the workshop were just a few scraps of paper, Gata wouldn't want them taken away. Gata went to the rune workshop again. This time, besides the Academy mages guarding it, He also encountered the vice chairman and Donnie Erther, as well as some people not belonging to the academy, outside rune masters. They were trying to decipher the rune workshop's magic array. Unfortunately, the magic circle was personally constructed by Hizai, who is a third-tier rune master. At least in the Duchy of Zinnan, third-tier rune masters were very rare. These rune masters, hired by who knows who, were all far below the third tier. The task of deciphering the magic circle in the rune workshop was extremely difficult for them. Of course, there was a faster way, brute force. However, the academy didn't want to use that method at the moment. Compared to when they were at the medical institute, the vice chairman's expression had become quite calm. This was because he was confident. He looked at Gouda, who was trying to enter the rune workshop, and put on what he considered a very proper and victorious smile. The rune workshop is temporarily sealed off. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Gouda didn't argue or try to prove that he wasn't an unauthorized person, but rather the owner of the rune workshop. Because he knew it wouldn't make any difference. Gouda, I know there might be some misunderstandings, but I still want to advise you, some things are not meant to be yours. Instead of trying to grasp something you can't possibly have, it's better to exchange it for tangible benefits, the vice chairman said earnestly. Just like when you gave the ascending spirit water to committee member Lal when you enrolled, give me the secret order, and I can arrange some compensation for you. Hearing the other party's earnest words, Gouda sighed inwardly. He didn't answer the vice chairman, remaining silent. The asset recovery deed drafted by the academy will be issued tomorrow. At that time, nominally, the rune workshop will revert to the academy's ownership, the vice chairman continued, trying to persuade Gouda. Chairman, why waste time talking to him? Master Quincy will come personally to help break the magic circle later. Although Master Quincy's achievements in runic literature are not as great as Director Hosey's, magic circles are inanimate after all. With more time, the magic circle will be broken. Compared to the vice chairman's earnest words, Donnie Erther arrogantly interjected. His face showed only a haughty indifference, without any other expression. Because Donnie Erther had never taken God seriously from beginning to end. Even when God advanced to first ring mage at the age of 14, it did not change Donnie Erther's opinion of God. God calmly glanced at Donnie Erther. He was angry, but the angrier he was, the calmer he became. Hosey was dead, that respectable old man was dead, and these big shots wanted to seize what did not belong to them. He disagreed. God glanced at Donnie Erther, then turned and left. Donnie Erther watched God's back recede with a cold smile. He hated Hosey's high and mighty attitude, though this hatred was essentially a fig leaf to cover up his own incompetence. After Hosey's death, part of this hatred dissipated. Another part naturally transferred to God, who inherited Hosey's legacy. Donnie, who believed he had this insignificant man suffocating, didn't notice that as God turned away, a tiny midge silently appeared on his arm, almost invisible. The midge's slender body gently touched the skin, like a soft feather, piercing its mouth parts to suck blood. Meanwhile, a tick appeared on Donnie Erther's ankle, burrowing into the skin, the entire process equally stealthy. Donnie, in his high spirits and self-satisfied, wouldn't notice these subtle changes. Insect swarm plus, you can permanently infest an obscure parasite such as midges, gnats, horseflies, and ticks on a creature within 30 feet of your sight. This allows the creature to randomly contract various diseases, including hemorrhagic fever, typhus, and tick-borne encephalitis. Leaving Gavin Tower, Gouda returned to his room. His little darling was already awake. Lady Flora seems quite sleepy, Gouda said with a smile. He hadn't brought home the bad mood he'd picked up outside. Not really, Lady Flora doesn't need to sleep. Then why? Because there's nothing to do, so she can only sleep. There are so many things to do. Lady Flora only wants to plant trees. Then if I need Lady Flora's help, is that alright? If it's a mage, then yes, thank you, Lady Flora, you're welcome. The mage will help me plant trees too, won't they? That's right. While talking to Flora, Gouda took out a piece of lacquered jade paper the size of a fingernail from his pocket. On the lacquered jade paper were densely packed, fine runes that were difficult to see with the naked eye. The sheer number of runes far exceeded what Gouda could currently draw. This was indeed the case. This was also what his eye left him, a key to control the rune workshop's magic array. The rune workshop's magic array was essentially a protection system, or a security system. In movies and novels from his previous life, it was common to see technicians intentionally leaving a backdoor when developing and setting up security systems, allowing specific individuals to bypass the program and do things without permission. This was essentially unethical and illegal. I was also a technician, but he had always been a person with a strong moral compass. Therefore, I wouldn't do such a thing. However, the rune workshop was his asset. Leaving a backdoor when setting up a security system within his own assets was undoubtedly reasonable. And I did just that. Among all backdoors, a self-destruct system was undoubtedly a very common design. The rune workshop's magic array possessed this design. The main gate was blocked by the academy, but Goddess still had a backdoor to use. I'll need to trouble Lady Flora to learn how to activate this key first, Goddess said. Flora stared wide-eyed at the lacquered jade paper. What was no bigger than a fingernail to Gouda appeared as large as a pancake to Flora. The intricate lines looked like gibberish to her. But after a moment, Flora stubbornly nodded and said, I'm very clever. Gouda pondered for a moment before realizing that Flora actually meant it's not troublesome. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Role of Specializations. In the afternoon, Gouda arrived at the potions department. He applied to collect made clams in the water, claiming he needed to concoct spells to learn the language proficiency skill. This was one of the Academy's long-standing students' benefits, open to everyone, so the application process was smooth. The open times for collecting clams are from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. daily, a staff member from the potions department explained. Also, only one made clam is allowed per day, and staff will supervise, Gouda nodded. He already knew this information before applying. After completing the application process and paying the 5 gold coin fee, Gouda went directly to the waters below Creeper Cliff where made clams were bred. Returning to this place, Gouda's state of mind was completely different from a year ago. Under the watchful eyes of the staff in the area, Gouda removed his clothes and skillfully dived into the water, heading towards the riverbed. Even after a year, he was still adept at collecting clams. It was already afternoon, but the river water was still icy cold, making Gouda shiver. Although he was now a first-ring mage, he had only just advanced yesterday, so the spell model for environmental tolerance hadn't been built yet. Gouda was still relying on his body to withstand the low temperature of the riverbed, just like when he was doing his entrance mission. Although his body trembled slightly from the cold, it wasn't far from his physiological limits, so he didn't mind. Gouda cast Detection Magic Plus, and began searching for any possible maiden clams in the mud and sand at the bottom of the river. Compared to a year ago, he was a year older, and his physical abilities had improved considerably. His breath-holding time underwater had increased from 3 minutes to almost 4 minutes. His luck wasn't good today. After surfacing and diving 4 or 5 times to breathe, Gouda still hadn't found any maiden clams. However, he wasn't discouraged. In fact, wasting more time here was exactly what Gouda wanted. He entered the water again. For some reason, Gouda felt that the river water wasn't as cold as before. He subconsciously thought his body was gradually getting used to the temperature. Then, the next moment, some information naturally surfaced in Gouda's consciousness. After prolonged exposure to cold water, you are beginning to adapt to the current environment. Your cold resistance in water has increased by 0.1%, your sensitivity to water flow has increased by 0.1%, and your oxygen uptake in water has increased by 0.1%. What the heck? Gouda was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized, adaptive. It was the adaptive feat he awakened when he upgraded his ring. This was the effect of adaptive. Gouda had thought it might take a long time for him to discover the effect of adaptive. Unexpectedly, the secret of his feat was revealed in just one day. So this is what quickly adapting to any environment means. Adapting to the environment is an instinct for every living being. And the key to his feat lies in this quickness. Adaptability is key. In the cold, treacherous depths of a river, it enhances cold resistance, water sensitivity, and oxygen uptake. In a hot environment, it should enhance heat resistance. And in a magic-scarce environment, could it enhance my ability to absorb magic? Gouda's mind raced, and he instantly conceived of many uses for adaptive. Some were obvious, others required verification. But in any case, the vast potential of adaptive was laid bare before Gouda. It was a feat with limitless possibilities in both its potential and its versatility. While there were no specific metrics to judge the feat's level, Gouda could now confidently assert that adaptive was definitely a super feat. As Gouda diligently harvested clams in the waters below Creeper Cliff under the supervision of his staff, the number of people gathering outside the rune workshop increased. However, the increase in manpower did not lead to any noteworthy progress in breaking the magic circle. It wasn't until the arrival of Quincy Erther, a seasoned Tier 2 rune master, that things began to get on track. There are two methods to break a magic circle. One is to brute force it, and the other is to use runes to counter runes. A magic circle is actually composed of composite runes made up of basic runes, and it has its own magical energy flow trajectory. By finding the key nodes and drawing the corresponding runes to cancel out the original runes, the magical energy flow trajectory is cut off, and the magic circle naturally becomes ineffective. The simplest principles are often the most difficult to implement. Quincy Erther is currently using the most mindless method, brute force. He's trying each node one by one. The magic circle in the rune workshop is, in essence, just a protective and warning circle. It's not offensive and is unattended. In this situation, brute force is actually a highly efficient way to break the circle. The progress in breaking the circle is proceeding slowly but steadily. Opening the rune workshop is only a matter of time. Good luck will speed things up, bad luck will slow them down. The overall situation is settled. The vice chairman's mood brightened. Although the young student was a variable that complicated the situation, that was ultimately all. The student named Gouda had the advantage of youth, but that was also his disadvantage. Some of his ideas were still too naive. His persistence was futile against the Academy's powerful will. Not only did he fail to protect anything, but he also ruined his future. Having followed Shell Ian for so many years, the vice chairman knew the dean's personality all too well. He was a vindictive and extremely petty person. Don't be fooled by the dean's lack of outward expression after his report. The vice chairman understood that in Shell's mind, Gouda was already on his blacklist. As the dean of the academy, Shell Ian had countless ways to make things difficult for a student. A sharp, piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the corridor outside the rune workshop. Those who had been immersed in the intricate runes stopped what they were doing, looking up blankly, confused. Their faces were filled with doubt and unease. What was happening? The next moment, to everyone's astonishment, the magic circle they were struggling to break through suddenly flashed with intense light. Like a colossal beast awakened, it frantically flickered with various colored lights. These lights intertwined, swirled, and leaped. Getaway, Quincy Erther, who was in charge of everything, saw the scene and his expression changed. He shouted loudly. Those present were unaware of the specific situation, but upon hearing this, they instinctively retreated. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar resounded. The entire rune workshop seemed to be shaken by an invisible force. The runes on the walls began to peel off, making crackling sounds. A scorching and chaotic aura filled the air. Then, a series of violent explosions followed. Each explosion was accompanied by a strong magical fluctuation, impacting everything around. Some people were affected by the magical fluctuations, staggering and even falling to the ground. Fortunately, the magic circle's attack was not strong enough to be fatal, and since everyone present was at least a first-ring mage, they were able to react and cast shield, so there were no casualties. Finally, with a deafening roar, the entire magic circle collapsed completely. The light faded, and the door to the rune workshop crashed down. The rune workshop they had so desperately tried to open was now wide open before everyone's eyes. However, the once orderly scene within the rune workshop had been utterly destroyed. It was a scene of utter chaos. The intricately carved rune diagrams and rune slabs were shattered into pieces. The rune pens and magical inks used to draw runes were nowhere to be found. The carefully arranged barriers and energy guiding devices were torn to shreds by the shockwave of the explosion. The once complex and delicate runes on the surrounding walls were now blurred, with only a few barely discernible traces. And the mountains of documents and notes containing his centuries of painstaking effort were reduced to dust by the intense energy fluctuations. Chapter 204 Flora's Skills. Those outside the rune workshop were bewildered. How could it have exploded so suddenly? The devastation and debris everywhere indicated that everything was beyond repair. Before everyone could fully react, Quincy Erther strode into the ruined rune workshop. A third-tier rune construct shouldn't be destroyed by such an impact. The data and notes were definitely gone, but that was what he cared about. Shell-In and the second prince were concerned about the several sets of third-tier rune constructs that Hosey had made. No, how could they be gone? Quincy Ursher searched the rune workshop again and again. Forget the sets of third-tier rune constructs, he couldn't even find a single individual rune construct component. Where is it? Quincy Ursher's face gradually darkened. A second-tier rune construct master, at least in the Duchy of Sienne, was already quite remarkable. However, for Sherian and the second prince's plan, they needed a tier 3 rune constructor. Whether genuine or not, it had to be tier 3. Only such a bargaining chip was worthy of being on the table. Impossible. The materials Hosey bought are clearly raw materials for making rune constructs. How could he buy so many raw materials and not even find a single rune construct component? Quincy Ursher muttered to himself. He couldn't possibly have bought a bunch of rune construct raw materials to burn for fun, could he? Although his level of runic knowledge was far inferior to Hosey's, as a tier 2 rune constructor, he still possessed these basic judgment abilities. Unless, Quincy Ursher quickly came to his answer. Unless that old bastard Hosey didn't put the finished rune constructs in the rune workshop, that must be it. Yes, such precious things wouldn't just be left in a rune workshop. God's trip to the water to collect clams lasted a long time. So much time passed that even the staff responsible for guarding the area began to doubt the extent of Gauda's reputation as a master clam digger. However, just before 5 o'clock, Gauda managed to pull a beautiful maiden clam from the riverbed, barely maintaining his reputation. My luck wasn't very good today, Gauda complained. Only you can say that. Most people would be grateful to find even one maiden clam in an afternoon, the staff member complimented politely. Gauda smiled shyly. In fact, he had spotted the maiden clam earlier, but hadn't pulled it up immediately. Firstly, to buy as much time as possible. Secondly, he had just discovered the wonderful use of adaptive, and was somewhat excited. Adaptive, cold resistance increased by 0.6%, water current sensitivity increased by 0.6%, oxygen uptake in water increased by 0.6%. This was the result of an afternoon's work. If he continued to adapt like this, soon his skills in the water would be almost as good as a fish's, wouldn't they? Moreover, this is only in the riverbed environment, which even the physical body can withstand, and they've already made such progress. What if it were a truly extreme environment? The progress of adaptation would be several times faster. However, the premise is that before fully adapting, Gauda must first withstand the devastation brought by the extreme environment. I need to master environmental endurance first. Instantly, Gauda prioritized his spell learning. Carrying the maid clam he had collected, Gauda returned to his dormitory. He first took a small cup of leak-free fruit drink from the kitchen before going upstairs. As soon as he returned to his room, he saw Flora once again hunched over the huge magic plant cultivation notebook, studying it intently. How can Lady Flora read? Gauda suddenly remembered a problem he had overlooked. Flora couldn't even communicate with him using the language. She could only communicate normally with him through the telepathic communication ability of gaining a magical pet. Under such circumstances, how could she understand these notes he had recorded in human script? Flora raised her head and hummed, I can recognize it, I can recognize it, I can recognize it. Flora's tone was crisp and strong. Seeing this, Gauda didn't ask any more questions. Lady Flora doesn't need these summarized rules to plant plants, so why are you still looking at them? He asked again. I find them interesting. Gauda pondered for a moment and roughly understood what Flora meant. It's like a literary master reading a child's article. Although it has no literary value, it's full of childlike fun, so he reads it with great interest. How is the matter? I asked Lady Flora to do. Gauda brought the topic back to the main point. It's not difficult for me, thank you for your hard work. Gauda thanked her sincerely, while carefully holding the small cup of leak-free fruit drink he had just taken, and placed it in front of Flora. Please, Flora's little face lit up with joy, and at the same time, the key inexplicably appeared in her palm. He had seen Flora perform this time before. The last time she took out Yugathera, it was the same. How did Lady Flora conjure the key? Just like that. God wasn't in a hurry. He had gradually mastered the skills of communicating with Flora. He pointed to the bed in the room. Can you conjure this bed? Too big. What about this chair? Smaller. Can you conjure something alive? Some can, some can't. Which can, and which can't? Yugathera is alive, but it can conjure seeds of trees, Flowers and grass can also be conjured, but butterflies can't. Lady Flora knows so many things, God sincerely admired. Of course, I'm very clever, Flora nodded with satisfaction. Can we leave it with Lady Flora for a while longer? God asked, pointing to the key. Yes, the last ingredient missing from the language proficiency spell potion, the made clam, was now in hand. God went to the kitchen, first using a knife to pry open the made clam shell and extract the meat. Then he took out the other main and auxiliary ingredients he had bought earlier from the potion shop, put them all into the pot, lit the fire, and started a chaotic stew. Half an hour later, the pot of main and auxiliary ingredients had turned into a concentrated, pale golden liquid. The spell potion was ready. God quickly turned off the fire, poured the liquid into a bottle he had prepared beforehand, let it cool slightly, and then drank it all in one gulp. After doing all this, he prepared to go upstairs to continue trying to construct the spell model for endurance environment, but a knock on the door suddenly rang out. God frowned and opened the door. What came into view was still that old acquaintance, the vice chairman. Only this time, he was followed by two mages wearing the uniforms of the Academy's logistics department. Take him down, the vice chairman ordered without hesitation the moment he saw Gouda. The two mages rushed forward and instantly pinned down the defenseless Gouda. Chapter 205 Imprisonment. What does the vice chairman mean by this? After being held down, Gouda looked up at the vice chairman. This afternoon, the magic circle in the rune workshop exploded. The vice chairman stared into Gouda's eyes and said, word by word. That's truly unfortunate, Gouda analyzed seriously, but the magic circle in the rune workshop was drawn by the instructor himself, and it has been running stably for so many years without any accidents. How could it explode now? Did you interfere with the magic circle, causing it to malfunction and trigger the explosion? Gouda, the crime of damaging Academy property is very serious. The Academy can easily use this to send you to prison, the vice chairman said. Gouda moved his body, which was being held down, with some difficulty and said softly, you don't mean that the explosion of the magic circle is related to me, do you? Isn't it unrelated? Yesterday I just bought the spell recipe for language proficiency at the library. Its spell potion requires maiden clams, but the potion shop is temporarily out of stock, so I applied to the potion department today to go into the water and collect maiden clams myself. Gouda questioned the vice chairman seriously. I happened to be collecting maiden clams at the foot of Creeper Cliff when the magic circle exploded, and I didn't leave until almost 5 o'clock. The staff there can vouch for me. How could I, who was collecting clams in the water, be involved in the explosion of the magic circle in the rune workshop? He said. The waters below Creeper Cliff were quite far from Gavin's tower, where the rune workshop was located. He was just a newly promoted first-ring mage. How could he possibly have the ability to cause a magic circle to explode from such a distance? Gouda's counter-question was logical and well-founded. Upon hearing this, the vice chairman merely glanced at Gouda indifferently, then coldly stated, whether this matter concerns you or not is actually unimportant. The Academy doesn't need evidence to convict you. He paused, then added, or rather, we can conjure evidence out of thin air. You've advanced to the first-ring mage at such a young age and are highly regarded by his eye, indicating you possess considerable talent in the field of rune literature. Your future is bright, so I advise you, for the sake of your future, if you don't want to be sent to prison, to cooperate with our investigation. The vice chairman emphasized the word investigation, then, he waved his hand. Take him back and detain him for further investigation. The explosion of the magic array was indeed Gouda's doing. More accurately, it was commissioned by Gouda to Flora. What isn't yours, you shouldn't have taken. If you insist on taking it, and I can't protect it, then destroy it. Let no one have it. Better to be a broken jade than a whole tile. This is an ancient virtue, one that Gouda happens to possess. The rune workshop is the legacy Hizai left to Gouda. His will, written in black and white, clearly defines ownership. One should have the right to dispose of one's own things as one pleases. Therefore, Gouda activated the back door left by Hizai. He felt justified, but not entirely at ease. Of all the assets in the rune workshop, the most valuable were not the fixed assets, but the documents and notes. Thinking of this, Gouda's heart was filled with profound sorrow. For over 200 years, through thick and thin, Hizai had devoted himself to the field of rune literature, ignoring the world outside, ultimately leaving behind only a few words before his death and these notes brimming with wisdom. But now, all of this was gone. No, it wouldn't be gone. Gotta heard those few words. He memorized that knowledge. The 6 fundamental rules of runes, the complete 6 fundamental rules of runes, would eventually shine with their inherent brilliance. The name Hoshi Okemi would finally gain its rightful place. In truth, Godelaire himself wasn't someone who particularly valued empty titles. However, Hoshi needed them. For over 300 years, Hoshi had dedicated himself to runic literature, and in his final moments, Godelaire was the only one who truly cared about him. Now, aside from the posthumous title, Hoshi could enjoy nothing else. Something had to be preserved for this venerable old man, right? With Flora's help and under the guise of collecting Maiden's clams, Godelaire successfully created an alibi. Logically, this matter should have had nothing to do with him. But that was the reality. Godelaire silently looked at the indifferent vice chairman and suddenly understood that there was no such thing as reason in this world. Or rather, reason only existed when strength was equal. The Cyrus Mage Tower. Godelaire had been at the academy for over a year, and this was the first time he had entered the core building of Cyrus Academy. Unfortunately, he hadn't been invited, he had been escorted into the Mage Tower. Godelaire remained silent the entire way. He was pondering a question. If the explosion of the magic circle has already been determined to be related to him, as the vice chairman said, the academy doesn't need evidence to convict him. Then what's the point of having him cooperate with the investigation? Unless the investigation is about something else entirely, not the explosion of the magic circle in the rune workshop. Does this mean that the rune workshop and the data within it are actually unimportant to the academy's higher-ups? What they truly value is something else entirely. The rune construct's previous speculation resurfaced in his mind. This time, Goda was almost certain, not just speculating. The Mage Tower is a multifunctional building, possessing residences, research laboratories, libraries, treasure vaults, defensive fortresses, and more. It even has dungeons for imprisoning prisoners or special creatures. And Goda was sent to a dark dungeon within the series Mage Tower. He sat quietly in the dungeon for about half an hour, accompanied by approaching footsteps, followed by the clanging of a lock being opened. A middle-aged mage, led by the old acquaintance vice chairman, entered the dungeon where Goda was located. "You're Hizai's student," the man said bluntly upon entering. "Let me introduce myself, Quincy Arthur, a second-tier rune construct master. I've come to ask you one question. Where did Hizai put his rune construct? Answer me, and I'll let you go. If you can't answer, you'll be spending your life in jail." As expected, Goda showed surprise. "What rune construct?" Quincy Arthur didn't answer Goda's question. He stared intently at Goda's face, as if trying to find some flaw. After observing for a long time, he finally spoke again. "Hoshi purchased a large amount of raw materials for rune constructs this year, which must be for making rune constructs. But I didn't find any rune constructs in his rune workshop. Hoshi left everything to you before he died, and the rune constructs should be no exception. You must know where he put the rune constructs," Quincy Arthur said with certainty. "Tell me, you are still the Academy's genius mage. If you don't tell me, you are a criminal who deliberately damaged the Academy's facilities, and you will face at least 3 years in prison. Think about the consequences yourself." Compared to torture, in Quincy Arthur's view, psychological warfare was always the highest level of interrogation. "That rune workshop is mine. Putting aside the fact that this matter has nothing to do with me, even if I did it, it doesn't count as damaging the Academy's facilities," God said silently with his head down. "In this situation, at this time, don't be so naive." Quincy Arthur paused, then smiled sarcastically. Goda let Quincy mock him for a while before slowly saying, "I really don't know anything about runic constructs. My teacher didn't tell me anything about them before he left." This was the truth. Chapter 206 Immune Pain. Stubborn to the end, Quincy Arthur shook his head at God. "If you're locked up in the dungeon for more than 3 years, your bright future will be ruined," the vice chairman chimed in at the opportune moment. 3 years is nothing to a high-rank mage. But for a young genius who advanced to the first-rank mage at the age of 14, it is extremely precious. God squinted, looking at Quincy Arthur through the dim light of the dungeon. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. It seemed that going from a renowned genius in the Academy to a suspect accused of deliberately damaging Academy assets had not caused God any psychological fluctuation. Quincy Arthur also squinted, looking at the young student who had been sent to the dungeon at his behest, somewhat surprised by the other's calmness. Logically speaking, A person of this age should not be able to withstand too many blows. If you want to talk, notify the guards outside, but I won't give you much time. Think it over as soon as possible." Quincy Urser said this, turned and left, not wanting to linger with God any longer. Isn't it a bad idea to lock up the students in the dungeon without informing Dean Scher beforehand? After leaving the dungeon, the vice chairman subtly reminded him. "There's no need to report such a trivial matter to Dean Scher," Quincy Urser replied calmly. "Besides, you should know Dean Scher's personality better than I do. Dean Scher never cares about the process, he only cares about the result. As long as the final result is good, my overstepping a bit in the process is nothing," he affirmed. "Has God's room been searched?" Quincy Urser asked again. "Yes, it was searched. There were no runic constructs or other suspicious items. Furthermore, I sent people to ask the people in the potions department, and they can also testify that God was indeed collecting maidens' clams at the bottom of Creeper Cliff at the time of the magic circle explosion this afternoon. It seems that the magic circle explosion was indeed unrelated to him. It's likely that Hoshi set up an early warning mechanism when constructing the magic circle. Once it detects that the magic circle is being broken, it will activate and self-destruct," the vice chairman speculated. He didn't understand runic literature, but he still had some knowledge of it. Upon hearing the vice chairman's analysis, Quincy Urser's face darkened, though not noticeably in the dimly lit dungeon corridor. Wasn't this tantamount to accusing him of incompetence, causing the magic circle's explosion? That's not important. What's important is finding the rune constructs left by Hoshi. Hoshi was all alone. Who else could he have left the rune constructs to besides this disciple? Even if not him, this kid must know something. After all, Hoshi left his rune workshop to him, Quincy Urser said hoarsely. He had already been furious multiple times in just a few hours because of the rune constructs. These rune constructs were not only important to Sharian and the second prince, but equally important to him, perhaps even more so. With them, he could become a third-tier rune construct master. A second-tier rune construct master held some weight in the second prince's camp, but not enough to enter the core circle. He wasn't considered significant. Now is a crucial moment for supporting the dragon. The greater the contributions and value demonstrated now, the richer the rewards will be when merits are awarded in the future. It's not just Shell-Ian who needs to increase his leverage with his second prince, Quincy Urser also needs to increase his own. Should we give him a taste of hardship first, let him face reality, and perhaps instill a sense of offer imprisonment, the vice chairman suggested. Quincy Urser frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and nodded. He's already in the dungeon, and he's still so ungrateful. He definitely needs to experience the treatment of a prisoner. The dungeons of the Mage Tower generally don't have many prisoners. Even if there are, most of the time they aren't human, but other creatures. Therefore, the dungeons are exceptionally quiet, and the dim lighting creates a suffocating sense of oppression. God sat on the floor. Because there were no beds in the dungeons. My teacher is gone, and the data is destroyed. Now, apart from my head, there's nowhere else in the world where the information about the 6 fundamental rules of runes and the interference constants is stored. There's no need to worry about the results being leaked for now. What they want now is the rune construct. My teacher didn't mention the rune construct to me, but since they're so certain, it's highly likely that what he had in the St. Shun City branch of the O'Kenley Merchant Guild was the rune construct. No wonder his teacher didn't write these things down in his will and instructed him to keep them secret. The old man deeply understood that compared to the truly priceless knowledge in his and God's eyes, the rune construct was what truly held value for outsiders. However, the old man hadn't anticipated that although he had been neglected in the rune workshop for decades, Shell-Ian's gaze had never ceased. Therefore, his actions hadn't been able to conceal the truth. I don't know if Jerica can help me. I've received her investment, so at least on that level, I have a direct interest in her, but the extent to which she's willing to go in this matter is still unknown. If they really believe I know the location of the rune construct, the price they want to pay to get me out will definitely be beyond what she can afford. Therefore, I must insist I don't know anything about the rune construct. At least my teacher has never mentioned it to me. Current speculation is just speculation. Even if I'm tortured, or pulled into the domain of honesty, I can handle it calmly. Goddard remained silent, deep in thought. Among spells in the 0 to 3 ranks, the only spells that can be used for interrogation are torture and domain of honesty. Torture, the mage Seda had already let Goddard experience once. Domain of honesty is a second ring spell. Compared to torture, which allows the caster to know if the target is lying. Its effect is to prevent targets within the domain from lying. However, the affected targets are aware of the existence of the domain of honesty, so they can completely evade the key points when answering questions, as long as they don't stray from the truth. However, if Jellica is unwilling to act, and I insist that I don't know anything about runic constructs, under their wrath, I might really have to spend several years in prison. The consequences would be severe. But would he hand over what his teacher left him to these villains? Certainly not. Then there's no need to think about the consequences anymore. A first circle mage's lifespan is 150 years. And with the Azure Wood longevity scripture, and Yugathera, it can be even longer. Let alone a few years. Even a delay of more than 10 years is not unacceptable. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. After sorting out his thoughts and preparing himself for the worst, Guad stopped thinking about it. But there was actually nothing to do in the dungeon. Guad simply started trying to construct spell models. Fortunately, he had already memorized the ternary arrays representing coordinates from those spell models. But his peace didn't last long. About half an hour later, a series of dull, suppressed footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the dungeon. The already dim light in the dungeon grew even darker. The previously deathly silence intensified with the approaching footsteps, becoming chilling and eerie. An ominous aura filled the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, a figure shrouded in a black coated robe appeared outside Gauda's dungeon. His face was obscured by the shadows, but Gauda could sense that the other was looking at him with a sinister gaze. That gaze was not only sinister but also cruel and indifferent, giving Gauda a bad premonition. The next instant, an indescribable sense of unease filled the air. Gauda's face contorted instantly, his eyes widening. An indescribable and uncontrollable, intense pain surged through his body like a tidal wave. The pain came so suddenly and so violently that Gauda felt as if his soul was being torn apart. His body trembled violently from the excruciating pain, his muscles taut as if about to tear apart. He felt as if every inch of his flesh, every inch of his skin, was simultaneously being tormented by burning flames, piercing ice, the biting of insects, and the cutting of sharp blades. Sweat streamed down his forehead like broken beads, instantly soaking his clothes, blurring his vision, and distorting everything around him. His breathing became rapid and erratic. He even collapsed on his knees in agony. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, hoping to alleviate even the slightest pain, but to no avail. In this unbearable and indescribable torment, Gauda's remaining consciousness had already grasped what he was experiencing. This was the necromancer's second ring spell, Howling Pain. It caused extreme pain to the target's body, but no harm. It was simply unbearable pain. Normally, it was used as a control spell. But now, it was being used as a torture device to torment him. In the world of mages, punishment is naturally not the common physical means like whips or burning. Spells are the highest level instruments of torture. They don't cause any wounds, but the pain and torment they inflict are unmatched by other instruments. Gauda had never been to prison before. This was his first time. But even in his previous life, Gauda had heard of the concept of a black dungeon, let alone in the far less orderly duchy of Sienne. Therefore, Gauda understood everything. This was torture to extract a confession. The pain lasted for several seconds before abruptly stopping. Do you remember where Lizai put the runic construct? A hoarse, unintelligible voice came from the figure at the dungeon entrance. It seemed someone was deliberately speaking in a low voice to avoid Gauda recognizing him later. Mother, Gauda, soaked in sweat as if just pulled from the water, moved his pale lips with difficulty. What did you say, mother? The figure frowned, thinking it was some address, and quickly asked, I can't hear you, I said. Gauda bit his lip, using all his strength to say, word by word, I curse your mother. Actually, I admire your courage to provoke me after such torture. The figure raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling condescendingly. If you begged for mercy, you might feel better today. Come on then. Gauda had regained some strength, and speaking wasn't so difficult anymore. You're really stubborn. I only stopped because I was afraid you'd faint from the excessive stimulation. Since that's the case, I'll play with you slowly. I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth, the figure mocked. Come on, Gauda laughed. Continuous endurance of intense pain increases your pain tolerance by 6%. After spending an afternoon at the bottom of the river, adaptive only provided 0.6% cold resistance. But in just those few dozen seconds of pain, Gauda's pain tolerance increased by a full 6%. It's easy to imagine how terrifying the pain from the extreme pain was. But similarly, the more terrifying the pain, the faster Gouda would adapt. What didn't kill him only made him stronger. This was the power of adaptability. The figure glanced at Gouda, his eye twitching. The next instant, a scorching aura filled the air again. The familiar, intense pain swept over him once more. Gouda writhed on the floor like a shrimp, his back arched, emitting muffled groans. The 6% increase in pain tolerance didn't allow Gouda to ignore the pain, but he could definitely feel it was much better than before. And this number, along with the pain, was increasing at a visible rate. 6.1%, 6.2%, 6.3%. This time, the extreme pain lasted a full minute before stopping. The figure noticed Gouda's groans were getting softer and softer, fearing Gouda's consciousness wouldn't be able to withstand the excessive stimulation and he would faint. He was planning to play with Gouda slowly. That's all. To his surprise, the spell's effect had barely ended when Gouda spoke up again, provoking him. He snorted coldly, not bothering with further words, and cast Howling Pain once more. Gouda's back, which had just relaxed, arched again, and he writhed on the ground, seemingly trying to alleviate the pain. This time, Howling Pain lasted for nearly 2 minutes before ending. After it ended, Gouda didn't speak again immediately. Nothing special, the figure sneered, convinced he had Gouda under his control. That's all. Before his words had even finished, Gouda's weak voice echoed in the quiet dungeon. This time, the figure's expression finally changed. The torment inflicted by Howling Pain was something even the most pain-tolerant rock elephant couldn't endure for long, let alone a person. Yet the person before him was so fearless. Just how strong and resilient was his willpower? I refuse to believe I can't subdue you today. This time, it was the figure's turn to grit his teeth. He said viciously. As the perpetrator, not seeing the victim's pleas for mercy made him feel particularly defeated. The next moment, Gouda's suppressed groans echoed in the dungeon once again. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. The face of the figure hidden in the shadows was filled with disbelief. He repeatedly cast Howling Pain on Gouda. After half an hour of continuous casting, he was even slightly out of breath. But Gouda seemed to be getting more and more awake and in better condition. At first, Gouda appeared to be in excruciating pain. Later, he didn't even groan anymore, just lay on the ground, hunched over. He had never seen or even heard of anyone who could endure howling pain for half an hour without fainting or giving in. Was this a human being, or a stone without pain? The pain in his body disappeared once again as the spell ended. Gouda shakily got up from the floor, grinning at the figure outside the dungeon. That's it, this time, it wasn't just stubbornness, but complete adaptation. Continuous endurance of intense pain has increased your pain tolerance by 67%. Initially, within seconds, adaptation could increase Gouda's pain tolerance by 6%. But this rate of increase slowed down over time. Even just now, the 3-minute-long howling pain only increased Gouda's pain tolerance by 1.2%. The reason was simple. He had gradually adapted to this pain. Now, howling pain still caused him pain, but for Gouda, it was nothing. At most, it just refreshed him. Chapter 207 Dark Vision. And that was indeed the case. During that horrific, agonizing ordeal that had lasted for over half an hour, God's thoughts had become clearer than ever before. He suddenly understood many things. First, his antagonism with Quincy Urser had existed since Urser's death, regardless of his choices. Whether the runic construct existed or not, it was Urser's legacy. Given how precious it was, Quincy Urser, having chosen to seize it by force, wouldn't have harbored any illusions that God wouldn't hold a grudge against him, especially after God had already displayed his talent. What would you do if you made an enemy of someone with such talent? The answer was obvious. Therefore, even if he cooperated with Quincy Urser and revealed the contents of the St. Sen City branch of the O'Kenley Merchant Guild, which Urser had instructed him to keep secret, the final outcome wouldn't have been much different from what he was experiencing now. And the person before him, clearly someone sent by Quincy Urser, undoubtedly further proved this point. The fact that Quincy Urser used such ruthless torture on him so readily made Quincy Urser's attitude towards him very clear. From beginning to end, he had no intention of letting him off the hook, which is why he didn't care about offending him to death. Secondly, the academy was no longer suitable for him. What he needed was only systematic basic knowledge. And in the credit competition of the first year of the academy, he had actually mastered all the basic knowledge required for a mage. Further step-by-step learning was not the right path for him. With his wind spirit and moon shadow, he was suited to a wider and freer world. Also, since he had chosen the Azure Wood longevity scripture, he was destined not to stay in the academy for long. Not to mention that there wasn't a large enough piece of land in the academy for him to plant trees. Given the corrupt state of the academy, planting trees there would undoubtedly be tantamount to handing over his weaknesses to others. As long as I can get out of this imprisonment, I should leave the academy. Gauda had a rough plan for his future. But the key question was, how to get out of the current imprisonment? While Gauda was thinking, the figure under the hooded robe was also thinking. Was his spell malfunctioning, or was someone truly so thick-skinned as to ignore the torment of the howling pain? Haven't you eaten? Keep going. Seeing the figure stop casting, Gauda grinned, revealing a victor's smile. The figure, his face grim, snorted coldly and turned to leave. Since he knew the howling pain was useless against Gauda, continuing would not only be a waste of energy but also embolden Gauda. With the figure's departure, the dungeon returned to deathly silence. Gauda's legs finally gave way, and he sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Indeed, later on, his pain tolerance had increased sufficiently, making him almost immune to the howling pain, but for the first 10 minutes, Gauda had endured the pain through sheer willpower. It was impossible for him to not even be panting. At the top of the Mage Tower, Dean Sherian of the Cyrus Academy sat calmly on a wooden chair. Uncle Sher, Jerica greeted from below. Sherian's wife was from the Haynes family, the family behind Jerica. More precisely, she was Jerica's aunt. Therefore, she addressed Sherian as uncle. Jerica, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Sherian asked gently. He seemed very approachable in front of the younger generation. My friend was taken away by the academy this evening. I wanted to ask about the details. What did he do? Oh, Sherian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He genuinely knew nothing about this. What's your friend's name? He asked in return. Gold, Jerica replied. Gold sounded familiar. After a moment's thought, Sherian's excellent memory reminded him of who Gold was. Wait a moment. Let me ask about the situation. There are many things to do at the academy. Not everything requires my approval, he said softly, maintaining his gentle demeanor. A short while later, a mage knocked and entered, quietly reporting the situation to Sherian. Sher nodded, dismissed him, and smiled at Jerica, saying, the vice chairman brought him back on suspicion of deliberately sabotaging important facilities at the academy. That's no small charge. If proven true, he could face several years in prison. How could that be? Jerica frowned, pressing. What facilities did he damage? The rune workshop, they say. Uncle Sher, please investigate this thoroughly. I believe Goddard wouldn't do such a thing. If he really did it, I have nothing to say. If not, please don't let anyone frame him, Jerica pleaded. Rest assured, I can't say anything about other places, but at least within the academy, I will not allow such a thing to happen, Sherian said sternly. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Sher, Jerica said gratefully, then added, Gold, born a commoner, was able to advance to first ring mage at the age of 14, just 1 year after entering the academy. His potential is limitless. Moreover, he enjoys the deep trust of Director Hosey, so he must also have outstanding talent in runic literature. I even suspect he has the potential to become a rune construct master. Before his advancement, I had already established an investment relationship with him. In the future, once he grows up, he will definitely become an asset to the Haynes family. I understand, Sherian nodded. After Jerica left, Sherian frowned, lost in thought. A quarter of an hour later, the vice chairman entered anxiously. Dean, you wanted to see me, he asked respectfully. I heard you sent someone to bring that gold back, Sherian asked bluntly. The vice chairman was taken aback. He didn't know how Sherian knew about this, or why he was concerned about such a small matter. However, he dared not lie to Sherian, so he quickly reported the details in detail. This afternoon, when Master Quincy was deciphering the rune workshop's array, the array accidentally exploded, and Master Quincy did not find the rune constructs in the rune workshop. He suspected that Hosey had placed the rune constructs elsewhere, but after Hosey's death, only his student Goddard might know the whereabouts of these rune constructs. That's why he was brought back for questioning on suspicion of deliberately damaging the academy's facilities. Did you get the results? Sherian asked coldly. He insists that he doesn't know anything about the rune constructs, the vice chairman said. Then what do you think? Upon hearing this, the vice chairman's heart skipped a beat. He pondered for a moment before steeling himself and saying, I don't know if it's true or false, but Master Quincy said this matter is extremely important to you, so I thought it better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Otherwise it would be bad if it ruined your important plans. Shell Ian casually replied, I don't care what methods you use or how you do it, just don't do it in the academy, it'll have a bad influence. As for Jerica's request, it wasn't within Shell Ian's consideration. His interests were always his top priority. Even if Jerica's father came to beg him personally, he wouldn't give up his own interests. I understand, the vice chairman responded. Everyone has their flaws. And Shell Ian's flaw, in the vice chairman's view, was that he was too fond of fame. His actions were completely contrary to his public image, yet he still tried hard to maintain it. In the vice chairman's opinion, this was completely unnecessary. What use is empty fame if you're strong enough? What use is a good reputation if you're not strong enough? Of course, he only thought these things in his heart and dared not say them aloud. Having served under Sharian for so many years, he understood perfectly well that to please Sharian, one had to cater to his tastes. It's such a pity for such a genius, the vice chairman couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If this hadn't happened, given the talent Gaudi had displayed, he would undoubtedly be a powerful mage a century from now. But now, he could only become a sacrifice. And this ending seemed predetermined from the moment Gaudi became Hasha's student and gained Hasha's complete trust. No matter what choices Gaudi made in the process, as a pawn in the hands of powerful figures, he was at their mercy. This was the fate of the little man. On the 22nd of Frost Moon, at dawn, a carriage departed from the Tranquil Academy, traveling along the mountain road of Sears towards St. Sen City. The destination was the capital's prison. Gaudi squinted, looking at the scenery outside through the occasionally fluttering curtain, his surface calm, but his heart heavy. He understood perfectly what this meant. Without a doubt, Jellica either failed to intervene, or even if she did, she couldn't save him. Gaudi didn't feel disappointed. After last night's torment, he had already figured things out and knew he couldn't escape this situation. Now it seemed that Izai leaving his inheritance to Gaudi was actually harming him. Because Izai hadn't expected that his inheritance would be so closely linked to the struggle for the throne. If he had known, perhaps Izai would have had a better approach. Of course, the old man couldn't be blamed either. An old man with little time left, who had devoted all his remaining energy to deriving and verifying the interference constant and teaching Gaudi, how could he be so perceptive as to perceive these undercurrents? He simply left everything to Gaudi, whom he regarded as his last disciple, based on his inner feelings. Gaudi's hands were tightly bound. Not with ordinary ropes, but with alchemical artifacts. Gaudi could feel that under the restriction of the ropes, the flow of magic power within his body was as if it were filled with lead, sluggish and obstructed. They really think highly of me. Gaudi glanced at the two mages guarding him on the carriage. Although he didn't know their specific levels, they were definitely more than one level. He was just a newly promoted first-ring mage, how could he possibly escape? They even gave him extra alchemical items. The carriage traveled on, passing through block after block, until it finally arrived at the capital's mage prison. In the mage world, prisons are divided into two types, ordinary prisons and mage prisons specifically for mages to prevent escapes. Gaudi was shoved off the carriage. This is the man the second prince wants, keep a close eye on him, the mage in charge of escorting him instructed the prison staff already waiting at the gate. Understood. Gaudi was then escorted deep into the mage prison. It was extremely dark and damp, perpetually devoid of sunlight. Along the way, cell after cell held other mages, all prominent figures before their imprisonment. Even Gaudi's first-ring mage rank was among the lowest of these prisoners. Yet, he was treated harshly. Not only were he restrained with alchemical items, but he was also specifically sent to the most secure cell deep within the prison clang. The cell door was flung open with a bang, and Gaudi was thrown inside, his body slamming heavily onto the floor with a thud. The door slammed shut behind him. The prison staff left. The area fell completely silent. This was deep within the prison, with very few prisoners and the light so dim it was almost invisible. Gaudi remained silent. Ever since he was dragged from the dungeons of the Sears Mage Tower and brought to the Royal Capital Mage Prison, Gaudi had remained silent the entire way, uttering not a word. He stared intently at his surroundings. The prison was vast, with a faint dark glow and intricate patterns visible on the walls. Runes, God immediately understood the construction principle of the Mage prison. It still relied on runes. Using magic conducting materials as the raw materials for the prison's construction, and then drawing corresponding runes, a runic prison was created that even mages were helpless against. Therefore, God was equally helpless. Even if the shackles on his hands didn't exist, he could only lie silently on the floor. I have absolutely no ability to resist, God sighed inwardly. The clearer he saw, the more desperate he became. It could be said that only after this experience did he gain a clear understanding of this world. The soul of a college student who had never even stepped into society, a model student since childhood, suddenly found himself in such a world. Even though the beginning was a life or death crisis, it didn't actually allow God to truly adapt to his new role or the rules of this world. Only now did he truly understand the so-called rules and principles. What a fucked up world, he stared blankly at the dark ceiling. Being in this gloomy place where there was no sunlight was already a form of torture. For a living person, being forced to stare at four walls for too long would turn silence into the most terrifying torment. And this torment was something that even adaptive could avoid. God stared helplessly at the walls of the roof. The thought that he had no way or power to change his fate dimmed his gaze. In the silence, he looked at the faintly discernible lines of runes on the roof walls, and for some reason, he suddenly became interested. He tried to decipher those runes. Unfortunately, the light in the prison was simply too dim. But God still tried his best to see. Some things cannot be changed, but some things can be. Sure enough, your ability to see in the dark has increased by 0.1%. Adaptation was allowing God to quickly adapt to the darkness. The current situation was extremely hopeless, but God did not succumb to despair. In such a dark, oppressive, and quiet environment, if there was nothing to do, it was easy to develop psychological problems. Since that was the case, he decided to change his mindset and treat it as a leveling ground. First, he would improve his ability to see in the dark through adaptation, and then properly study the runes of the rune prison. Chapter 208 Change of Fortune. The location of the Uther family mansion. Quincy Uther sat facing the vice chairman. That God has already been transferred from the dungeons of the Sears Mage Tower to the Saint Cien Mage prison, as instructed by the dean. Now, it's up to you to see how you handle things. If you don't do a good job, Dean Scher won't give you a kind look anymore, the vice chairman reminded him. Quincy Uther revealed a confident smile. Once he's in the Saint Cien Mage prison, I'll have many more ways to use him. I'll definitely make him confess everything. That would be for the best. I heard that the mage you sent was utterly defeated by him, the vice chairman added. Quincy Uther's eyes twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. Even now, he still found it too exaggerated. A mage who had just advanced to the first ring could actually withstand the second ring spell, Howling Pain. This kid must have naturally thick skin, so his pain tolerance is extremely high, Quincy Uther analyzed. However, I have other methods. I'm sure I can handle him properly and make him confess everything, he said confidently. The vice chairman didn't ask any more questions after hearing this. After this is over, remember to clean up the mess, he just reminded him again. Don't worry, do you think I don't understand all this? Quincy Ursher's eyes flashed with a fierce light. A talented mage has now offended him severely. If he lets him go, he will definitely take revenge when he becomes stronger. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. He must be ruthless. What a pity for a genius, the vice chairman still sighed, but he didn't really have much sympathy in his heart. There are many geniuses, but the benefits are limited. In the first district, in Jerica's dormitory building, gold was taken away from the Mage Tower today and sent to Saint Cien Mage prison. Jerica's brows furrowed deeply when she heard the news from the butler. The butler shook his head, saying tactfully, there's nothing we can do. Not only can the family's reach not extend that far, but this action alone is unlikely to have occurred without Dean Scher's instruction. Jerica's face darkened. Born into nobility, she wasn't naive enough to understand the signal this action represented. Having the closest relationship with God, she pondered the matter, ultimately only able to sigh inwardly. A genius mage, who could have risen to prominence, had ended up imprisoned. She didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but she knew it couldn't be the so-called deliberate sabotage of Academy assets. Faced with the will of the duchy's higher-ups, and those high-ranking mages, even a noble genius like Jerica, let alone a commoner like God, had limited power. Inside the prison, Your vision in the dark has increased by 35.5%. As she gradually adapted to the darkness, the previously indistinct runes became increasingly visible. Gata glanced around casually, not deliberately studying anything. The runes naturally separated in his vision, transforming into basic runes one after another. Gata's gaze lingered on those runes, his mind following the patterns. Waiting for death is a very difficult thing. People in this situation often collapse before death even arrives. Fortunately, Gata now has runes to accompany him. Just as it has happened many times before, as soon as he enters the problem-solving state, he completely forgets everything. Becomes unaware of the flow of things around him, and even the passage of time, entering a state of obsession. Therefore, Gata's heart is now unusually peaceful and focused. Nolan calendar 9656, Frosty month, 22nd. To many, this is just an ordinary day. But in history, it is a day worth recording. That's all. It wasn't until many years later that people truly understood its significance. On the majestic city walls of St. Sen. Captain, what is that? The soldiers on the city walls were completely stunned. Or rather, deeply shocked by the sight before them. Outside St. Sen City, the flock of birds circling in the sky above the great river scattered in fright. A terrifying behemoth emerged abruptly from the clouds. It appeared in the sky as if from outer space. It was an airship, a massive warship. Its surface was covered with a layer of cold-looking metal, making the entire airship look like a steel fortress floating in the sky. And the row of alchemical cannons that were exposed were even more ferocious. At the very top of the airship, a flag fluttered. A bright red flag. In the center of the flag was a blazing heart of fire. The flames were deep red, with a golden glow, as if they could devour all darkness. Around the flames were delicate silver patterns that formed a pair of outstretched wings. The flag's background was a deep, frosty blue, contrasting sharply with the blazing heart of fire emblem, making it even more striking. The soldiers looked up, speechless, staring at the airship with awe in their eyes. "It's the Ice Flame Legion of the Holy Empire's western frontier," murmured the mage, referred to as the captain. Just one war airship like this was enough to send chills down their spines. But the mage captain knew that war airships could never appear alone. And indeed, one after another, enormous airships emerged from the clouds. They stretched out end to end, like a steel dragon dozens of kilometers long, its shadow like a canopy blocking out the sunlight. Such a sight was enough to numb the nerves of every soldier on the city walls. The wheels of history rolled onward, the tides of time surged onward. The great wheel of history never changed because of individual will. It didn't care what you were doing, whether you were in prison or plotting some astonishing conspiracy. It would simply rumble and crush everything indiscriminately, rewriting your fate without regard for anything else. This change could be good or bad. "It's over," the mage captain muttered to himself. This over wasn't just the end of St. Sen City, but the entire Duchy of Sen. The Holy Empire's army was the largest known in the world, comprising hundreds of independently operating legions. Each legion had its own leader or marshal, possessing its own unique culture and fighting style. These legions were almost entirely indistinguishable. This characteristic made the Holy Empire's military force numerous and possessing diverse tactics. While the Ice Flame Legion was merely an insignificant one among the Holy Empire's hundreds of legions, its overall strength not even ranking in the top 50 of all legions, to the Duchy of Sen, the Ice Flame Legion was an absolute prehistoric behemoth. Even if the entire army of the Duchy of Sen were gathered in St. Sen City, relying on the city's defensive advantage to confront the Ice Flame Legion, it would be impossible to withstand them for even half a day. The continuous line of warships stopped undisguisedly outside St. Sen City. The enormous shadow blotted out the sky. Every resident of St. Sen City who looked up could see the steel fortress bearing the banner of the Holy Empire's Legion. Everyone turned pale. The Holy Empire's army had arrived. Red smoke billowed into the sky. In the St. Sen City royal palace, King Jairus-Zai, having received the news, gathered with all the renowned nobles and ministers of St. Sen City, including the second prince and the first prince. Everyone was deathly pale. Everyone was gripped by immense fear. The Holy Empire's warships were surrounding St. Sen City with overwhelming force. They weren't just passing by. Everyone present recalled the report from the Border Scout mages 2 weeks ago. The presence of Holy Empire Legion mages had been spotted. However, after 2 weeks of heightened tension, they hadn't found any other suspicious traces and quickly lifted the alert, attributing it to a few Holy Empire Legion mages just passing through. Now, the facts told them they had been naive. The Holy Empire's legion had truly arrived. "What did Commander Fleming say?" asked the already very old Jarrus Zai. "I didn't see Commander Fleming. I was only received by a young officer from the Ice Flame Legion," the minister sent to negotiate with the Ice Flame Legion solemnly relayed. "He only told me 3 things. First, we can surrender, but only before the first rays of sunlight reach the walls of St. Sen tomorrow. Second, if you surrender before the time they specify, all the nobles, ministers, and even the royal family within the city will lose all their former status, but their lives and property will be preserved. Third, swear allegiance to the Holy Empire, and then your status will be determined solely by your worth. Otherwise, you will be destroyed." After these 3 sentences were relayed, everyone present, these once high-ranking, seemingly all-powerful nobles, immediately changed their expressions. It proved that high status doesn't necessarily mean better mental fortitude. It's just that in their positions, there are very few things that can cause them psychological fluctuations. But once such a thing happens, many might behave worse than ordinary people. How could this be? How could this be? Some noble ministers asked, puzzled. The Duchy of Sienne did not border the Holy Empire. On the contrary, it did border the territory of the Plantagenet dynasty. So from any perspective, in this land of numerous duchies, the Duchy of Sienne should not have been the first to suffer. Such a strategic approach would result in the Duchy of Sienne becoming an exclave within the Holy Empire's vast territory after its conquest. We have all overlooked one point: if the Holy Empire were to proceed methodically, conquering duchies one by one in order of proximity, before their territorial expansion even reaches the Plantagenet dynasty, the Plantagenet dynasty would already be able to react and take appropriate measures. At that time, the cost for them to take over territories directly adjacent to the Plantagenet dynasty's territory would be much greater. Therefore, the Holy Empire's first target would inevitably be one of the 3 bordering the Plantagenet dynasty: Sienne, Aden, or Avoga. It's even possible that multiple legions could launch a blitzkrieg-style attack on the 3 duchies' armies simultaneously. A high-ranking general from the Duchy of Sienne said. As for the so-called enclaves, that's only from our own perspective. For the Holy Empire, if they wanted to, they could wipe out all the duchies between Sienne and the Holy Empire's territory in just 1 month. Is it too late to activate the magic array to defend St. Sienne City and send someone to request aid from the Golden Flower dynasty? A noble minister asked helplessly. The Holy Empire is clearly targeting the Golden Flower dynasty. If they're just using Sienne as a strategic point on the front line, the Golden Flower dynasty will definitely send reinforcements. Right, the high-ranking general said calmly, ruthlessly shattering the noble minister's illusions about seeking aid. Once we activate the magic array to prepare for defense, the Ice Flame Legion outside the city will immediately attack. The alchemical cannons of those furious Shark-class warships only need 1 salvo to reduce the walls of St. Sienne City to ruins. The Holy Empire's warships are divided into several classes, from highest to lowest: Holy Dragon, Lion, Furious Shark, and Mad Wolf. Even the most powerful airships in St. Sienne City are decades, even centuries, behind the Holy Empire's lowest-level Mad Wolf warships in terms of technology. Not to mention, if their high-level military mages were to intervene, their destructive power would far surpass that of the warships, the head mage of the St. Sen Court Mage Corps calmly stated. Faced with the Holy Empire's legions, we have absolutely no chance. Everyone fell silent. Gentlemen, prepare to surrender. We have no right to let the innocent civilians in the city die in vain. To try and stop a chariot is utterly unwise. After a long silence, King Jarrus Zai sighed softly and spoke tremulously. Making this decision was incredibly difficult for him. It meant that the Duchy of Zin, with its millennia-long history, would become a speck of dust in history from this day forward. And he, Jarrus Zai, would become a monarch of a fallen kingdom. An hour later, the city gates swung open, welcoming the soldiers of the Holy Empire's Ice Flame Legion into the city. At the same time, the Jarrus royal family, which had ruled the Duchy of Zin for thousands of years, issued a declaration to all its citizens. From this day forward, the Duchy of Zin officially joins the Holy Empire, transforming from an independent nation into the Zin province under the jurisdiction of the Western Governor of the Holy Empire. After issuing this declaration, the Duchy of Zin ceased to exist. The Duchy of Zin proved with its actions why the Holy Empire was the most powerful nation in the world. Under the siege of the Holy Empire's Ice Flame Legion, they only held out for an hour before surrendering. The Duchy of Zin was founded in the year 7349 of the Nolan calendar, on the 1st of the frost moon. He died on the 22nd of the frost moon in the year 9656 of the Nolan calendar. A total of 2,307 years had passed. For many ordinary people, this might have been a tragedy, or perhaps a comedy. In any case, it was just an ordinary day. They lived their lives as usual, and then inexplicably found themselves with a different nationality. As the sun set, everyone became subjects of the Holy Empire. The hand of fate had not yet ceased its grip. The day after the Ice Flame Legion occupied St. Sheen City, on the 23rd of the frost moon. To demonstrate the Holy Empire's benevolence and care for its new subjects, to eliminate the estrangement between the former citizens of the Principality of Sheen and the Holy Empire, and to convey the new regime's benevolent and tolerant policies, the Ice Flame Legion declared a general amnesty. Chapter 209 Breath of the Wilderness. St. Sen City Mage Prison. Since being sent here, Gauda seemed to have been forgotten, spending a full day in the dark cell. During this day, no one came to interrogate him, not even the prison staff who brought him food. Gauda had no idea what was going on. Perhaps they were planning to starve him for a few days until he couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy? Maybe. Gauda didn't think too much about it, instead focusing all his attention on the runes on the prison walls. With sufficient concentration, even hunger would be blocked out. In the sunless cell, the concept of time became blurred. He didn't know how much time had passed. Bang! The door to Gauda's cell suddenly opened. Two prison staff members, like stars surrounding the moon, followed a young mage dressed in a well-tailored long military robe into the cell. "What is this person's crime?" the young mage asked. A general amnesty is never an indiscriminate pardon of all crimes. Some crimes are not within the scope of amnesty. He doesn't have any prison paperwork. This guy was just imprisoned yesterday. Apparently he offended some noble minister and was sent here, the prison guard answered respectfully and obsequiously. Offended a noble minister, poor fellow, but lucky to have run into us, the man laughed, then waved his hand casually and said, "Release him." What's going on? God hadn't even reacted yet, but the alchemical artifact restricting the flow of magic in his hands had already been quickly removed by the prison guard. "Congratulations, you're free," the prison guard said. "Why don't you thank the lords of the Holy Empire?" Free? The Holy Empire? God was completely stunned. Stepping out of the dark mage prison, the fresh sunlight bathed him once more. God didn't feel much joy, but rather a sense of calm. No one knew what he had figured out during his 2 days in prison. God had only been to St. Sen City twice. Once was over a year ago, when, with Jerica's help, he traveled from Bremen to St. Sen City by airship. The second time was now, when he was being escorted to the St. Sen Mage prison. But God could clearly sense that St. Sen City was different now. He squinted, surveying the city. Everything seemed the same, yet everything seemed different. Soon, God understood where the change had occurred. The flags that had once hung high on the flagpole, representing the Duchy of Sen and the Jarrus royal family, were gone. In their place were a flag with a burning heart of fire and a black and gold flag with a black eagle, half a flagpole higher. God didn't recognize the former flag, but the latter, having taken geography class, was very familiar to him. It was the flag of the most powerful nation on this continent, the Holy Empire. A black eagle on a gold background, God murmured as he walked down the street. Clearly, this once bustling city was much more desolate today. There were far fewer pedestrians than before, and many shops in the surrounding area were closed. In stark contrast to the desolation, almost every apartment in the residential area was adorned with miniature versions of the Holy Empire's Black Eagle flags, as if it were a festival. Most of these flags looked rather crude, except for those hanging in the homes of the wealthy. Clearly, these flags were hastily made overnight by the people of St. Sen City. Some apartment buildings even displayed extravagant banners with slogans such as, "Warmly celebrate the Duchy of Sen joining the Holy Empire and becoming the Sen province under the Western Governor of the Holy Empire, long live the Holy Empire, and long live the Ice Flame Legion." No one needed to give specific instructions or teach them. After the Sen royal family announced their surrender, the residents of St. Sen City accepted this fact with lightning speed and tried their best to please the new rulers of the country. Gauda inquired briefly and quickly understood the specific situation. He had only been in prison for a day, and the outside world had changed completely. This upheaval, however, felt like a windfall to him. Gada couldn't help but think of his instructor, Morrison, from the Geography and War Geography of the Nolan Continent course, who had been so enthusiastic and fervent in his praise of the Holy Empire's political system. He smiled inwardly. Morrison probably never imagined that just a year later, he would become a citizen of the Holy Empire. He occasionally saw soldiers of the Holy Empire on the road. These soldiers had stern faces, were well equipped, and possessed an aura of iron-blooded bravery and confidence. There's a saying, the temperament of a soldier is the temperament of a nation. From these soldiers, Gada could glimpse a corner of the unique temperament of the Holy Empire. There was no reason why so many people admired this country. And the Holy Empire's transformation from a barbarian nation into the most powerful empire in the world must have its reasons, not just luck. After walking several blocks, Gada arrived at the entrance of a magnificent merchant guild. This guild hadn't temporarily closed its doors because of the Holy Empire's arrival. Its doors remained wide open. Above the entrance hung a prominent gold-forged emblem, its overall color scheme dominated by gold and dark red. The emblem was circular, featuring a delicate alchemical furnace at its center, with flames roaring within and starlight rising above. A ring of mysterious alchemical runes encircled the emblem's edge. Directly below the furnace image were the initials of the Auchanley family written in human language. Yes, this was the St. Sean City branch of the Auchanley Merchant Guild. Even as a small branch within a small duchy, its grandeur was immense, fully demonstrating the Auchanley family's power and wealth as one of the 4 major merchant families of the coastal city. However, things could change. Although God had been fortunate enough to escape his captivity thanks to the Holy Empire, and the rulers of the city and even the country had changed, God did not intend to stay in St. Sean City for long. More accurately, he did not intend to remain in the Duchy of St. Sean any longer. Firstly, although the nobles of this country, including the Urser family and Dean Share, had temporarily lost their positions. However, their power and wealth remain, and moreover, under the Holy Empire's meritocratic system, Sharian is highly likely to regain the position of Dean of Cyrus. God cannot guarantee that he will be safe even with a change of ruler in Sean. Secondly, during his days in prison, he had already planned his future path. His immediate priority was to find a suitable location. Then, plant trees. Sean was no longer suitable for him. He needed to leave as soon as possible and would not return to Sean for some time. Or rather, his next return would be to settle scores with these people. Therefore, before leaving, God needed to retrieve the things Hosea had stored in the Auchanley Merchant Guild, which were meant for him. The Auchanley St. Sean City branch was merely a low-level branch. Besides acquiring unique local minerals and raw materials and selling some low-end alchemical items, it also engaged in businesses similar to pay vault and lending. With the backing of the Auchanley family, they possessed extremely high credibility in this field, making them the first choice for those in St. Sean City with such needs. Gada strolled inside and softly said to the welcoming receptionist, "Hello, I'd like to retrieve an item stored in cabinet number 666 of the bronze vault." "All right, sir, please follow me." Guided by the receptionist, Gada entered the bronze vault. The interior was softly lit, with rows of cabinets cast from deep black metal arranged in a staggered pattern. A faint magical aura permeated the air. Gada arrived at cabinet number 666. Upon reaching this point, the receptionist tactfully withdrew, leaving Gada alone. The guild's vault did not verify identity, but a corresponding secret code was required to retrieve items. Of course, Hosea had already given him the secret code. Gada entered a complex and precise secret code into cabinet number 666, which also contained alchemical items. With a slight click, the cabinet's locking mechanism was activated. The cabinet door, crafted from precious magic conductive metal, opened automatically, revealing its contents. After the events of the past 2 days, Gada had already guessed what was inside, and was 90% certain it was a runic construct. In fact, his guess was correct. But it wasn't multiple runic constructs. There was only one. A single, stacked runic construct, shimmering with a faint light, lay quietly within. It consisted of multiple parts, crafted from materials with excellent magic conductive properties. These materials not only perfectly contained the runes but also conducted and enhanced the wearer's mana. Silver and white light intertwined on these parts, their surfaces covered with intricate runes and patterns. They were delicate as silk, tiny yet surprising, arranged according to specific logic and rules, possessing immense power. The overall design resembled a traditional battle robe, comprising multiple parts including the head, body, and limbs. Each part carried different runic attributes and effects, but was more abstract and streamlined, and much smaller. Logically, rune constructs need to be customized according to the wearer's body type and needs to ensure optimal comfort and combat effectiveness. However, this particular rune construct clearly lacked a custom creator. Therefore, to ensure it fits future users, some precious rune slots must be reserved for adaptation. Gata reached inside and retrieved a significantly smaller, robe-like rune construct. He focused his mental energy on it. Instantly, a dazzling light flowed across the surface of the rune construct, and information was instantly transmitted into Gata's mind. Breath of the Wild Tier 4 rune construct, rune effects, level 4 elemental resistance, level 4 fortitude, level 4 agility, level 4 spell damage increase, adaptive inclusion. Construct effects, increases the wearer's stamina regeneration speed by 57%, mana regeneration speed by 62%, and reduces spell mana cost by 31%. When the wearer is standing on the ground, these effects are doubled. Gata stood there stunned for several seconds before gradually coming to his senses. What his eye had left him was indeed a runic construct, but not a third-tier runic construct, it was a fourth-tier one. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. His eye had said that he had used all his savings to verify the interference constant. If the interference constant was correct, then the complete 6 fundamental rules of runes would also be valid and correct. Once the 6 fundamental rules of runes were valid, it meant that constructing magic arrays would no longer require rune tuning and could be done entirely through logic and calculation. This also meant that the entire runic system would be completely overturned. How to prove the correctness of the interference constant and the 6 fundamental rules of runes? According to the above logic, the answer was obvious: overturn the existing runic system. That's what his eye did. And he did it. His eye, at the level of a third circle mage, created a 4th-tier runic construct, exceeding his own level. The first and only 4th-tier runic construct in the entire world created by a third circle mage. In the realm of rune construction, where precision is paramount, the 6 fundamental rules of runes hold true. This is even more true in other rune domains. Thus, a new runic system was born. Although, currently only Gata knows this on the 4th day after the Holy Empire's Ice Flame Legion occupied Saint Sen City, the 25th of the Frost Moon. Another airship, like a sword slicing through the sky, gracefully traversed the clouds and appeared above Saint Sen City. This was a peculiar airship unlike any seen before. While not large, its sleek, streamlined hull shimmered silver in the sunlight, like a meticulously sculpted silver giant fish, exuding both beauty and speed. Most striking was its propulsion system at the tail. It was an unprecedented design, several slender tailpipes spewing brilliant pale blue flames, a stark contrast to the common propellers found on airships. In short, this was an airship that clearly belonged to a high-end client. The airship flew into Saint Sen City and finally came to a stop above the city's airship base. It remained motionless, silent. Many citizens looked up and saw the airship. However, they all assumed it belonged to the Holy Empire, carrying important figures from the Holy Empire. Such a high-class airship could only come from the Holy Empire. At least before the Holy Empire occupied Saint Sen City, they had never seen such an airship. It wasn't until a large number of fully armed Holy Empire soldiers arrived at the airship base, and the stern-faced Holy Empire officers ordered the evacuation of the surrounding population and the isolation of the area, that the native inhabitants of Saint Sen City began to sense something was amiss. The mid-level officer of the Ice Flame Legion who rushed to the scene was also extremely surprised when he saw the airship in the sky. The airship was incredibly fast. By the time their scout mages spotted it from afar and sent back a message, it had already entered Saint Sen City. Considering the Okenly insignia on the airship and its advanced design, the senior officer did not order the Legion's anti-aircraft forces to engage. Send a signal to contact the people on the airship and inquire about their identity and purpose, the Holy Empire officer who had arrived ordered. Soon, Legion soldiers brought over a specialized machine for air-to-air communication. It was a set of magical equipment called the Airship Magical Communicator, capable of transmitting special frequency magical signals over the air. Any airship with the corresponding magical equipment could receive the signal and respond. The Airship Magical Communicator was standard equipment on all airships. The message was quickly transmitted successfully, and a reply was received promptly. The O'Kenley family has come to pick them up. The Ice Flame Legion mid-level officer breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the reply. While the Holy Empire was powerful, it was not invincible. At least the Golden Flower dynasty to the west and the coastal city to the south were still worthy of concern. A dozen minutes later, Helen, the deputy legion commander of the Ice Flame Legion, arrived personally after receiving the news. The Ice Flame Legion showed this airship immense respect. Vice Commander Helen considered it perfectly natural. This airship was the newest model in Linhai City. Those who could travel in such an airship were undoubtedly among the very elite, even within the O'Kenley family. At least, none of the private airships of any officer in the entire Ice Flame Legion, including Commander Fleming's, were as impressive or advanced as this one, incomparable to its grandeur. Vice Commander Helen wondered. In a small place like St. Sen City, who could possibly warrant the O'Kenley family, thousands of miles away, sending a high-ranking member to personally greet them? After receiving permission from their superior, the airship finally began its descent. However, several mages appeared before the airship. Before anyone could react, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from the previously empty space before them, like a falling star, illuminating everything around them in a dreamlike state. The light rapidly converged and spun, eventually condensing into a massive circular portal. It hovered silently a few feet above the ground, neither touching it nor floating too high. A ring of shimmering, ever-changing two-dimensional runes adorned the portal's edge. The interior was shrouded in mist. The next moment, several mages clad in magnificent robes emerged from the mist. Their steps were steady, their expressions composed, as if they were accustomed to such scenes. Leading them was an elderly yet vigorous man, clad in an exquisitely beautiful magical robe embroidered with intricate runic patterns. Helen, the deputy commander of the Legion, felt a jolt in her heart upon seeing this. She understood what the portal before her was, a sixth circle evocation spell, arcane portal. Even in the Holy Empire, sixth circle mages were an absolute core force. Among humans, the number of sixth circle mages was a crucial indicator of a nation's or power's strength. Without a doubt, this group from the O'Kenley family included at least one sixth circle mage. Faced with such a lineup, Vice Commander Helen dared not be the slightest bit negligent. He straightened his chest, walked up to the group, and gave a Holy Empire military salute. I am Helen, Vice Commander of the Ice Flame Legion temporarily stationed in St. Sen City. St. Sen City, including the Duchy of Sen, joined the Holy Empire 3 days ago, becoming a province under its jurisdiction. Your airship has entered the city's martial law airspace. May I ask the specific purpose of your visit? Hearing Vice Commander Helen's question, the elderly man at the head of the group nodded calmly. Then, one of the mages behind him stepped forward and handed a document to Helen. Helen took the document, and the first thing that caught his eye was the black and gold eagle emblem, symbolizing the Empire. He immediately perked up and began to read it carefully. It turned out to be a special pass issued by the Empire. With this pass, the airship from the O'Kenley family can legally enter and pass through any airspace within the Empire's territory, except for Level 1 airspace, and can freely land and depart. Furthermore, there is a special note that the Imperial local garrisons receiving this document should cooperate fully with a repatriation operation. The authenticity of the document can be easily verified by the magical mark at the bottom. But Helen, the deputy commander of the Legion, felt even more puzzled. Who exactly was this important figure from the distant coastal city of O'Kenley coming to St. Sen to fetch? And why such a grand spectacle? As usual, Sherian stood atop the Cirrus Mage Tower, overlooking the academy below. The Holy Empire's sudden arrival had temporarily stripped him of his position as headmaster of Cirrus Academy. However, he had quickly adjusted his mindset and was confident that, given his talent and performance over the years, it was only a matter of time before he regained his position under the Empire's meritocratic system. After all, for the Duchy of Sen, Cirrus Academy was a holy land for all mages, but for the mages of the Holy Empire, it was merely a country school. What interest would those higher-ranking figures have in the position of a country school principal? And in his view, the annexation of the Duchy of Sen into the Holy Empire might actually be a good thing. Unlike those noble ministers, Cher was a truly talented individual, not someone who had only attained this position through the patronage of his ancestors. It's good to have a powerful backer. Becoming a citizen of the Holy Empire was, in effect, like gaining access to a much larger platform. Just as Cher was lost in thought about the future, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Sherian frowned slightly, somewhat annoyed by the visitor interrupting his mood, but quickly composed himself. This was different from other times. He needed to maintain a humble demeanor. Before he could even nod, the door was pushed open. A group of people entered. Leading the group was a sprightly old man whom Sherian didn't recognize. However, he was very familiar with the person accompanying the old man, Helen, the deputy commander of the Ice Flame Legion. "This is the former dean of Seer's Academy," Deputy Commander Helen introduced the old man. After the old man nodded slightly, Vice Commander Helen stepped forward before Sher could speak and said to Sher in a serious, commanding tone, "Sherian, this is Mage Dunley O'Kenley from the O'Kenley family of Linhay City. He has come to St. Sen City to pick up Hosey O'Kenley, an important member of the O'Kenley family who has been teaching at Seer's Academy for many years." Sherian's respectful expression froze instantly. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Elohim. The Naga River is the largest river in the province of Xin, within the Duchy of Xin. It traverses the Duchy of Xin, with dozens of tributaries, and is considered the lifeblood of the people of Xin. The city of St. Xin is built along the Naga River. The Naga River originates from the Dondor Snow Mountain, the highest peak of the Irwinray Mountains. The Irwinray Mountains are the highest mountain range on the Nolan continent, single-handedly isolating the northern icy storms. On the calm river surface, the first light of dawn breaks, and a thin mist slowly swirls. A Kirk ship carrying grain is struggling forward. Kirks are constructed with overlapping planks, their hulls made of sturdy and durable wood, typically equipped with a single mast, square sails, and a rudder at the stern for navigation. Due to their large cargo capacity, Kirks are suitable for long-distance trade. Kirks are broadly divided into two types, the Nordic type and the Ashmal type. The former is suitable for sailing in open seas. The latter, combining a flat-jointed hull structure, performs better in shallow and complex waters, making it more suitable for navigating inland rivers and coastal areas. The Kirk before us is a typical Ashmal-type Kirk. However, this transport Kirk appears to be quite old. Time has left its mark on its hull. Below the waterline, the paint has faded, revealing a raw, rustic wooden color. Time waits for no man, and no ship. This aging vessel, still carrying a full load of grain, is finding it increasingly difficult to keep up. On the deck of the old ship, a crew member complained to the captain, who was smoking a pipe, "Boss, the herring is too old. It's been running for over 20 years, it can't go any further. It's time for a new ship, replace it, replace it, replace it." The captain, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, his body weathered by the river winds and sunshine. Hearing the crew's complaints, he slapped one of them on the head with his thick hand and said disapprovingly, "The service life of an Ashmal Kirk can exceed 30 years, but the herring has only been running for 21 years and 71 days. How can it be so slow already?" For those who make a living by boat, they might not remember their birth date or wedding day, but they would never forget the day their ship was launched. "Boss, that's not how it works. Although we usually take good care of the herring, we're in the Elohim grain business after all. That place is like an ice cave, with strong undercurrents. In another year or two, the herring won't be able to hold on," the crew continued to discuss earnestly. The captain took a deep drag on his pipe, his eyes fixed on the peeling paint on the stern, but in his eyes, he seemed to see a brand new, beautiful Kirk. How could he not want a new ship? He had wanted to get one last year, but his father had fallen seriously ill and had used up the money he had saved for the new ship. However, business has been good this year. It's only the frosty month, and the money earned is already comparable to the entire previous year. And business has only gotten better since the Holy Empire arrived. Although the captain doesn't know the exact reason, since the Principality of Xian became a province of Xian, the merchants have inexplicably become much more active and bolder. Looking at it this way, being subjugated by the Holy Empire is truly a great thing. Next month, they should be able to save enough money again, and then they can order a new ship. "Captain, the rat stole some of the grain in the hold last night," another crew member complained. "The herring is too old, it's full of rats, and we just can't find them." "You're so resentful. Even a brand new ship wouldn't be able to stop those cunning rats," the captain spat. "Anyway, it's time to change ships," the crewman muttered, adding, But these rats are especially cunning this time. They found all the good stuff I hid in the cupboards. They're absolutely amazing. Amidst the commotion of the crew and captain, the herring, fully loaded with grain, sailed north. Night fell. Life on board, with its limited entertainment, usually quieted down quickly after dinner. Today was no exception. Only the occasional lapping of the river against a boat could be heard. In this quiet, a splash rang out, a fleeting, unnoticed appearance. A dark figure silently emerged from the water. Reaching out a hand to grab the stern, like a nimble cat, it defied instinct and climbed upwards without any external support, finally reaching the deck. Then, the figure expertly entered the cargo ship's galley and dining room, and after a few moments of exploration, a large meal awaited. Then, the figure left the kitchen and dining room, skillfully heading towards the grain storage warehouse. The ship was almost completely dark. Without lights, it was practically like walking in complete darkness. But for God, who had adapted to seeing in the dark, the night became his best cover. He entered the grain storage warehouse, found the most comfortable and secluded spot, lay down, and prepared to rest. "Mage, are we thieves?" a clear but questioning voice rang out. God first gestured for his young master to be quiet, then explained softly, "This should be called a transaction, because we'll pay in the end, but we didn't inform them beforehand. Perhaps they don't want to do this business. Lady Flora is truly clever," God praised. "So I was right, wasn't I, Lady Flora? There's one more thing to know." God thought for a moment, then said to Flora, "When you're in the world of martial arts, you're not in control of your own destiny. When you're in the world of martial arts, you're not in control of your own destiny." Lady Flora thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. "Remember, we're on the river now, so we can do this, but we can't do it once we're on land, right?" Lady Flora can understand it that way, God said nonchalantly. 15 days ago, after retrieving the breath of the wild rune construct from the St. Sen City branch in O'Kenley, God left St. Sen City immediately. Wherever a person goes, there are traces. So, how can he ensure absolute safety and avoid being tracked down? God thought for a long time, and finally chose a very special method. He didn't take any means of transportation, nor did he take the main road. Instead, he directly chose a northbound cargo ship at the port of St. Sen City, and while the crew wasn't paying attention, he swam directly to the bottom of the ship. First, God used the cat claw spell to carve a dent in the hull of the boat, then tied a rope to it, and finally used the repair spell to restore the dent, thus securing the rope to the hull. The other end of the rope was tied to himself. In this way, he could silently travel with the boat. It was another way of traveling by boat. Of course, this was something only God could do. At least among first-ring mages, only God should be able to do it. The undercurrents in the river, the thin oxygen, and the possible sea monsters were secondary. Learning to move with the current created by the boat to avoid injury was also a skill. The most difficult thing was that as the boat traveled north, the river water would only get colder and colder until it finally reached below freezing. At this temperature, let alone being soaked in it for a day, even being in the water for half an hour would likely result in freezing to death. But God had adaptive skill. And this environment with a gradual decrease in temperature and a clear process of change was precisely the environment that adaptive skill was best suited for. Cold resistance increased by 53%, water current sensitivity increased by 36%, oxygen uptake in water increased by 34%, visibility in the dark increased by 36%. This is the adaptation progress that Geode has currently achieved. The reason why the adaptation progress of cold resistance is far superior to the other two is that Geode successfully constructed the spell model of environmental endurance. On the third day after entering the water, environmental endurance, protection, first ring, the recipient protected by environment endurance will not be harmed by cold or heat environments and can stay comfortably in an environment of -50 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, -45.6 to 60 degrees Celsius. The recipient's equipment is also protected. After giving himself environment endurance, he often actively dives into deeper waters to quickly improve his cold resistance adaptation progress through more extreme cold environments. During the day, he travels underwater with the boat while improving his adaptive progress, and at night, when it is quiet, he goes aboard the boat to eat and rest. For Geode, this special journey is both a journey and a training exercise. No one knew where he was going. Even God himself didn't know his exact destination. He only had a general direction, the north. Yes, the isolated north that Instructor Morrison had mentioned in geography class. And what God valued most was this isolation. Firstly, due to its isolation and environment, the north possessed many high-level magical plants and ley-line resources rarely seen outside. In God's eyes, this was the perfect hunting ground for acquiring origin. As long as he obtained enough origin and allocated his spell points through Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, God was confident he could create a significant gap between himself and other mages of the same level. Secondly, he and Flora needed to find an ideal location to plant trees. According to Flora, Yugathira's growth was not picky about the environment. Not only was it not picky about the external environment, it could also transform nearby land into magically rich spiritual lands to plant more trees. This meant that the more desolate and extreme the environment, the more suitable it was for planting trees. Planting trees in a prosperous area would be risky, not to mention the danger of enemies coming after him. The saying "capture the king first, kill the tree first" applies here. The very nature of the land, transformed by Yugathira, is enough to attract countless covetous eyes. Besides, where in a truly prosperous place would he find land to plant trees? God doesn't hold the title, let alone a fiefdom. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare plant trees there lightly. A nation can change hands in an hour, let alone a mere fiefdom. God thought carefully, and the best places for him to plant trees were actually two: the desert-dominated continent of Terra, and the isolated, harsh, and brutally unforgiving land of ice and snowstorms, the north. The former needs no introduction. It's not much different from the desert of his previous life. In the desert, apart from oases near water sources, most places are uninhabited, with vast swathes of useless sand. The latter is similar, vast and sparsely populated, with large tracts of untouched, frigid land. Both share the characteristic of extreme and harsh environments, enough to isolate most interested individuals. Moreover, if Gauda didn't actively expose himself, how many people would be able to find his planting sites in either location? As for which to choose, the answer is simple: whichever is closer. Part of the territory of the Xin province borders the Irwinray Mountains, which isolate the northern snowfields. However, traveling from the Xin Duchy to the Terra continent requires crossing most of the Nolan continent, which is impractical. Therefore, Gauda's only option is to find a suitable planting site in the north. The usual way to enter the north is by sea. However, Xin has no coastline. To reach the sea, one would need to cross westward into the Golden Flower Dynasty, a process that is not only extremely time-consuming but also too easy to leave traces. Furthermore, even after reaching the Golden Flower Dynasty, finding a ship to enter the north is not an easy task. Therefore, Gauda directly ruled out this method. That left only one path: trekking across the Irwinaias into the north. For others, the Irwinaias were an absolute insurmountable barrier. Extreme cold, high altitude, thin air, a host of harsh conditions. But for Gauda, these extreme factors that isolated him from outsiders could be gradually adapted to through adaptive, turning the insurmountable barrier into a smooth path. There was no map, and no one to ask. So Gauda didn't know his exact location. He could only occasionally use northward path to confirm that the cargo ship was heading north. However, Gauda could tell that they were nearing their destination. After crossing a certain dividing line, both the water temperature and the surface temperature of the river began to drop drastically. Underwater currents were becoming more frequent, and even floating ice was appearing. Clearly, they were approaching the Irwinaias. Fortunately, he had mastered environmental tolerance beforehand. Otherwise, even with a adaptive feat, he wouldn't have been able to adapt to such a sudden drop in water temperature. However, it was visibly that the cold resistance, which had almost stopped improving, began to increase at an extremely rapid pace again. On the fourth day after the water temperature plummeted, the 21-year-old Kirk finally sailed into a small dock lined with fishing boats. Having arrived safely at their destination, the crew of the old Kirk breathed a sigh of relief and then began unloading the cargo. After several busy hours, the ship was temporarily moored at the dock, and the crew disembarked. They were going to a tavern in town for a few glasses of dark beer and a good night's rest. The days here were short. Soon after the crew left, it was completely dark. The dock dwindled in number and quickly became quiet. At this moment, God emerged from the water again and came to the empty old Kirk. He first went to the crew's cabin, found a set of warm clothes, quickly changed into them, and then left 5 shiny Sean gold coins on the table, which included the cost of the clothes and the food expenses for the past few days on the ship. Flora watched God change his clothes with her big eyes the whole time. "Isn't Lady Flora cold?" God asked curiously as he changed his clothes. "No, Yugathera isn't cold, so Lady Flora isn't either. However, I like the new clothes." God remained outwardly calm, not daring to reply. Don't underestimate Flora's small stature. A new outfit wouldn't require much fabric. But those in the know understand that figurine costumes are often much more expensive than regular clothes. The main reason is, where do you find the artisans to make figurine costumes? HMPH, with his ability to see in the dark, God clearly saw another small green leaf appear in Flora's hand, which she began to gesture rapidly. "What is Lady Flora humping about?" God asked somewhat guiltily. HMPH, Mage, you're playing dumb. Lady Flora will remember this grudge. After changing, God disembarked and entered the city where the dock belonged. It was a small city with an environment similar to Iceland in his previous life. The streets were dimly lit, the flow of people was sparse, and for most of the year, the daytime was only 4 to 6 hours. The buildings in the city are relatively low, constructed entirely of raw stone, with almost no decoration, and are heavy, rugged, and wind-resistant. This is a city located at the foot of Mount Denton in the Irvine Range. This is Elohim. Chapter 211 Liquidation. What? He's dead. At the top of the Cyrus Mage Tower, Dunley O'Kane, his hair and beard white but his spirit sharp, narrowed his eyes, his previous composure gone. His voice rose slightly. "How could this be? I received word before I left that he was alive and well." "Yes." Sherian lowered his head, wiping non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He felt he had never felt such pressure in his life. "He just passed away 3 days ago. The Academy held his funeral yesterday," he explained cautiously. "Passed away 3 days ago?" Dunley O'Kane murmured. With the O'Kane family's power, extending a third-ring mage's life for several decades was not a problem, provided they were willing to pay the price. But Hoshi was dead, and that was a completely different story. Resurrection and life extension were two entirely different things, their difficulty vastly different. Dunley O'Kane didn't know if the method of resurrection truly existed. But he knew that such a method didn't exist within the O'Kenley family. Therefore, even he was powerless to reverse the news of Hosie's death. Just 3 days earlier, just 3 more days, and they would have made it. If it had been 3 months, 3 years, or even 30 years, Dunley O'Kenley's emotional turmoil wouldn't have been so intense. But it was only 3 days. They were only 3 days late. If Ron O'Kenley had discovered the scroll Hosie left in the spiritual pavilion 3 days earlier, or if Ron O'Kenley's report on the scroll had passed the review and circulation process and reached the rune workshop 3 days earlier, or if Rickon O'Kenley had opened Ron O'Kenley's report 3 days earlier, or if they had found Hosie O'Kenley's trail 3 days earlier, or even if they had been more efficient on the road, so many steps, if they had done just one, they would have made it. Clearly, they had so many opportunities to make it within those 3 days, but they missed every single one. Thinking this, a hint of resentment and regret flickered in Dunley's eyes. He fell into deep thought. Dunley remained silent, and the others also fell silent. A somewhat oppressive silence settled over the scene. Hosie was an important member of the Dunley family. Although we are too late, he has already passed away, but as the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots, and we must bring his remains back to Lynn High City. Finally, Dunley spoke again, instructing the family mages behind him. "Understood, Elder Dunley." The 2 robed mages following behind Dunley replied respectfully. "Furthermore, according to information gathered by our family, Hosie served as the head of the rune department at Cyrus Academy, dedicating himself to researching runic logic and calculation in his rune workshop for many years. After instructing on Hosie's funeral arrangements, Dunley O'Kenley turned to Sherian and slowly said, "Although he's gone, his research materials from these years should still be there. Take me to see them first. We need to take these materials with us." As soon as he finished speaking, Dunley O'Kenley noticed that Sherian was bowing his head and not responding, nor was he moving an inch, showing no intention of leading the way. A hint of displeasure appeared in his tone. Cooperate with Mage Dunley O'Kenley's actions." Helen, the Deputy Legion commander who had initially only been responsible for guiding the group, immediately reprimanded him upon seeing this. He had assumed that Sherian was being considerate of his presence and wouldn't dare introduce people from other factions to the rune workshop of Cyrus Academy, which now belonged to the Holy Empire. without his permission. Faced with a combined pressure from Helen and Dunley, Shell-Ian finally managed to move his lips and speak with difficulty. Mage Dunley, the rune workshop of Commander Helen and Director Hosey, was blown up 3 days ago. All the documents inside were destroyed. Dunley O'Kenley's pupils contracted again. Blown up, he confirmed. Yes, blown up. Shell-Ian had never felt so powerless. How could it have blown up? Dunley O'Kenley took a deep breath and asked, enunciating each word clearly. Shell-Ian hesitated for a moment, understanding that in front of such important figures, lies would only be quickly exposed, so it was better to tell the truth from the beginning. In his final year, Director Hosey purchased a large amount of raw materials for rune constructs. I believe he used these materials to create multiple sets of Tier 3 rune constructs, and I wanted to reclaim these rune constructs from the Academy. However, before leaving, Director Hosey left all his legacy, including the secret code to the rune workshop and its array, to his students. Without the code, I couldn't enter the workshop to retrieve those rune constructs. Under dungeon circumstances, I had to ask Quincy Arthur for help in breaking the array set up by Director Hosey. As a result, Quincy Arthur mishandled it, causing the array to trigger its self-defense mechanism and explode. Shell-Ian slightly embellished the truth, beautifying his purpose while intentionally or unintentionally shifting the primary responsibility and hatred towards Quincy Arthur. After listening to Shell-Ian's testimony, Dunley O'Kenley narrowed his eyes, looking at Shell-Ian, lost in thought. Hosey left all his legacy to his students, he finally asked, his tone calm, as if nothing had happened. Yes, Shell-Ian said weakly, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. Please invite Hosey's student over. Since he's Hosey's student, he's also part of the Oaken Shield. Also, please call Quincy Arthur over. Finally, send me the list of runecraft materials Hosey purchased in his last year so I can take a look. You're not going to tell me that Hosey's student was also blown up, are you? Dunley looked at Shell-Ian coldly. Shell breathed a sigh of relief and quickly shook his head. No, Hosey's student is alive and well. I just sent someone to invite him. After saying that, he quickly called over his subordinate and gave him a series of instructions. You go with them and keep an eye on them. The Deputy Legion Commander, Helen, also had a feeling that things were going a bit wrong today. Seeing Shell-Ian's subordinate leave, she beckoned to the Legion Mage beside her and whispered the instructions. About half an hour later, Quincy Ursus arrived, sweating profusely, carrying a list of materials. Accompanying him was a middle-aged mage. The legionary mage who had come with him immediately used communication to report the situation to Vice Commander Helen. You're Hosey's student. Upon seeing the two, Dunley O'Kenley first asked the middle-aged mage with a friendly tone. I'm not, the middle-aged mage said weakly. I'm a jailer in the St. Sen's City Mage Prison. What does that mean? Dunley O'Kenley's brows furrowed deeply, feeling his anger about to burst forth. Even Vice Commander Helen was speechless at the sight. Having just learned the details from his subordinate's report, he stepped forward and explained to Dunley O'Kenley, Hosey's student refused to reveal the secret order. After the rune workshop's magic array exploded, and they couldn't find the rune constructs there, they suspected Hosey had left the rune constructs with his student. That student refused to admit it. So these people simply found a pretext to imprison Hosey's student in the St. Sen's City Mage Prison, intending to torture him into confessing. Where is he now? Release him quickly and bring him here. Dunley gave Helen a little face. He was released a long time ago, Helen said helplessly. Even he felt that today's events were too outrageous and absurd. After our Legion incorporated the Duchy of Sen into our province, the Legion commander declared a general amnesty to quickly quell public unrest. Hosey's student was released as a result of the amnesty. Shell-Ian's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this. After the Holy Empire occupied the Duchy of Sen, the previous struggle for the throne became meaningless. He naturally no longer cared about the runic constructs that were so closely related to the power struggle. Therefore, until just now, Cher had believed that God was still in prison. Dunley O'Kenley, upon hearing this, was both angry and amused. He searched for Hoshi, only to find that Hoshi had died 3 days prior. He searched for the documents Hoshi left behind, only to find they were destroyed. He searched for Hosey's students, only to find they were missing. Such twists and turns indeed. He suppressed his anger, pondered for a moment, and said to Helen, I have limited manpower this time. Could I trouble Commander Helen to send some men to help find this student from Hosey who was recently released? By the way, what's his name? Gold. His name is Gold, Helen replied. No problem, Mage Dunley, I'll send people to search the entire city right away. I believe we can bring gold to you soon. Alright, thank you. Dunley O'Kenley nodded his thanks, then his gaze fell on Quincy Erther, who looked extremely uneasy. He first beckoned, and the O'Kenley family mage behind him stepped forward and took the list of materials Quincy Erther had brought. Then, he asked coldly, "So you're the one who is responsible for breaking the magic circle set up by Hosey, causing it to explode and destroying the data stored in the rune workshop?" Beads of cold sweat dripped down Quincy Erther's forehead. "Yes," he gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, then was about to explain something. Take him away," Dunley O'Kenley said coldly, giving Quincy Erther no chance to explain. The coldness in his eyes had already foreshadowed the fate that Quincy Erther was about to face. Dunley O'Kenley needed an outlet for the anger that had been building up in his heart all day. And Quincy Erther was the unlucky one to bear the brunt of his anger. But there wasn't necessarily only one unlucky one. My lord, Quincy Erther, being a shrewd man, naturally sensed Dunley O'Kenley's undisguised killing intent and hurriedly cried out in panic, trying to beg for mercy. "Shut up," Lieutenant Commander Helen scolded lightly. The next moment, no matter how wide Quincy Erther opened his mouth, he couldn't utter even a single word of pleading, only muffled whimpers remained, as if he had become mute, and was dragged out like a dead dog. Seeing that the matter was settled, the O'Kenley family mage presented the list of raw materials Hoshi had purchased to Dunley O'Kenley with both hands. Dunley took the list and glanced at it casually, but after reading a few lines, his eyes, which had been filled with lingering anger and murderous intent, suddenly lit up. "This is, soon." Dunley put down the list, already having an answer in his mind. As an elder of the O'Kenley family, he was naturally a knowledgeable and powerful mage. He could see that many of the materials listed were high-level materials needed to create fourth-tier rune constructs. And Hoshi was only a third-circle mage. The meaning behind this became clear after a little thought. Just as they had suspected, nearly 300 years after leaving the O'Kenley family, Hoshi O'Kenley was still constantly researching and refining the 6 fundamental rules of runes, which were still in their initial draft stage. And he had clearly made progress, undertaking a rather bold experiment. Whether it has already succeeded or is close to success remains to be seen, only the final product can provide an answer. Undoubtedly, the key now lies with the student to whom Hosey was willing to entrust his entire inheritance. Another hour passed. The capabilities and efficiency of the Holy Empire's soldiers were beyond question. Soon, another Holy Empire mage hurried in, respectfully reporting the situation to Helen. After listening to his subordinate's report, a hint of surprise flashed in Helen's eyes. He carefully considered his words before speaking to Deng Lai. "Mage Deng Lai, that Gouda, after being released from prison, first went to your O'Kenley Merchant Guild's branch in St. Sean City. I don't know the specifics of his purpose. You'll have to find out for yourselves, as it is, after all, property belonging to your O'Kenley family. After leaving the O'Kenley St. Sean City branch, he left the city directly. His whereabouts are currently unknown and will require some time." Helen emphasized some time. He didn't believe that with the strength and power of their Ice Flame Legion, they wouldn't be unable to find a first-ring mage. "To our family's branch in St. Sean City," Dunley O'Kenley raised an eyebrow, instantly guessing the answer. "They're definitely going to retrieve something." He turned to the family mage beside him and whispered a few words. "I understand." The family mage clasped his hands in a fist salute, bowed, and withdrew. A quarter of an hour later, the O'Kenley family mage who had just left returned, respectfully approaching Dunley O'Kenley as before, cautiously reporting. The next moment, Dunley O'Kenley, who had been immersed in anger, seemed to have heard some great news, his eyes lighting up. Good," he said good twice, his expression finally softening considerably. "Then we'll have to trouble Commander Helen to help find this god. I'll mobilize our manpower soon to join the investigation," Dunley O'Kenley said. "This person is very important to us O'Kenleys," he said solemnly. "No problem, leave it to us. We'll find this Gaod for you in 1 day at the earliest, 3 days at the latest," Helen assured confidently. "As for you, putting aside his important matters for the moment," Dunley finally had the leisure to turn his gaze back to the ever-submissive Cher. "A college dean. Coveting the inheritance of a college instructor, while shameful and disgraceful, that's none of my business. But you're after the inheritance of one of my family's scions," he said coldly. "How does Commander Helen think such a greedy and lawless person should be dealt with?" Dunley then turned to Helen and asked. "He should be imprisoned and punished," Helen said righteously. Then so be it. Dunley nodded slightly, then turned and left, not giving Sherian, whose face was ashen, even a second glance. 3 days later. Frosty Moon 28th. How could you not find him? Dunley O'Kenley's voice rang out in the beautifully decorated room. Helen looked embarrassed and deeply puzzled. God has completely vanished since leaving the city. We've checked all the inns in the surrounding cities, as well as caravans and ships, but we haven't found a single trace of him. He's completely untraceable, as if he disappeared from the face of the earth. Dunley narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said indifferently, I understand. I'll trouble Commander Helen again. I'll have someone continue the investigation. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news, Helen added. Thank you for your trouble. Dunley didn't refuse. After that, Helen took her leave. After Helen left, the family mage who had come from Linhay City with Dunley entered from outside and respectfully reported, same here, still no luck. Dunley O'Kenley certainly wouldn't place all his hopes on Helen for such an important matter. He immediately reported the situation to his family, asking them to mobilize resources to help search for God. But the result was the same. The O'Kenley Merchant Guild's business spans the entire continent of Nolan, with branches in every country. You're telling me they could make a first-ring mage disappear without a trace right under our noses? Dunley couldn't accept this. We also want to know how he did it. I don't care how he did it, I only know I must find him, Dunley O'Kenley said, enunciating each word clearly. Because he had discovered that the item God had taken from the O'Kenley Merchant Guild's bronze vault before leaving St. Sen City was stored by Hosea O'Kenley. It was a set of 4th-tier runic constructs. Chapter 212 Another Mountaineer. Under the cover of night, Elohim exudes a rugged charm in the cold wind. The dawn-during snow-capped mountains bring a biting chill to the city, but also imbue it with a cold and lonely allure, a rarity elsewhere. The streets and alleys are sparsely populated, the occasional footsteps echo in the emptiness, adding to the desolation. In this era lacking nighttime entertainment, most cities enter a long period of stillness at night, with most people going to bed and fast asleep. But in Elohim, where night far outweighs day, it's different. It has its own unique rhythm. After all, in such a place, if you went to sleep as soon as it got dark, you'd need at least 13 or 14 hours of sleep a day. Due to its climate and geography, Elohim has a very strong pub culture. As soon as it gets dark, many pubs on the streets begin to bustle with activity. Gada walked along the icy, slippery, and narrow streets, observing this small city at the foot of the snow-capped mountains with great interest. Actually, calling it a town would be more accurate. Because Elohim is truly small, it doesn't even have subdivided districts. The entire city is concentrated on a single street. On this street, only a few places still have lights on. Through the lights, one can vaguely see some figures. Occasionally, bursts of noise emanate from these lit areas. Accompanied by the occasional drift of music, they bring a touch of liveliness and joy to this city that constantly howls in the cold wind. Those are all taverns. Gada carefully examined the signs hanging on the buildings lining the street as he walked. After walking for about 20 minutes, almost leaving the street, Gada finally saw his target. It was an old tavern. But below the tavern's sign hung a dark wooden board. On the board were a few messy and hastily written words, accommodation. In the dim light, they appeared hazy and blurry. If Gada hadn't adapted to an extremely high level of dark vision, he wouldn't have been able to make out the words. Clearly, this was a tavern that also offered accommodation. Turning right from the main street and traversing a few dilapidated stone steps, Gada arrived at the tavern's main entrance. 2 thick stone slabs, their unusual material and weight ensuring they wouldn't creak in the cold wind, stood before him. The stone doors were covered in greasy grime. Beside the entrance were 2 enormous flower pots, also carved from stone. Instead of flowers and trees, common decorative plants wouldn't survive in this place. 2 copper rods were simply stuck into the pots. A withered, dead rat was tied to the left rod, while a dead venomous snake was coiled around the right rod. Snake and Rat, that was the tavern's name. With a thud, and without any visible movement, the stone doors inexplicably opened automatically, like the automatic doors of a shopping mall in his previous life. Switch technique. He stepped inside. The biting cold wind was largely contained by the tavern's thick stone walls. In front of the tavern was a courtyard, where several simple carriages were parked haphazardly, or rather, haphazardly. On either side were livestock pens, where a dozen or so horses grazed on the sparse, dry hay. In the very center of the courtyard stood a 3-story stone building, a rarity in Elohim. Dim, yellowish lights flickered inside. This stone building was the tavern's detached inn. Beside the three-story building was a downward-sloping stone staircase. Faint sounds of chatter and laughter drifted from within. Yes, the Snakes and Rats Tavern was an extremely rare underground tavern. The name was apt. Snakes and rats do indeed burrow underground, God thought to himself. Compared to the three-story stone building, this underground tavern was the owner's main business. God considered for a moment, then stepped onto the underground staircase. Descending the steps a few meters, God pushed open an old oak door. A warm, inviting atmosphere, mingled with the aromas of wine and food, wafted out, instantly reviving Gouda, who had just been walking in the biting cold of the street. This was a large tavern, large enough to hold over 100 people. The interior was spacious, with a central floor paved with large stone slabs. Around it were a bar and tables and chairs built from snow-capped mountain logs. Behind the bar, a brewer was busily operating ancient brewing equipment. The walls were covered with various decorations, including antlers and wolf heads. A fireplace in the corner roared. At this hour, the tavern was already quite lively. In the dim light, 40 or 50 people had gathered inside. These locals, dressed in heavy fur cloaks, were huddled in small groups, holding huge horn-shaped mugs, and each table held a large jug of bubbly, golden barley beer. The sound of Gouda entering the tavern drew the attention of many, who instinctively turned to look. They saw a handsome young man, realizing he was from out of town, and after giving him a couple more glances, they turned away. Another out-of-towner? Someone whispered. While there weren't many out-of-towners in Elohim, most were sailors, all burly and imposing. It was rare to see someone like Gaod, traveling alone, young, and not particularly strong, which was why they'd given him a second look. Gaod ignored the stares and walked to the bar. "What do you have to eat?" he asked the bartender, rubbing his stomach. The food on the ship wasn't very good, and Gaod's mouth was already watering. Behind the bar was a burly man with a full beard, wiping horns with a yellowed towel, exuding the rugged air typical of locals. Hearing Gouda's question, the burly man took a clean horn-shaped cup from the side, scooped a large spoonful of golden liquid from the barrel, filled the cup perfectly, slammed it on the bar, and pushed it towards Gouda. Dark beer and roasted venison, plus a side of cod bread, totaling 3 silver and 6 copper. Gouda reached into his pocket, pulled out 4 silver coins, and placed them on the bar. The burly man deftly pocketed the 4 silver coins, rummaged in a drawer, gave Gouda 6 copper coins in change, and then called out to the kitchen behind him, a side of roasted venison and sturgeon bread. Gouda pocketed the change but didn't leave immediately. Instead, he asked, "What do I need to prepare if I want to climb Dunder Snow Mountain?" Although he possessed adaptive force, Gouda wasn't planning to traverse the Irvine Mountains naked. If one doesn't respect nature, nature will punish them. Climbing Dunder Snow Mountain, the bartender gave Gouda a skeptical look, but didn't say anything more, instead casually replying, "First, you need to prepare warm clothing, and you also need to buy a waterproof jacket. If you encounter rain or snow on the mountain, without a waterproof jacket, your body won't stay dry. And you'll quickly risk hypothermia, then you'll need a pair of hiking boots." The bartender glanced at Gouda's shoes, continuing, "Firstly, to protect your feet from the cold and moisture, and secondly, because the mountain paths are slippery, hiking boots need to provide sufficient grip. I recommend you check out Old Cripple's shop. His goatskin hiking boots are the best in Elohim. Also, trekking poles can provide support and balance, reducing the burden on your legs. Ropes and hooks can help you secure yourself on steep snow slopes. Crampons and an ice axe are also essential, as there are many snow-covered and difficult-to-navigate slopes on Dunder Snow Mountain. You'll also need a sleeping bag, a fire starter, a map, some portable dry rations, a navigation tool, and some simple cooking utensils and fuel to cook food and get hot water if necessary to warm your body." After saying all this in one breath, the bartender finally couldn't help but add, "These external equipment are important, but if you want to climb Dunder Snow Mountain, the climber's own physical fitness is even more important." Clearly, he was doubting Gouda's abilities. Gouda pretended not to understand the bartender's well-intentioned reminder, and he certainly wouldn't say that his goal was not just to climb, but to traverse it. He picked up the large horn-shaped mug of dark beer and sat down at a small table next to the counter that was temporarily empty. After sitting down, Gouda reviewed the geographical knowledge about the Irvine Range that he had learned at the Sears Academy. Dunder Snow Mountain, also known as Danfeng, is the main peak of the Irvine Range, located in the middle section of the Irvine Range, with a maximum rock surface height of 9,000 meters. Thousands of years ago, many mountaineers had already challenged Dundurn Snow Mountain, and more than a dozen climbing routes were successively established. This includes a complete mountain route into the north, discovered and pioneered by a fourth circle mage. Gada's goal is this mountain route. This is no simple feat, at least with current technology. It would be impossible without the extraordinary power of magic. Of course, for Gada, who has only recently advanced to first circle mage, he primarily relies on his expertise, not magic. With Spark, I don't need to worry about fire. With Northward Path, I can skip navigation tools, and Water Creation means I don't have to worry about water sources. As for Ice Claws, although Cat Claw can be used as Ice Claws when necessary, it's only useful in special situations. I should conserve mana and keep one on hand. Elohim is located at the foot of Dundurn Snow Mountain. Given the geographical conditions and climate here, perhaps we can find the spell recipes for ice skating or ice walking. Gada pondered carefully, deciding to explore the city again tomorrow. Ice skating and ice walking are not rare spells, but rather functional spells. Elohim is undoubtedly one of the places where these two spells can be most effectively used. Just as there are many shops selling mountaineering equipment in Elohim, logically, the probability of finding the recipes for these two spells should be relatively high here. If he could master one of these two spells, he would be more confident in his journey to cross Dundurn Snow Mountain. But if he couldn't find them, Gada wouldn't cancel his plan. While he was thinking, a maid from the kitchen brought over a large plate of roasted venison and cod bread, placing it in front of Gada. Having not eaten hot food for a long time, Gada was immediately whetted by the strong aroma, and his eyes lit up as soon as the food was placed on the table. Picking up a piece of venison with a fork, its skin roasted to golden brown crisp, I took a bite. The juices burst in my mouth, perfectly blending with the local spicy seasonings, providing both aroma and a warming sensation. The cod bread was equally delicious. The outer bread was crispy, while the cod filling was delicate and flavorful, the two complementing each other perfectly, leaving a lingering aftertaste. There are more and more young people these days who don't know their place. Yesterday, a greenhorn came wanting to climb a mountain, and today another kid who hasn't even grown his hair yet has arrived. Is the Dundurn Snow Mountain so easy to challenge? Even the most experienced local guides can't guarantee success every time. Just as Gada was engrossed in his meal, a few locals a few tables to his left, seemingly having overheard his conversation with the bartender, whispered amongst themselves. He didn't bring any weapons, his clothes are so casual, he even had to ask what he needed for climbing. He's obviously a complete newbie who's never climbed a snow mountain before, another scoffed. Yet, that kid yesterday at least had everything prepared. This guy's just throwing his life away, not necessarily. This kind of newbie might be scared off as soon as he gets up there. Those who drown are usually good swimmers. It's the newbies who retreat quickly and survive. Experienced climbers often reach the summit, realize they can't go on, and by the time they want to turn back, it's too late. The locals were lowering their voices, but not too low, seemingly intentionally letting Gada hear them. Plus, the locals are generally loud, so Gada heard their conversation clearly. He wasn't bothered by their sneers. They were right, he was indeed a newbie. If it weren't for adaptive strength, he would never have dared to attempt to cross the Irwin Lion Mountains. That wouldn't be commendable courage, it would be suicide. A greenhorn who wanted to climb came yesterday. He was more concerned about this comment. Although he was a newbie, Gada knew that most climbers challenging Dundurn Snow Mountain went in teams, able to support each other. He rarely saw someone climbing alone like this, perhaps only once every few years. Most likely a mage, Gada thought to himself. Going mountain climbing alone either means having something to rely on, or it means someone is out of their mind. Clearly, the former is more likely. And in this world, for an individual, the greatest reliance is obviously magic. Since this person is also preparing to challenge the mountain climbing alone, Gada is almost certain that the other party has quite a few functional spells suitable for mountain climbing. Thinking this, Gada swallowed a last bite of cod bread, then picked up his horn mug and downed the dark beer in one gulp. To be honest, this local specialty dark beer tasted really good. It had a unique rich malt flavor, with a hint of caramel and chocolate sweetness, a mellow and smooth taste, and a certain degree of carbonation, a truly unique flavor. Afterward, Gada put down his horn mug, stood up, walked over to the table of locals who had been chirping at him from behind, grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and asked with a smile, "Could I inquire where that young lad you mentioned who came yesterday is staying now?" Chapter 213 Strange People. Gwad's gleaming white teeth seemed almost jarring to the locals at the table. While they were somewhat deliberately letting Gwad overhear, their true intention was to dissuade him, not wanting anyone to die needlessly. Normally, regardless of whether God listened to them or not, he would simply pretend not to hear. But God's proactive approach caught them off guard, creating a tense atmosphere. "That little white kid, he'll be staying here. Vipers and Rats is the biggest inn in Elohim," one of the locals finally answered. The awkward atmosphere eased slightly. "Thank you," Gwad said, bowing slightly. Then, he pulled a silver coin from his pocket, flicked it, and it landed precisely on the bar, spinning several times. Gwad waved to the grinning bartender, "Bring this table a pitcher of stout." As he spoke, he pushed open the oak door and disappeared into the shadows. Leaving the tavern, Gada arrived at the 3-story stone building on the ground floor. The first floor was a large hall. Gada went straight in and went to the counter. "Are there any rooms available?" Behind the counter was a tall, full-figured middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, skillfully knitting clothes with a ball of wool yarn. In Elohim, most locals were this type of person. Perhaps only by accumulating a lot of body fat could they withstand the cold winds of the Dundar Snow Mountain. Hearing Gada's question, the middle-aged woman didn't look up, focused on the wool yarn in her hands. "There are rooms available. What kind do you want? A dormitory room or a single room?" "A single room, please," Gada said. The middle-aged woman finally looked up. "Then I'll arrange a single room for you on the second floor, 2 silver coins a night." Gada didn't haggle and handed over a gold coin. "Rent 3 nights first." The middle-aged woman nodded, then took out a brass key from the drawer, slammed it on the counter, making a crisp sound. "This is your room key, room 202, breakfast included." As she spoke, she returned 14 silver coins to Gada, placed them on the table, and pushed them towards him. Gada didn't immediately accept them, but instead pushed 1 silver coin back. "Was there a traveler from out of town checking into this inn yesterday?" he asked. The middle-aged woman glanced at the silver coin Gada had pushed towards her and replied expressionlessly, "No." Gada looked at the middle-aged woman's emotionless eyes, thought for a moment, and then pushed 2 more silver coins towards her. "Do you have one now?" he asked again. "Yes," the middle-aged woman nodded. "I remember now. A young man from out of town did check into this inn yesterday and rented a room for 3 nights. Could you tell me which room he stayed in?" Gada asked again. The middle-aged woman immediately fell silent again. Gada calmly pushed 2 silver coins over. "Revealing a guest's room number is a major taboo. If word gets out, my business will be in trouble." The middle-aged woman finally spoke. Gada didn't waste any more words, but directly pushed over 5 more silver coins. A satisfied smile immediately spread across her freckled face. She pocketed the 10 silver coins Gada had pushed back, then said, "Room 201, right across from you. Even if I didn't tell you, you'd likely still run into him." "Thank you, boss," Gada said politely, not feeling he'd wasted any money. He carefully put away the 4 silver coins he had, grabbed his room key, and nimbly turned to go upstairs. "Master," why was she unwilling to tell at first, but then willing to later? On the stairs, a small, tiny head popped out of Gada's pocket, asking in confusion. "Because money makes the world go round." "What is money?" "That shiny, round, golden thing. That's money." "What is money?" Knowing he'd misunderstood Flora, Gada thought for a moment and then answered seriously, "Money is for buying food, renting a place to live, and if Lady Flora wants new clothes, she can buy them with money." "Oh," Flora seemed to understand, "then money is a good thing." "Not quite." "Why? Is there anything wrong with it?" "It doesn't seem so." "Then it's a good thing. Lady Flora is right." "Mage, you're not smart," Flora said disdainfully. As they spoke, Gada arrived at room 202, opened the door with a brass key, and went inside. He closed the door. Gada put down a small package he carried with him. Inside the package was Breath of the Wild, a 4th-tier runic construct, not something a first-rank mage could wear. Such precious items couldn't be stored anywhere with peace of mind, so even though they were a bit cumbersome, he had to carry them with him at all times. He then took out his money pouch and carefully counted his current savings. 67 gold, 6 silver, and 6 copper. He was lucky, Actually, although he had been sent to the dungeons of the Cyrus Mage Tower and the St. Sen City Mage Prison, Quincy Either's target had always been rune constructs, so he hadn't been confiscated from his money pouch. Furthermore, he was released after only one night in prison, so despite being a prisoner, Gotti hadn't lost a single penny. After counting his money, Gotti was about to put it all back into his pouch when he looked up and saw Flora sitting on the edge of a table beside him. Her two small legs dangled in the air, swinging unconsciously, her big eyes fixed intently on the gleaming gold coins. Her gaze was intense. Gotti recognized that look all too well. He thought for a moment and placed a gold coin beside Flora. For Lady Flora has no food for you, no house to rent, and no new clothes to sell you. Lady Flora's eyes gleamed, but she didn't immediately accept it. She remembered what God had said earlier. Because Lady Flora did something for me before, God was referring to detonating the Rune Workshop's magic array. This is Lady Flora's reward? Reward, it's the payment for those who help. Thank you, Mage, you're too kind. Lady Flora. Flora held the gold coin in both hands. The small coin, in her hands, was like a huge dumbbell plate. Heavy and large. But Flora showed no disgust, her eyes sparkling. Soon, under God's envious gaze, the gold coin vanished from Flora's hands. Unlike what she had seen in fantasy novels in her previous life, where key refining cultivators all had several storage bags. In this world, apart from Flora, God had never seen or heard of any so-called special equipment. Although Flora's storage space was small, not even big enough to fit a chair, it was still a special ability. Flora may be small, but her abilities were truly remarkable. After putting away his money pouch, God stood up. Where to? To meet new friends. Knock knock knock. The inn's door was very heavy, and the sound of knocking was dull. After a moment, the door to room 201 opened. A tall, thin young man, or rather a teenager, appeared behind the door. Looking at Gotta expressionlessly. It was only when he saw the person in front of him that Gotta finally understood what the local in the tavern hadn't finished saying. Little white should be followed by face. This was a young man of about 16 or 17 years old, with an extremely handsome appearance. It could even be said that he was the most handsome of all the various people Gotta had seen since coming to this world. He had a broad forehead, dark and straight eyebrows, a straight nose, and clear and strong facial features. Most striking were his pupils, which faintly shimmered with a golden hue. What is it? The young man's expression was icy, making Gotta realize that his journey to his destination was likely doomed. Judging from the other man's personality, he didn't seem to like beating around the bush, so Gotta simply got straight to the point. I'm your tenant across the hall. I just arrived in Elohim today. I heard from the people in the tavern that you're planning to climb Danton Peak. Perfect, me too. Sorry, I don't team up. The young man's cold face remained expressionless as he spoke curtly. No, I didn't come to ask you to team up, Gotta said sincerely, making a final attempt. I suddenly decided to climb Donder Snow Peak for some reason, and I'm not well prepared. Since you're planning to climb Donder Snow Peak solo, you must be a mage, right? I'd like to ask if you possess ice skating or ice walking. If so, could you sell me a spell formula? In Elohim, the official oversight isn't strict. I can pay extra, Gotta offered his utmost sincerity. No need, the young man said, then turned and walked into the house, closing the door behind him. Watching the door slam shut, Gotta shook his head helplessly. He was somewhat disappointed, but not angry. After all, privately trading spell formulas had always been strictly prohibited. Even in the extremely laxly regulated Elohim, it was difficult for most people to agree to trade with a stranger unless they were truly desperate for money. Oh well. Gouda returned to his room. Why did he refuse again? Did you offer money, Mage? Flora asked again. They probably don't lack money, Gouda replied. That's great, Flora remarked. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Gouda was surprised. He was new here, why would someone be looking for him? He opened the door in bewilderment. The young man across the hall stood there, his face still cold and aloof. He said, "Here you go." The young man handed him a parchment. Gouda looked down blankly and saw it was a spell recipe, ice skating. How much? Gouda looked up, still confused. No need, the young man repeated. Gouda finally understood, no need meant no money. Dantong Zufen, you can't do it. Even if you learn it, it won't be enough. The young man nodded at the still bewildered Gouda, his handsome and cold face softening slightly. I'll think about it carefully, Gata said, giving him face. The young man frowned. Still want to challenge it? Was he really that direct? Gata sighed helplessly and said honestly, I have reasons why I absolutely must challenge Dr. Snow Peak, and I also have the ability, a presumptuous newbie. The young man gave him the fairest assessment in his mind without any hesitation. He hadn't even mastered ice skating and ice walking. He was clearly a novice. How could he even think of, how dare he, challenging the most difficult Dr. Snow Peak? He really knew nothing. Even he, facing Dr. Snow Peak, held absolute awe. Although he was confident he could do it, could the other party be as confident? I understand. The young man glanced at Gata expressionlessly, gave his usual reply, and turned to go back to his room. He saw off this somewhat strange young man. Indeed, he was strange. If he was friendly, his aloof face and stiff tone of voice didn't seem friendly at all. If he wasn't friendly, he was actually willing to give away a first-level spell recipe for free. Officially, this would cost over 20 gold. Gata picked up the spell formula, clearly handwritten by the young man, and began to examine it. The biggest drawback of privately trading spell formulas compared to buying them officially was the inability to guarantee their authenticity. Especially beyond the level of mere magic tricks, constructing spell models required the use of corresponding spell potions. A fake spell model might only waste time and effort, but a fake spell potion formula could be fatal if one was unlucky. One portion of first-tier ice blue butterfly powder, Gata observed, studying the spell potion formula intently. The pharmacology research course he had taken at Sayre's Academy was proving useful now. While it couldn't verify the authenticity of the spell potion formula, it at least allowed him to understand whether it would harm his body. After carefully studying it several times and confirming that the spell potion formula wouldn't cause any harm, Gata finally felt relieved. Tomorrow I'll wander around town and replenish the equipment I need for climbing Dr. Snow Peak. Then I'll see if I can gather the main and auxiliary materials for the ice skating spell potion. The materials needed for the ice skating spell potion are all specialties of the snowy region. Gathering them in Elohim shouldn't be a problem, and I might even be able to get them at a very low price. Following market rules, any product is generally cheapest at its place of origin. If he can gather everything, and spends a few more days building the ice skating spell model, he can set off to cross Dr. Snow Peak and enter the Northern Territory. Having roughly planned his journey to the Northern Territory, Gata went to bed. After spending a month or so on the river, although he would rest on the boat at night, the hard planks made Gata particularly miss a soft bed. After a good night's rest, Gata got up early the next morning, enjoyed the free breakfast provided by the hotel, fish roe bread, and then went out to buy supplies. The mountaineering equipment was easy to buy. After some haggling, spending only about 5 gold coins, Gata had completely transformed himself, fully equipped. Durable goatskin hiking boots, thick, warm bearskin gloves, soft, close-fitting cashmere underwear, and a fox fur cloak. Clothes make the man. Wearing this gear, Gata no longer looked like a novice climbing a snow-capped mountain for the first time. The equipment purchase went smoothly, but the main and auxiliary materials needed for the ice skating spell potion caused Gata to wander around the city for a long time. Because there were no potion shops specifically for mages in Elohim, he had to search for each material one by one. Especially the Tier 1 ice blue butterfly powder, which Gata finally managed to buy from a local hunter in a very remote place, thanks to a small shopkeeper's recommendation. Although it took a lot of time, fortunately, he managed to gather all the materials. Moreover, these potion materials, which would cost about 40 gold coins elsewhere, were only bought for 23 gold coins in Elohim, almost half the price. This made Gaod feel much happier. Chapter 214, Ice Skating. Returning to the Snakes and Rats Inn via the same route, Gata first borrowed a kitchen from the middle-aged woman at the front desk. She didn't charge extra, which wasn't too outrageous. He started a fire and, after half an hour, stewed all the ingredients he'd bought into a small bottle of the ice skating spell potion. Then, he returned to his room and drank the pale green liquid in one gulp. The cool liquid, upon entering his mouth, shot straight to his head, transforming into a cloud of mist in the sea of spells, drifting around the 4 first circle spell models he had constructed. On his way to Elohim, Gata had already mastered the 3 first circle spells, language proficiency, environmental tolerance, and shield. While the spell models for first circle spells had more nodes, his mental strength had also greatly improved, so the difficulty of constructing spell models, at least for Gauda, hadn't increased much. On average, it takes him 6 or 7 days to construct a spell model for a first ring spell. In fact, after advancing to first ring mage and gaining precise perception, Gauda's physical condition has become an extremely accurate digital state in his eyes. For example, his current state is mana 20 drops, spiritual power 100. This is his optimal state. Generally, when he begins cultivating the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, his spiritual power decreases at a rate of -1 every 3 hours. That is to say, once the cultivation time reaches 2 hours, Gauda's spiritual power consumption will reach a critical point of 40%, entering a stage of diminishing returns. If he stops to rest at this point, his spiritual power will automatically recover to its optimal state after only 6 hours and 40 minutes. Another major feeling after advancing to first ring mage is that the progress of cultivation has become almost imperceptible. Gauda, having left the cultivation room and without having chosen a sacred object for the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture, has progressed less than 1/10 of the way to condensing a new drop of liquid mana in the full month and 3 days from the 23rd of the frost moon to the 26th of the frozen moon. Although once you reach the formal mage stage, mage ranks are only divided into 3 minor levels, early, middle, and late. However, the gap between each minor level is still significant. A newly promoted first ring mage has a total of 20 drops of liquid mana. To break through to the middle level, 40 drops of liquid mana are needed. The late level requires 60 drops. At his current pace, it would take Gauda over 20 years to break through to the middle level of a first ring mage. Ideally, it would take over 50 years to break through to the second ring mage. And that's considered good. Many mages, with a lifespan of 150 years, are stuck at the first ring mage stage. In this respect, Gauda is incredibly grateful that he firmly chose the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture. Although he's not an impatient person, over 50 years is still too long for him. And as a commoner mage, a high-level training room or long-term consumption of magic potions is too extravagant for him. The only realistic option, comparatively speaking, was to rely on the accelerated cultivation brought by the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture. Having gone through this in his mind, Gauda sat cross-legged on his bed and began to construct the spell model for ice skating. For the next 4 days, Gauda spent his days wandering around Elohim. Firstly, it was like tourism. Having never been abroad in his previous life, Gauda was very interested in this small city, full of exotic charm and resembling Scandinavia. He could also take the opportunity to learn about the techniques and precautions for climbing snow-capped peaks. Secondly, Flora had given him a task, to collect tree seeds. According to Flora, once a seedling is planted in Yugathera, the more trees of different species and higher their rank are planted around it, the faster Yugathera will grow. Therefore, the work of collecting different tree species could begin early. However, the reality was that very few tree species could survive at the foot of such a snow-capped mountain. Gauda searched Elohim several times, even paying extra to have one of the city's few hunters collect the seeds, but only managed to find about 10 different kinds of tree seeds for Flora. They were all pine, cedar, and birch species. The variety wasn't large, but Flora was visibly delighted, happily adding the seeds to her portable little space. At night, Gauda focused on building spell models and practicing the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture in his room. Before choosing the sacred object, the Azure Wood Longevity Scripture wasn't particularly special compared to other cultivation methods, but that wasn't an excuse to neglect his studies. He couldn't possibly stop practicing every day without planting the seeds, could he? Occasionally, Gauda would also visit the underground tavern next door to join in the fun. It's worth mentioning that on his second day at the inn, the aloof young man in room 201 across the hall had already left. He seemed to have prepared everything and set off to challenge the Dundar Snow Peak. Gauda didn't understand the young man's purpose in challenging the Dundar Snow Peak. But for some, it seems that not everything needs a purpose, especially for avid mountaineers. The very act of pushing their limits is enough to bring them joy. Gauda automatically categorized the young man as one of these people. The last day of the frozen moon, Gauda successfully constructed the spell model for ice skating. In the spell array, ice skating, alteration, first ring, Touching a creature or oneself allows the target to move across difficult terrain made of ice or snow without consuming additional stamina for the duration of the spell, 1 hour. Furthermore, the target's movement speed is slightly increased when moving on difficult terrain made of ice or snow. A highly functional first ring spell, at least for Gaudi's plan to cross the Irwinray Mountains. Ice skating could save him a lot of time. And it would still be useful after entering the north. Having successfully mastered ice skating, and confirmed that the spell model and potion recipe were correct, Gaudi couldn't help but think of that strange young man again. To give away a first-level spell recipe so readily, such a person is truly rare in this world. Now that he had mastered ice skating, Gaudi didn't waste any more time. After packing his equipment, he checked out at the counter and headed straight for Dondurng Snow Peak. Although Elohim is a city located at the foot of Dondurng Snow Peak, it is actually quite a distance from the peak itself. After leaving the city, Gaudi walked along the river flowing down from the snow peak for another hour before arriving at Dondurng Snow Peak. Upon arriving at Dondurng Snow Peak, he could immediately feel the mysterious charm of this snow-capped mountain that could broaden one's mind. Looking out, Dondurng Snow Peak stood proudly amidst the surrounding mountains, majestic and magnificent, between heaven and earth. The vast expanse of white snow stretched all the way to the horizon, like a huge white carpet spread across the world, pure and flawless, yet unfathomably deep. Under the sunlight, the snowflakes shimmered with a dazzling, crystalline light, like millions of tiny diamonds sparkling against the azure sky. As the view stretched out, the boundless snowscape seemed to merge with the horizon, becoming one with it. Even as the view was obscured by a blanket of white mist, the mountain peaks remained elusive. Chapter 215 Mage, you seem very powerful. This scene alone is enough to deter countless climbers from attempting to conquer Dondurng Snow Peak. The summit, impenetrable to the naked eye, is to be reached on foot. The difficulty is unimaginable. Moreover, while Dondurng Snow Peak boasts a harsh environment and extreme climate, it doesn't mean it's devoid of life. In fact, creatures that survive in such extreme environments are often stronger, more ferocious, and more aggressive. The foothills are somewhat better, with mostly foxes or lynxes that prey on rabbits. But once you reach the high mountains, besides herbivores like mountain goats, predators like snow leopards and ferrets become common. Of course, for mages, these predators aren't a major problem. What's truly noteworthy is the presence of leeline creatures attracted by the extreme environment, such as elemental leeline creatures like ice elementals and snow-covered leeline creatures resembling high-altitude vultures. These creatures aren't necessarily confined to high mountains, they can appear anywhere. Moreover, the extreme environment itself serves as a form of protection for these snow-covered creatures. This means they are rarely hunted, and over the years, their numbers have accumulated considerably. Therefore, once you step into the Dondurng Snow Mountain area, you must be extremely vigilant. Snowflakes danced and swirled, clinging to the dark, gray rocks. Large footprints crunched underfoot. This was Gaudi's second day in the Dondurng Snow Mountain. Having spent so much time in the river, his adaptive ability had already significantly increased his cold resistance, a 55% increase. Therefore, Gaudi adapted well to the low temperatures at the foot of the Dondurng Snow Mountain. This low temperature didn't even accelerate the improvement of his adaptive cold resistance. Instead, the dazzling brilliance reflected by the snow caused Gaudi's adaptive ability to take effect first, a 9% increase in resistance to strong light. Amidst the rhythmic crunching of snow, Flora, who had been sleeping in Gaudi's chest pocket, had woken up some time earlier, poking her head out and staring intently ahead. Mage, Gaudi suddenly stopped, sensing something was wrong. A faint glint of light flashed in his eyes, detection magic plus. It was the magical aura of a creature. It was in the snowdrift ahead. Although invisible to the naked eye, the magical aura allowed Gaudi to pinpoint its location. As it turned out, Gaudi's caution was well-founded. Once inside the Dondurng Snow Peak, a dangerous leeline creature could appear at any time, anywhere. Mage, let's run, Flora whispered to Gaudi through telepathy from her chest. She stared at the ball of snow, her body tense, already on high alert. No need, Gaudi extended his finger and gently stroked Flora's head with his fingertip, soothing the frightened little one. A single magical aura, judging by its intensity, should be a first-ring leeline creature, roughly equivalent to the early first ring. Hidden in the snow, blended into the surface, it was most likely an ice elemental creature, the most common type in the snowy environment. Gaudi had quickly assessed it, Compared to before entering the Cyrus Academy, his experience and knowledge were now far richer. He was no longer clueless about leeline creatures, and could only resort to brute force. Elemental leeline creatures, especially low-level ones, were significantly less intelligent than other types of leeline creatures of the same level. They were essentially low IQ individuals, easy targets. A fight was possible. The next moment, fire arrow, the words had barely left his lips when, with a bang, a beam of flame shot from Gauda's hand. In the snowy mountain environment, the temperature and intensity of the flame were visibly much weaker than in other places. But Gauda still chose to use Fire Arrow Plus as his first move, because ice elements were most afraid of fire. Compared to this elemental advantage, the weakening effect of the environment on Fire Arrow was less important. The flame sliced through the cold air, accurately hitting the seemingly empty snowfield. Instantly, the flame and snow collided, erupting with a piercing hissing sound. The ice elemental creature hidden within was clearly enraged by the attack, or rather, forced to reveal itself. It was about 4 feet tall, surrounded by a faint blue light, its overall shape somewhat irregular and twisted, like a block of ice about to melt. A small ice elemental, Gauda instantly confirmed the creature's type. This was a common variant of small water elementals, preferring to ambush in snowy areas, allowing them to hide beneath the snow and then pounce on their enemies. If he had been any slower in detecting its presence and gotten any closer, this small ice elemental would have launched a surprise attack. Caught off guard, he would have inevitably suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, Flora noticed something amiss first, and Gauda also used Detect Magic Plus to locate it. Therefore, it was the small ice elemental that was caught off guard. Although Fire Arrow Plus was a trick, Gauda cast it at the level of a first circle mage, so its power was still considerable. The reason its overall shape was irregular was because a portion of its form had been melted by the intense heat of the fire arrow. In pain, the small ice elemental was clearly consumed by instinctive rage. It opened its somewhat deformed mouth and spat out a blast of cold air. Then, a vortex of ice shards swept towards Gauda. Gauda, with a thought, cast Shield. Before the ice vortex could be cast, Shield, Protection, First Ring. An invisible magical shield appears around you, protecting you. Therefore, Gauda, with this advantage, remained unfazed by the approaching ice vortex. The ice elemental stared at Gauda, a hint of confusion flashing in its bewildered eyes. Was it wondering why the other wasn't afraid of its attack? Other creatures would have obviously realized Gauda was prepared. However, ice elementals, being elemental beings, have limited intelligence, and it froze for a moment in its confusion. Gauda, of course, wouldn't miss such an obvious opportunity. He unleashed Flame Arrow Plus and Magic Blast in quick succession. The two spells, each with a trajectory, intertwined in the air, aiming directly at the bewildered little ice elemental. The flame arrow first left a long trail of fire in the air, followed closely by the 2 rays of Magic Blast. While the visual effect wasn't as direct and intense as the flame arrow, it contained a profound and powerful force. Faced with this sudden double attack, the ice elemental finally awoke from its daze and frantically tried to burrow into the snow. However, under Gauda's control, the flame was precisely adjusted in trajectory, blocking the ice elemental's escape route first. The 2 rays of Magic Blast, cast with the rising ring, completely locked it down, one above and one below. With a deafening roar, the high temperature of the flame arrow and the impact of the Magic Blast landed precisely on the ice elemental's body. A small portion of its body instantly vaporized under the flames, and the explosive shock of the Magic Blast scattered its remaining remains into countless pieces. Amidst the violent tremors, the small ice elemental began to disintegrate. Meanwhile, the fiercely approaching ice vortex, blocked by a shield spell, crumbled half a meter from God. God was unharmed. The battle was over in an instant, remarkably easy. God let out a slight breath. Regardless, this was his first time facing a first-ring leeline creature, and he was still somewhat nervous. Flora emerged from the pocket in God's chest, glanced at the shattered ice elemental shell, and then at God. "Mage, you seem quite powerful," Flora said thoughtfully, staring intently at God. "If I weren't powerful, how could I protect Lady Flora?" God replied casually, focusing his mind on Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, Origin. 1 Ring, Small Ice Elemental, 1/7. Chapter 216 Due. Now that a new entry has appeared, It means that this small ice elemental is truly dead beyond any doubt, with no possibility of it coming back to life. Phew, gotta let out a long breath. This familiar yet strange feeling of monster hunting made him quite nostalgic. He withdrew his attention from the wind spirit moon shadow and walked towards the spot where the small ice elemental's body had disintegrated. Then, gotta used his mage's hand to search the snow. Soon, he found a small, ice blue, amber-like stone in the snow. What's this? Flora's clear, soft voice rang out. Ice soulstone, something that drops when an ice elemental dies. It can be used as an alchemy material, gotta said as he put the ice soulstone into his bag. Is it useful? It's valuable, then it's very useful. Good, a very simple value system, but there's nothing wrong with it. Gotta slightly experienced the difficulty of education. Lady Flora has a good eye, Gouda asked. Flora was the one who first discovered the small ice elemental hiding in the snow. Even though he knew something was amiss, he still needed Detection Magic Plus to pinpoint its location. It's alright, but I didn't see it. Then how did Lady Flora discover it? It was naughty, so Lady Flora discovered it, Flora answered earnestly. Could you explain in more detail? Well, Flora stammered for a while, finally saying, that's how I discovered it. Oh dear, Mage, you're not so clever. Fine, God could not argue with Flora, so he had to give up. He thought for a moment, then said to Flora, since Lady Flora can spot bad guys, could you help me keep an eye out for them? Can't you look for them yourself? I'm not as capable as Lady Flora. Oh, is that alright, Lady Flora? Fine then, since the mage is Lady Flora's person, why does Lady Flora say I'm your person? Lady Flora is the mage's summoned creature. Flora stared intently at God, her face serious as she questioned him. Then isn't the mage my person? I see, God suddenly understood. Mage, you don't, it's just that Lady Flora is too clever, God decisively interrupted Flora's spellcasting. Then I'll leave it to Lady Flora, he added, referring to the scout matter. Then I'll leave it to Lady Flora. Lady Flora nodded. God was still at the foot of the mountain, in a relatively safe area. So for the next few hours, he encountered no other feline creatures. Not even a single animal. With the aid of the northern direction spell and the simple map he'd purchased in Elohim, Gauder ascended the northern mountain path. Only when darkness was about to fall did Gauder slow his pace, searching for a campsite. But before that, he made a mental note, his lips moving slightly, uttering a low, obscure sound. As the whisper echoed, a dazzling golden sphere slowly condensed in Gauder's palm. Druidic trick. The golden sphere signified clear skies. The next day would be sunny. Gauder breathed a sigh of relief. In the snowy mountains, rain or strong winds could be disastrous. Not only would the weather become increasingly extreme, but visibility would also decrease, making navigation more difficult and increasing the risk of getting lost. And, more importantly, with bad luck, one might even encounter natural disasters like avalanches. With a druidic trick, Gauder could predict the next day's weather. In case of extreme weather, he can prepare in advance and find a safe place to take shelter until the weather clears up. Although he has adaptive abilities, Gauda maintains absolute reverence for nature from beginning to end. For example, even though he has extremely high dark vision, Gauda will stop in camp to rest as soon as it gets dark, never traveling at night. The choice of campsite is also very particular. First, he must avoid slopes and stay away from crevasses and avalanche areas. In addition, he must choose a sheltered or less windy area, avoiding camping in windy spots to reduce nighttime noise and direct exposure to cold air. As for other conditions, such as proximity to water, Gauda does not need to consider them. Magic can solve most problems in many situations. After spending more than half an hour, Gauda successfully found a sheltered rocky slope and took out the simple tent he carried. He fixed the frame to ensure it would not collapse due to winds and snow, then unfolded the tent fabric and tied it to the frame, and a simple tent was set up. After setting up the tent, Gauda didn't stop to rest immediately, but instead searched the surrounding area again. He used his mage's hand to clear away the snow along the cracks in the rocks, gathering some dry branches and roots hidden beneath. After some effort, Gauda finally collected enough fuel. He piled the branches and roots together and then snapped his fingers. A spark immediately shot out from the dry branches. Spark spell. Even in the snowy mountain environment, the fire-starting ability of spark spell remained unaffected. The flame spread rapidly. The gradually growing firelight brought a hard-won warmth. Gauda then took out a small pot and placed it over the fire. He then used a water spell to fill the pot, and took out a piece of beef jerky he had bought in Elohim, tore it into pieces, and added it in to boil. Squatting beside the fire, Gauda carefully adjusted the flames, ensuring the heat was concentrated, to quickly boil the beef soup. Steam began to rise, a stark contrast to the surrounding cold air. "A third ring mage?" Gauda remarked, gently stirring the bubbling beef broth in the pot. If he were a third ring mage, a simple, Liaman hut, would have solved everything. Why would he need to go through the trouble of searching for a campsite and starting a fire? While Gauda was diligently cooking, Flora fluttered her small wings, flying in the air, looking around. "Lady Flora, would you like to rest for a bit?" Gauda looked up and couldn't help but ask. "Did the mage say he'd keep an eye on things for you? I see. Is that how you see things?" Flora asked again, staring intently at Gauda, seeing him skip the topic. Gauda was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing what she meant. "Lady Flora is truly responsible," he praised. "Since I promised the mage, I naturally have to keep my word, but most people wouldn't be as dedicated as Lady Flora. Lady Flora is truly remarkable, I admire her greatly." Flora didn't reply, but her little wings fluttered wildly and joyfully. Next, her patrol area expanded, and her observations became increasingly meticulous. Meanwhile, the aroma of beef soup gradually spread. Night fell completely. After finishing his dinner, the fire had smoldered down to a faint flame. He used the snow to clean the small pot, smothered the fire, and then called Flora down, leading her into the tent. Inside, a wool-filled sleeping bag was already unfolded. Gauda casually hung up a piece of beef jerky and touched it lightly. The jerky suddenly lit up like a light bulb, illuminating the tent with a bright light spell. Although Gauda's dark vision wasn't weak, his habit of lighting lamps remained unchanged. Looking into the tent from outside, two shadows, one large and one small, swayed in the light. Flora spoke in a soft, childlike voice. "Master, you know many spells. What spells does Lady Flora know?" Gauda asked casually. "Lady Flora can plant trees, flowers, and grass. That's your skill, not magic. Lady Flora can also read. That's not magic either. Lady Flora can help the master spot bad guys. Is that magic?" "It doesn't seem so," Flora said dejectedly. "It's all right. Lady Flora is very clever," Gauda comforted her. "Yes, Lady Flora is very clever." Flora was no longer dejected. "I need to cultivate," Gauda added. Even while traveling, cultivation could not be stopped for a single day. "Lady Flora doesn't need to cultivate, then go to sleep." "I don't need to sleep either, then Lady Flora has nothing to do. Keep watching over the bad guys." "Okay, Master, you should say thank you to Lady Flora." "Thank you, Lady Flora, you're welcome." The next 2 days were sunny. Moreover, Gauda didn't encounter any more feline creatures along the way. He was lucky enough to run into a few snow rabbits, which provided him with several extra meals. As the altitude gradually increased, the temperature in the snow-capped peaks began to drop sharply. It seemed to be due to the supernatural world. In his previous life, even the summit of Mount Everest only reached temperatures as low as -40 or 50 degrees Celsius. But in the Irvine Mountains, -40 or 50 degrees Celsius was common. This was especially true for Dondurng Snow Peak. Gauda estimated that he had only completed 1/10 of the northern ascent route, and the surrounding temperature was already approaching -40 degrees Celsius. His long stagnant cold resistance began to improve again under these low temperatures. As he climbed higher, the slope became increasingly steep, and the vegetation became sparser. This reminded Gauda that the real test was just beginning. Gauda pulled out a map, which marked the route of the northern climbing route. However, there were very few landmarks to refer to in the snow-covered mountains. Therefore, it was unrealistic to actually follow the northern climbing route indefinitely. At this point, Gauda could only rely on northward guidance to ensure that he didn't lose his general direction. "Maybe I'll encounter a few more small ice elementals," Gauda thought to himself as he walked. The monotonous and physically demanding mountain climbing, along with the almost unchanging snow-covered scenery, gradually made him irritable. Fortunately, he had Flora with him to talk to. If he could encounter a few more easy targets, that would be even better. Gauda had been eagerly anticipating the new source of power. Collecting some new source power as soon as possible and leveling up environmental tolerance might bring unexpected new changes, further complementing adaptability. Just as Gauda had been carefully trekking all day, Preparing to find a suitable place to stay, he suddenly heard some faint rustling sounds. He subconsciously looked at Flora with a questioning gaze. "Mage, there are no bad people," Flora said. Was it just his imagination? Gauda thought to himself, and walked a few more steps, just past a bend formed by a protruding rock formation. Then, on the leeward slope ahead, he saw a familiar face, an extremely handsome face, but stiff and cold, like the temperature of the snow-capped peaks of Dandong. Golden pupils, like burning golden flames, stood out even more against the monotonous white snow-capped peaks. It was the pretty boy from room 201. The strange person who had given him the ice skating spell recipe for free. He had actually run into the pretty boy who had set off 2 days earlier. Gauda subconsciously thought. Then, Gauda looked at Flora strangely. "He's not a bad person," Flora said confidently, noticing Gauda's gaze. Yes, Gauda had asked Flora to watch out for bad people. And Flora's answer just now was there are no bad people, not there are no people. The moment Gauda saw the other person also noticed him. "You shouldn't have come," the handsome young man said. His first reaction upon seeing Gauda was a slight frown. His tone carried a faint, commanding air, brooking no refusal. "But I'm already here," Gauda replied, a strange sense of wickedness rising within him, after a moment of surprise at the young man's slightly domineering tone. Unfortunately, the handsome young man didn't respond with "What are you doing here?" He simply glanced at Gauda, shook his head, and without speaking further, silently turned and continued on his way. Dandong Snow Peak is already cold. You don't need to be this cold too, Gauda thought to himself. He didn't continue upwards like the other man. Darkness falls quickly in the snow-capped mountains. Even though it's only just started to get dark, in half an hour it will be pitch black, so they need to set up camp as soon as possible. Gauda noticed that their current location was an extremely suitable place to stay. Due glanced at the rapidly approaching darkness, silently casting great stride to increase his speed. He had to find another place to stay before nightfall. Why the next one? Because the spot he had just stopped at was his first prepared resting place. However, Gauda's arrival forced Due to give up that spot. A complete novice dares to challenge Dandong Snow Peak? He doesn't know his own limitations. What a complete fool, Due commented bluntly as he hurried along. It was precisely because he considered Gauda a novice that Due chose to risk traveling at night to give up that excellent resting place to Gauda. Furthermore, Due didn't feel any sense of honor for making a great sacrifice. In his mind, it was simply the right thing to do. Humility, honesty, compassion, courage, justice, sacrifice, and honor. These 7 principles have been deeply ingrained in him since he could remember. To show care to the weak, this is compassion. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Two Young Men Climbing Mountains. In such an era, adhering to the so-called 7 principles seems utterly inconceivable, or even naively laughable. But for Due, it was nothing strange. His name was unremarkable. But his surname, List, possessed one of the most glorious and illustrious lineages and histories in the world. Long ago, this surname stood proudly above all people. Even now, through the evolution of time, the rise and fall of various surnames, and the changing of regimes, List remains one of the most prestigious surnames in the world, perhaps even the most esteemed. The List family has always prided itself on its traditions and heritage, regarding ancient doctrines as the supreme principles. In their view, the reason the List family has withstood the test of time and remained undying is largely due to its adherence to ancient doctrines and its prioritization of glory. Due List believed so too. The sky quickly darkened, plunging into complete darkness. Due had not yet found a suitable place to settle. But he wasn't completely lost. With a slight, almost imperceptible fluctuation of magical energy, his golden pupils gradually became covered with a deep, dark blue, as if they could see through all darkness and secrets. As this blue appeared, the surrounding scenery changed in Due's eyes. The previously pitch-black environment, where one couldn't see their own hands in front of their face, became clearly discernible in his eyes, dark vision. If Gauda were here, he would definitely be very surprised to see this. Dark vision is a second circle spell. This means that Due, who looks at most 2 or 3 years older than him, is already at least a second circle mage. This is quite an exaggerated thing. With a dual blessing of great stride and dark vision, Du Wei moved quickly, continuing to look for a place to stay for the night. Given Du Wei's status, he naturally wouldn't have any interest in, nor should he have any interest in, so-called love for mountain climbing. The difficulty of mountain climbing is insignificant in his life. However, conquering the extreme environment of this continent, this process can temper one's will and cultivate one's temperament. This mindset and temperament are precisely what Lister must possess. These are the words left by the first head of the Lister family. Along with these words came the 8 glorious tasks. Climbing to the summit of Dandong Snow Mountain is one of them. The Lister tradition has continued for far too long, so long that even Du Wei sometimes cannot remember the family history clearly. But the 8 glorious tasks has always been one of Lister's important traditions. Therefore, Du Wei, of extremely noble status, appeared quietly in Elohim. In fact, Du Wei also thoroughly enjoyed the process of completing the 8 glorious tasks. At least in this process, he could temporarily put aside the enormous pressure he carried and only focus on the present. And every time he completed a challenge, the spontaneous feeling of exhilaration would also give Du Wei a moment of ease and pleasure. 10 minutes later, Du Wei finally found another suitable place to stand. Without hesitation, he quickly cleared the ground and pitched his tent. As for Gouda, who had landed at the first place he found, Du Wei no longer considered him. Because Du Wei was certain that this would be their first and only encounter on Dandong Snow Peak. The distance between them would only widen further afterward. I should just give up early, Du Wei thought. Someone clearly younger than him, whose mage level couldn't possibly surpass his, let alone be on par with him, how could they possibly challenge Dandong Snow Peak under such conditions? For one thing, once they reached the halfway point, the temperature on Dandong Snow Peak would exceed the tolerance environment protection range of -45.6 degrees Celsius. And as the altitude increased, the temperature would only drop further. Only a top-tier battle mage could complete this challenge. No, even a top-tier battle mage might not be able to complete it. The highest mountain Gouda had climbed in his previous 2 lives was Mount Tai, known as the #1 mountain under heaven. While undeniably magnificent, compared to Dandong Snow Peak, it was far too simplistic in terms of difficulty. Even with adaptive attack, he had to admit that climbing Dandong Snow Peak was an extremely difficult undertaking. Even ignoring the extreme environment, the physical exertion of mountain climbing is extraordinary. But despite his exhaustion, Gouda's spirit was filled with an excitement that contradicted his physical fatigue. Faced with this difficult yet unknown challenge, Gouda found that he wasn't afraid, but excited. It turns out that a person's character can manifest itself in different situations. Like solving a problem, facing an unknown challenge, Gouda's emotions were often similar. Because he knew the satisfaction he would gain after solving such a problem. After 3 more days of effort, Du Wei arrived at a landmark halfway point on Dandong Snow Peak. Here, there was a protruding platform. Standing on this platform, one could have a panoramic view of the entire Elohim. Once past this platform, one truly entered the forbidden zone of Dandong Snow Peak. The temperature would officially drop below the minimum tolerable temperature for the environmental tolerance. And the feline creatures occasionally encountered in the first half of the journey would become increasingly common and ferocious. Like all climbers tackling this snow-capped peak, Du Wei ascended the observation deck for a brief rest before the next challenge, and also to admire the good scenery. Looking down, Elohim appeared incredibly small, its buildings like black dots. The Holy Empire. Du Wei suddenly recalled the news he'd heard in Elohim. His brow furrowed involuntarily. When he left, Elohim belonged to the Duchy of Xin. But when he arrived, it was now part of the Xin province, belonging to the Holy Empire. Du Wei didn't believe the Holy Empire's acquisition of the Duchy of Xin as an enclave was merely territorial expansion. Clearly, Du Wei had sensed something he didn't like. The glory of the past cannot shine forever, there are no flowers that never fade. Times have changed, and even the goldenrod must find a way to meet new challenges. Father must be having a headache right now. A mischievous smile, uncharacteristically prominent, appeared on the young Du Wei's lips. Only in the absence of servants and overly scrutinizing eyes would he reveal such youthful emotions. However, Du Wei was clearly unaccustomed to this, and his smile quickly vanished. After a brief moment of slight embarrassment, he quickly reverted to his usual expressionless face, revealing no inner thoughts or feelings. Withdrawing his gaze from Elohim, Dewey prepared to continue. However, as he looked away, his pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a small but familiar figure. A figure he thought he would never encounter again. Chapter 218. A thing fell from the sky. How is this possible? Dewey's first reaction was disbelief. 3 days had passed since his last encounter with Gouda. In those 3 days, he hadn't slacked off at all. In Dewey's mind, this arrogant newbie should have been far ahead of him. He even thought that Gouda had most likely given up and retreated from the Dunder Snow Peak. But his eyes didn't lie. That newbie was indeed heading towards his position. The distance between them was at most an hour or two's journey. Now, he was high above and could see him, while Gouda, seemingly due to his position, hadn't yet noticed him. Dewey stood there stunned for a moment. Then, he stopped looking at Elohim and stopped looking at Gouda, and strode upwards. This time, he was determined to leave this newbie far behind. Dewey vowed fiercely to himself. A glorious legacy often meant excessive pride. The two were intertwined. Gouda didn't endure the environment. He wanted to adapt quickly using adaptive, before the temperature dropped to a point his body couldn't handle. Endure the environment, from the start would be comfortable, but the spell's effect would prevent adaptive from working. If the current environment is comfortable, there's no need to adapt. Gouda's pack now contained 3 more ice soul stones and a piece of frozen beef. The 3 ice soul stones came from 3 small ice elementals. The beef came from a snow yak he'd encountered yesterday, weighing over 500 jin, approximately 250 kilograms. However, due to weight constraints, Gouda could only carry the tenderest piece of tenderloin. His mind was focused on his rapidly increasing cold resistance and the ever-present threat of Leeline creatures, so he naturally didn't notice Dewey above him. He was also unaware that, without his knowledge, this proud young man was already silently competing with him. An hour later, Gouda also arrived at the halfway point. Like Dewey, he chose to rest here temporarily, also taking the opportunity to admire Elohim from an overhead view. After a quick resupply, God once again checked on Flora's condition. "Lady Flora, are you really not cold, Mage? You've asked so many times," Flora asked doubtfully. Repeatedly asking is a human's way of expressing concern. Oh, shall we continue? You decide. We're traveling together, so naturally we should ask Lady Flora's opinion before making a decision, then ask again, shall we continue? Yes, Flora immediately spoke up, very decisively. What a good child who listens to advice. Then let's go. God tightened his clothes and started walking again in the increasingly biting cold wind. The sky darkened again. But before that, God had already found a natural, perfect spot to stand. It was a sheltered rocky slope, the ground as smooth as if it had been tidied up. Of course, God didn't know that it wasn't just resembling, but had actually been cleared out. The young man, who was preparing this place as his lodging for the day, suddenly realized that staying here risked being overtaken by Gouda. So, he gritted his teeth, abandoned the spot, and continued upwards. Unaware of this, Gouda comfortably pitched his tent on a sheltered slope that required almost no preparation. Then, as usual, he first used druidic tricks to predict tomorrow's weather. But this time, instead of the golden sphere signifying clear skies, he saw a small tornado. This meant tomorrow would be a windy day. "Lady Flora, we'll probably have to stay here all day tomorrow," Gouda said to Flora after a moment's thought. "Why, tomorrow is a windy day. What's wrong with a windy day? A windy day is dangerous." "How dangerous? It might blow me away," Gouda said wistfully. Exclamation mark. "That's indeed very dangerous." Flora flapped her small wings warily. Even a mage as big as her could be blown away. If it were her, wouldn't she be sent flying? Dangerous. Gouda reinforced the tent's frames again, then found some stones to weigh down the 4 corners. Hopefully, it would hold up. After doing everything he could, Gouda could only pray. Although the tent's windproof and warmth-insulating effects weren't significant, having something above one's head to sleep on in the snowy wilderness always made one feel more at ease. He quickly started a fire, took out the frozen beef tenderloin, and grilled it over the fire. As for seasoning, naturally, there was none. But that didn't matter much. Having a hot meal in this situation was already an extremely happy thing. Moreover, Gouda had even used magical trick to add a simple touch of saltiness to the beef. Then, as usual, he crawled into the tent and began his daily practice, like doing his homework. Then, amidst the constant howling wind outside, He drifted off to sleep. Even without adaptive ability, people adapt to their environment quite quickly. For example, Gauda was now almost immune to the howling wind outside. The next day, early in the morning, the wind outside grew stronger. Flora was awakened very early, first peeking out of the tent for a quick look, almost being blown away by the strong wind, and then quickly scrambling back inside. She circled around Gauda. She wanted to wake him, but was afraid of disturbing him. Not waking him wasn't an option either. So Flora flew to Gauda's ear, lowering her voice, and called out in an extremely faint, almost inaudible voice, as if trying to wake him from his dream. There was no other way, the wind outside was so strong, and Flora was a little scared. Mage, Mage, Mage. Although he was almost immune to the noise of the wind and snow, Gauda's subconscious was still in a light sleep state when resting in this environment. So he still noticed Flora's extremely soft voice. He opened his eyes and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They stared at each other, wide-eyed. "What is Lady Flora doing?" Flora blinked. "It's very windy outside, I know," said God. Flora fell silent. "If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep." He turned over, ready to continue resting. Flora suddenly became anxious, flying from one side to the other, continuing to stare at God. "It's very windy outside," she said seriously, staring at God. "Is Lady Flora scared?" Yes, God had no choice but to get up. "It's all right," he reassured her. "It might blow people away. That was just an exaggeration. It won't really blow people away." "I see." Flora seemed thoughtful. Whoosh 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 woo woo woo. Next, the two people, one big and one small, stared at each other in the tent, speechless, listening to the wind and snow. Bang! No iron horses or icy rivers entered their dreams. Instead, a person came. A figure tumbled down from an unknown height, striking precisely the tent that had stood firm against the strong winds for most of the day. It cruelly and mercilessly smashed a large hole in it, nearly knocking Gauda, who was inside, down with it. While throwing objects from a height is a criminal offense and certainly warrants a holy crap, Gauda remained unfazed, even managing a slightly cynical internal monologue. The person who had fallen from the sky seemed to have lost consciousness, lying face down in the center of the tattered tent, motionless. What an unlucky person, Gauda shook his head. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't even mourn for the tent. He bent down and laboriously began to pry the person's body. Gauda needed to turn him over first, lest he suffocate before even dying from the fall. Mage, Lady Flora told you she'd blow people away, didn't she? I was wrong. Chapter 219. Two young men climbing mountains. Turning the person who had fallen from the sky over, Gauda was initially stunned after seeing his face clearly. Looking at that familiar face, which he had seen 3 times already, he couldn't help but shake his head. "It's you again." Now he had a reason to save him. Gauda gently moved closer to the person's mouth and nose, then lightly pressed his finger on the carotid artery. Only after confirming that the person's heartbeat and breathing were still normal did Gauda feel slightly relieved. It seemed he had only temporarily lost consciousness and was unconscious. However, he didn't know if the person had suffered any other internal injuries from rolling around like that. He would have to check later. He doesn't look like a complete novice. How come he doesn't even know the basics of seeking shelter from the wind on a windy day? Gauda muttered softly. He didn't know whether to call him unlucky or lucky. Being blown down by the wind was certainly unlucky. But to land so precisely on his tent was somewhat lucky. Otherwise, if he had continued rolling like that, it might not have been just a matter of losing consciousness. Gauda first gave the guy a quick check of his injuries, only to find no obvious external wounds. It seemed the guy had cast a protective spell on himself when the accident happened, or perhaps possessed some kind of automatically triggered protective supernatural item. Otherwise, rolling down like that, there was no way he wouldn't have any external injuries. But that was good. Otherwise, with the limited resources, he wouldn't have been able to provide any effective help if the other person had actually been injured. The wind outside was still howling. Or rather, it couldn't be called outside, because the roof was gone, and it was now an open-air tent. Gauda gently turned the handsome young man's head to one side, confirming that there was no snow blocking his mouth and nose, and that there was no immediate risk of suffocation, before moving the young man onto a sleeping bag. This was to prevent him from directly contacting the cold snow while unconscious and losing body heat. Flora stared intently with bright eyes as Gauda did all this. Lady Flora is very eager to learn. Gauda also noticed this. If a mage is ever blown away by the wind in the future, Lady Flora can save you like this, Flora said earnestly. Gauda was both amused and exasperated. Lady Flora is so kind. He had originally intended to give the young man some more hot water. But the weather was terrible, and they couldn't find fuel. Even if they did, the fire would go out instantly. Helpless, Gauda could only give the young man some cold water. Next, they waited for the wind to stop and for the young man to wake up. The two, one big and one small, were trapped in a state of utter waiting in the roofless tent. An hour or so passed, and snowflakes began to fall. It seems to be snowing, Mage. Yes, but we have no roof. Lady Flora isn't afraid of the cold, is she? But the mage will be afraid. Why aren't you saying anything, Mage? I'm thinking. Lady Flora is truly wise. What do you mean? Lady Flora is very clever, of course. Snow-capped mountains, strong winds. Humans are as insignificant as a grain of millet before the power of nature. If it weren't for Flora's company, this journey would have been far more lonely. As the wind subsided, Gauda, busy clearing snow from his open tent, suddenly heard a weak voice that was both unfamiliar and familiar. Where am I? Without stopping his work, Gauda replied without turning around. In my tent. A tent. The young man looked blankly at the unobstructed sky. It's all thanks to you, and you still have the nerve to say that, Gauda scoffed. Then, he turned around and saw that the other man's face was still somewhat pale. You're finally awake. How are you feeling? He asked. I'm alright. Dewey propped himself up with his hands, struggling to sit up. His eyes were incredibly calm, completely unlike the eyes of someone who had just narrowly escaped a terrible ordeal. This calm was unlike any other kind of calm. Calm can be a still, deep sea. Calm can also be stagnant water, lifeless. But the calm in this man was more like an iceberg, seemingly unmoved, yet terrifying. Dewey never expected that the first person he would see after waking from unconsciousness would be that novice. To be honest, he had no desire to deal with Gauda again. If it weren't for the desire to compete with this newbie he initially considered, and to leave Gauda far behind, he wouldn't have abandoned his current shelter and continued climbing, knowing a strong wind was approaching. The result was that, after nearly 2 hours of climbing from that shelter, he couldn't find another suitable place to shelter from the wind. Then, the strong winds arrived. Left with no other choice, he had to choose a less than ideal shelter for temporary refuge. Then, unfortunately, he encountered a small avalanche. And the culprit was none other than Gauda. Dewey knew, of course, that Gauda had nothing to do with the incident. It was all due to his own inappropriate reserve and pride, but that didn't stop him from feeling annoyed. Especially when he realized that Gauda had actually saved him, his feelings became even more complicated. Someone saved him, and he was still angry with him. What kind of behavior was that? His education and beliefs made Dewey clearly understand that his current emotions were wrong, yet he couldn't help but feel them. This contradiction intensified his anger. Of course, this intensified anger was directed at himself. You're not a novice, so why don't you know to find shelter in this weather? Luckily, you landed on my tent, or you'd be in trouble. Dewey's face darkened slightly. Being lectured like this was a completely new experience for someone of his status. What was even more unbearable was that Gauda was lecturing him on principles he clearly understood, so he couldn't refute them. Unless he had the nerve to say that it was because of the other person that he had temporarily lost his mind. I understand, Dewey replied sullenly. You're not sincere? Flora said, looking at Dewey. She could tell that Dewey's words were reluctant. Dewey was slightly startled, only then noticing that there was a little person present. Although Flora was somewhat novel to him, Dewey had seen far too many strange things in his life. So he understood that there were many unknown things in this world, things he couldn't have seen all of, much less possess all of. Lady Flora, Gauda called out. Lady Flora has a wise heart, Flora said firmly. Then be more sincere, Gauda looked at Dewey. Dewey's face stiffened, his lips twitched slightly, but he finally spoke again solemnly. I understand. Flora nodded in satisfaction. Gauda shook his head helplessly, stood up, took out his water pouch, and handed it to Dewey. Drink some water first. When the wind calms down a bit, I'll find some fuel, start a fire, and cook you something hot. Dewey looked at the water pouch Gauda handed him, suddenly lost in thought. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten food and water from outsiders. Because those who wanted to harm him would have 1,000 ways to poison his food. Even if he was careful, he couldn't prevent all poisoning methods. and there were simply too many such people. Therefore, the best way was to refuse all food from outsiders. He stared silently at the water pouch in Gauda's hand, smacked his lips, and suddenly realized it was damp. Then, belatedly, he understood that Gauda must have given him water while he was unconscious. Like the last straw, an inopportune moment of determination flashed in Dewey's calm eyes. He tilted his head back and gulped down the water from the pouch. After a short while, Dewey's spirits had noticeably improved. Seeing his improved condition, Gauda relaxed a little. "We've known each other for a while now, but I haven't asked your name yet." Gauda sincerely extended a hand and said earnestly, "My name is Gauda." Looking at Gauda's outstretched hand, Dewey hesitated for a moment before extending his own and slowly saying, "Dewey." The strong winds that had been blowing all day finally began to subside. Gauda cast Druidic Trick again, and the tornado representing the strong winds transformed into a golden sphere, a sign of clear skies. They were lucky. In Dondurn Snow Peak, strong winds lasting for a week or two were not uncommon. "I'll go find some firewood," Gauda said. "No need for that." Dewey, whose familiar expression had returned to its usual deadpan, stopped Gauda. Under Gauda's questioning gaze, a bright flame appeared in Dewey's palm, then flew out, swirling and dancing in the air before slowly landing on the ground, transforming into a roaring campfire. A fire-starting spell certainly couldn't be higher than the third rank, but Gauda, who had taken a course understanding general spells, had never heard of such a spell before. Clearly, it was a rare spell. Creating a campfire out of thin air, how practical. Gauda couldn't help but think to himself. With a campfire, Gauda set up a pot and put the remaining beef in to cook. "Eating some meat will help you recover your strength," he said to Dewey. Dewey nodded without saying a word. Gauda actually admired him a little. Falling down the mountain, even losing consciousness, it was impossible to be completely unharmed. Dewey remained completely silent throughout, demonstrating his unwavering resolve. Gauda focused intently on the beef in the small pot. Despite limited resources, the traditional agricultural respect for food compelled him to meticulously control the heat, striving to make the clear beef soup as palatable as possible. While Gauda concentrated on cooking, Dewey had already silently and sharply scrutinized him. He noticed everything about Gauda, including his age, height, clothing, and luggage. Dewey even noticed that while Gauda wasn't overly wary of him, he was subconsciously protecting a package beside him. Clearly, the package contained something extremely valuable or precious. Dewey had no interest in discovering the contents of the package. Firstly, Gauda had saved his life, and invading his privacy would violate his principles. Secondly, for Dewey, there were actually very few things in the world that could truly be called precious. After scrutinizing Gauda, the last bit of wariness in Dewey's heart finally disappeared. Over here, Gauda had already cooked beef soup and brought it to Dewey. Dewey didn't complain or stand on ceremony. After a bowl of hot soup, a few pieces of relatively fresh and tender beef, and a short rest, his spirits and condition had clearly improved significantly. He leaned comfortably against the dilapidated tent. Dewey knew he owed Gauda a favor. Moreover, he saw a sincerity in Gauda's eyes that he had almost never seen before. Sincerity without any ulterior motives. This was something Dewey rarely encountered. Gauda also keenly noticed that in addition to calmness, there was a hint of gentleness in the other's gaze. But this gentleness was not warm, instead, it carried a condescending air. This made Gauda uncomfortable. He wasn't stupid, he had already discerned from the other's casual act of handing over a first-level spell recipe and his demeanor that Dewey must have come from a wealthy family. But this had little to do with Gauda. Although he was indeed short of money and loved money, he was used to earning it himself. Besides, Gauda was currently focused entirely on planting trees. Although he was in a hurry to leave, now that he had saved Dewey, he couldn't just abandon him after he had only recently regained consciousness. Following the principle of seeing things through to the end, Gauda decided to stay on this sheltered slope for another 2 days until Dewey had fully recovered. Let's rest for a while, Gauda thought. Half a day later, Dewey belatedly realized that Gauda had chosen to stay because of him. In his past life experiences, it was perfectly normal for people to revolve around him. After realizing what was happening, he slowly said, "Thank you. I can take care of myself, you don't need to waste time because of me." Gauda raised an eyebrow and said casually, "It's okay, I'm not in a particular hurry anyway." After another moment of silence, Dewey took the initiative to ask, Is this your first time challenging a snow mountain? Gauda nodded. I have my own reasons for climbing Dandong Snow Peak. What about you? Is it just to challenge yourself? He asked again. No, it's just something I need to pass through on my way. Duwei's voice paused for a moment. Dandong Snow Peak, which was considered one of the 8 glorious challenges in the Lister family, was reduced to a mere passing through in the other person's tone. It was as if Dandong Snow Peak wasn't the highest peak on the continent, but some small hill. This was emotionally difficult for Duwei to accept. He was silent for a while before suppressing his emotions, and then asked again, on your way? I'm preparing to enter the Northern Territory. Gauda shrugged. The North? Duwei frowned, clearly unable to understand why Gauda wanted to go to that frigid land. Then, he suddenly noticed a detail he had previously overlooked. You haven't mastered environmental tolerance yet, have you? He asked. Because Duwei noticed that Gauda didn't have any magical fluctuations, meaning he hadn't cast any spells on himself. I'll learn it, but I don't need it yet, Gauda replied. Not yet. Duwei's eye twitched. He glanced at Gauda's clothes. They were clearly not extraordinary items that allowed Gauda to remain unfazed in the near minus 50 degrees Celsius weather. You really are tough as nails, Duwei complimented. It wasn't sarcasm, but genuine praise. No wonder he couldn't shake off such an obvious novice. It turned out to be a natural talent. With his experience, he naturally understood that at this temperature, it wasn't just a matter of physical constitution. The reason the other party could withstand it so well was most likely due to a specialty. The talent Duwei was referring to was precisely that specialty. Chapter 220. Another link to the origin. And what about you? After thinking for a moment, Gauda asked again. What? Duwei didn't react. You said you had your own reasons for climbing Dandong Snow Peak, which means you weren't just doing it to challenge yourself. Gauda spread his hands and said, so, what are the reasons? A rich young master, instead of staying home to inherit the family business, coming to a place like this to do such a dangerous thing, seemed a bit illogical. First, to complete a certain test and mission, and second, to relieve stress. Duwei looked at Gauda calmly, realizing that he seemed to have a hard time stopping once he started talking because he rarely had the opportunity to tell others his true thoughts. You should be able to tell that I come from a relatively wealthy family, so I was taught from a young age that I would inherit the family's burdens. I don't doubt my abilities, but this burden still often troubles me, even making me uneasy. In this world, few people at this age have to bear such great pressure as I do. Gauda wasn't surprised by Duwei's words, because he had already seen that the other party came from an extraordinary background. Having been influenced by movies and TV dramas in his previous life, Gauda understood that for these young masters, life was either carefree and filled with indulgence in wine and women, or so stressful that they cut off all entertainment. To put it humorously, the thought of inheriting the family business makes them anything but happy. Of course, at this moment, Gauda couldn't possibly imagine the enormous family burden Duwei spoke of. So, he simply offered a realistic consolation. Who doesn't have pressure in this world? Even the greatest pressure can't surpass the pressure of life and death. Life still goes on. Gauda was actually using himself as an example. When he first arrived in this world, the medicine trial by the sorcerer Seda was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to fall and behead him at any moment. The pressure was immense, but he still ate and slept as usual. That's how he did it, and that's how he comforted Duwei. Duwei was taken aback. This was the first time he'd been refuted by an outsider. But surprisingly, he didn't dislike this experience. Not disliking someone doesn't mean agreeing with them. Looking at Gauda, he said seriously, some pressures can indeed surpass the threat of life and death. Gauda shook his head, feeling that this overly handsome young man was being somewhat affected, but it's best not to speak too intimately with someone you don't know well, so Gauda wouldn't really engage in a debate with Duwei. He simply said casually, perhaps, but that level of pressure is still very rare. You're probably just exaggerating it. Do you want to be emperor? He joked. Duwei glanced at Gauda. It was an extremely strange look, revealing a playful and intriguing expression that made Gauda feel uneasy. Then, Duwei laughed out loud. He laughed heartily. He knew the other man meant well, trying to comfort him and make him relax. But why did he feel even more pressure? Yet, despite feeling more pressure, he also felt a little more relaxed. It seemed like it had been a long time since he had laughed so happily. Duwei thought. After resting for most of the day, Duwei took the initiative to leave. I've almost recovered, he explained earnestly. I need to continue my journey. My time is very limited. So I can't linger too long at Dondurng Snow Peak. Since he had said so, Gouda naturally wouldn't object. Take care then, he said. You too, Dewey added. Flora looked up at Gouda. Does Lady Flora need to say anything? No, not at all. Oh, if you want to say something, that's fine too. Then take care, Flora said happily, mimicking a mage. Lady Flora too. Dewey crouched down, bending low until his gaze was level with Flora's, before speaking to her in an extremely gentle voice. Yes, gentle, not mild. If anyone who knew Dewey were present, they would probably be shocked. There was actually someone in the world whom Dewey could bow to, someone whom Dewey could address as lady. Standing up, Dewey was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, how about we have a competition to see who reaches the top first? Dewey didn't know why he made such a suggestion. But anyway, he just wanted to. Gouda was taken aback, then laughed. Then you might be humiliating yourself. Dewey seemed surprised to receive such a response. His voice held a hint of seriousness. You're the first person to dare speak to me like that, but I don't want to attract your attention. No wonder he picked up a line from Gulong's novel. He's going for the domineering CEO style. Gouda always had a good attitude, one manifestation of which was his ability to come up with some inappropriate jokes at various times. Unfortunately, Dewey still couldn't grasp the joke. He simply turned around silently and started heading towards the summit again. No matter how illustrious Dewey's birth was, how much pressure he bore, or how cold he usually was, he was ultimately just a 17-year-old youth, not yet 18. In Gouda's previous life, this age couldn't even be called a youth. Calling him a teenager would be more appropriate. Everyone who has gone through this age understands the torment of adolescence, the feeling of suppressing one's emotions due to dogma or academic pressure. This suppression often finds its release in various ways after the college entrance exam, only then is youth considered complete. Dewey originally had no chance to do this. He could only navigate a supposedly passionate and rebellious adolescence with impeccable perfection, before becoming a true adult. But now, he seems to have a chance to experience even a little bit of what it means to be a teenager, silence, but with a surge of emotion. After a strong wind, many places on Dondurng Snow Peak have changed. For the overall ecosystem of the mountain, this is insignificant. But for individuals in specific areas, these changes are still quite noticeable. Gouda's most direct observation is that he noticeably encounters more animals and ley lineage creatures. Another point is that, whether due to the strong wind or because the altitude is increasing and fewer people venture into the areas Gouda now visits, he is gradually beginning to discover some snow-covered plants that are quite valuable outside the region. Within 2 hours of leaving their lodgings, Gouda discovered 3 nearly bare magical plants on the ground. 2 were level 0 magical plants, and the other was a level 1 magical plant. Level 0 magical plants were priced between 2 and 4 gold, with an average of 3 gold. Level 1 magical plants were worth between 12 and 15 gold. In other words, in such a short time, he had netted nearly 20 gold. If this was the case in Dondurng Snow Peak, one could only imagine how much more valuable the vast northern territory was, a veritable gold mine. Why is the mage digging it up? Flora, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask as Gouda used his hidden mist fang as a small dagger to dig up the last level 1 magical plant he had discovered. It's valuable, Gouda said succinctly. How valuable is it? About 13 or 14 gold coins. That much? That's under ideal conditions. It still needs to be taken down the mountain and delivered to a city far from the snowfield to fetch that price. There are also transportation costs to cover, and we have to ensure it doesn't lose its spiritual essence during transport, Gouda patiently explained. Don't lose its spiritual essence, Flora pondered for a moment, then said, then you shouldn't use it to dig, Mage. Flora was referring to the hidden mist fang. Why? Gouda was taken aback. Because it will corrupt it. It was a bit convoluted, but Gouda understood. Then how should I dig it? With my hands? Can I use a mage's hands? Yes. How did Lady Flora know that? It told me. Lady Flora is truly clever. This time, Gouda genuinely praised her. Having just put away the hidden mist fang and used Mage's hand to collect the Tier 1 magical plant, Flora suddenly flapped her small wings, entering alert mode and issuing a warning signal. Mage. Upon receiving the signal, Gouda immediately focused his attention. This time, he didn't need to use Detect Magic Plus to find the enemy's trail. The enemy simply emerged brazenly from the snow ahead. Still small ice elementals. but a group. Gata glanced at them and immediately determined the exact number. 5. 4 small and 1 large. The smaller ones were similar in size to the first small ice elemental he encountered, equivalent to an early-stage first-ring mage. The larger one, however, was a level stronger, equivalent to a mid-stage first-ring mage. Even though ice elementals generally have low intelligence and are considered easy prey among feline creatures, this group of ice elementals, in both quantity and quality, was still a considerable challenge for Gata. After all, he had only been a first-ring mage for a little over a month. They hadn't even learned or mastered a single damaging first-level spell. However, Gata didn't seem panicked. A sufficient number of spells, combined with ascending ring casting, gave him enough confidence. Before the ice elementals could react or even show off, Gata had already struck first. A double, mana blast, was fired in the blink of an eye. With ascending ring casting, the energy beam of mana blast would become 2. A double shot made 4 beams, precisely targeting the 4 smaller ice elementals. As for the leader, the larger ice elemental, it received special treatment. Gata used Fire Arrow Plus. 5 magical attacks with trajectories flew out in succession, less than a second apart. While the smaller ice elementals had low intelligence, they weren't stupid, they still possessed basic combat instincts. So, upon noticing Gata's attacks, they all began to dodge, those unable to dodge spitting ice vortexes to directly confront Gata's magical attacks. The 4 small ice elementals were unharmed by the first wave of Magic Blast attacks. While Magic Blast could be dodged, the precise trajectory adjustment of Fire Arrow Plus caught the leading ice elemental off guard. Just as it thought it had avoided God's attack and relaxed its guard slightly, the fire arrow made an unreasonable trajectory adjustment, exploding directly on its body. The attack power of up to 16 degrees, combined with the elemental advantage, dealt it a heavy blow. Whoosh! It let out a sharp cry, its mouth wide open, preparing to counterattack God in its rage. Clang clang clang. But just then, a strange bell sound suddenly rang in the air, Death Bell. God had already used ice skating, gliding effortlessly across the snow, closing the casting range of Death Bell. Death Bell itself has a power of 8 degrees, which increases to 12 degrees against an already injured target, and with upgraded casting, it reaches 24 degrees. The Flame Arrow Plus had already inflicted damage. Therefore, this ice elemental was now bearing the full power of the Death's Bell spell. The immense magical power of 24 degrees made the leading ice elemental instantly feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. It wasn't just the spell's inherent power that was oppressive, every syllable of the Death's Bell seemed to directly vibrate the depths of its soul, striking its very core. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, a shadow spreading across its frost-forged surface. The Death's Bell inflicted erosion damage. This type of damage can affect the target's mind, and in crucial moments, can interrupt spellcasting. Just like now, the large ice elemental's impending ice vortex abruptly stopped. But Gata didn't relent. While its consciousness was still being eroded by the Death's Bell, and hadn't fully recovered, a second, Flame Arrow Plus, shot from Gata's hand, aimed directly at the small ice elemental's chest containing the Ice Soul Stone. There, at the core of the ice elemental's life, lay, equivalent to a human's head, an invisible, transparent magical light wave had already appeared around Gata, forming an unseen barrier, shield. This was to protect against potential attacks from the other 4 ice elementals. While Gata possessed many spells, area of effect spells were actually quite few, and most had limited range. Therefore, his current strategy was to target specific points and eliminate them one by one. Capture the leader first. Gata's primary target was naturally the large, leading ice elemental. A beam of fire sliced through the air, remaining intensely hot despite the near -50 degrees Celsius, heading straight for its target. The ice elemental sensed the approaching threat and its first reaction was to dodge. However, due to the effect of Death's Bell, its reaction and movements were significantly slowed. The fire arrow accurately struck its chest. Having suffered repeated blows, even with its higher rank, it was now nearing its limit. At this moment, with a blessing of ice skating, Gata had closed the distance to the group of ice elementals. A thought struck him, and he closed his eyes at the opportune moment. Then, a dazzling light bloomed from Gata's fingertips, instantly illuminating the surrounding area. Flash. A rare crowd control spell in Magic, Although it lacked direct lethality, it could briefly dazzle all creatures within range, rendering them indistinguishable from friend to foe. As the caster, Gauda could naturally close his eyes beforehand, thus becoming immune to the effects of flash. These smaller ice elementals couldn't do that. The intense light ripped through the darkness like lightning, instantly plunging all the ice elementals into a state of temporary blindness. They let out angry and confused roars, instinctively using their hands to shield their faces, trying to block any potential attacks. Gauda, however, seized this moment, once again conjuring a ball of blazing flame in his palm. Fire arrow plus, shot from his hand once more, tracing a perfect arc, accurately striking the leading, large ice elemental once more. The clash of fire and frost was so intense at this distance that the hissing sound was clearly audible. With a piercing wail, the ice elemental's body began to disintegrate, instantly turning into shattered ice crystals scattered across the ground. The remaining smaller ice elementals, just recovering from their dazed state, were thrown into panic upon discovering their leader's demise. Though their intelligence was low, they could sense the threat posed by their leader's fall. The 4 smaller ice elementals made the same decision at that moment: escape. They fled frantically, trying to escape the battlefield. But Gauda wasn't about to let them go so easily. This was a golden opportunity to gather the essence of a small ice elemental. With a thought, Gauda unleashed 2 more magic blasts. Normally, in a proper battle, these ice elementals could easily handle magic blasts. But now, in their panic, they were completely focused on escaping, paying no heed to Gauda's attacks. Ironically, this made them easier to deal with. Several booming sounds rang out, and the attack hit its mark every time. However, ice elements are inherently resilient, and the magic burst spell's upgrade increases the number of rays rather than the attack's power, so they could easily withstand the attack. Seeing this, Gauda frowned, knowing that trying to wipe them all out would likely result in letting the remaining 4 small ice elementals escape. He decisively changed his strategy, using the most threatening, Flame Arrow Plus, to continue picking them off one by one. Under Gauda's relentless pursuit, only 1 lucky ice elemental managed to escape alive. Chapter 221, Enduring the Environment. Origin. 1 ring, small ice element, 7-7, finally, another 1 ring origin point was full. Looking at the flashing entries in the origin information bar, Gauda breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat pleased. Although he had targeted an easy target, Wind Spirit Moonshadow didn't care about such things. As long as the rank was 1 ring, everyone was treated equally. As for how to use this origin point, Gauda had already decided. He shifted his attention to the spell bar, glancing at the constantly flashing plus signs, and finally settling on Indoor Environment. Indoor Environment was the spell most suited to his specialty, adaptive. Its importance was self-evident, and its priority for adding points was naturally among the top. With a thought, the origin point belonging to Small Ice Element flew out from Wind Spirit Moonshadow and merged into the spell model of Indoor Environment. A moment later, Environmental Tolerance Plus, Protection, First Ring. Subjects protected by environmental tolerance will not be harmed by cold or heat, and can comfortably remain in environments ranging from -50 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, -45.6 to 60 degrees Celsius. Their equipment is also protected. In addition to hot and cold environments, it also protects against other harsh environments such as smoke and thin air. Compared to environmental tolerance, Environmental Tolerance Plus can be said to have gone from being the most suitable for adaptive to being tailor-made for adaptive. Although it doesn't increase the range of tolerable temperatures, the expanded applicability, in terms of potential, far surpasses simply improving the spell's effect. Since entering Dondurng Snow Peak, Gauda hasn't actually encountered any truly dangerous situations, and his gains have already been considerable. And clearly, the resources of Dondurng Snow Peak are merely a small snack compared to the vast north. Who knows what he'll gain once he reaches the north? As they climbed higher, the slopes of the snow-capped peaks became increasingly steep, and the footholds dwindled. Gradually, they had to use both hands and feet, and on some sections, ice axes were required to continue, severely limiting their movement. In this situation, encountering Leeline creatures would greatly increase the danger level. At this point, God was essentially a sitting duck hanging on the ice wall. If he encountered an enemy, it would be a head-on confrontation with little room for maneuver. Fortunately, Flora could fly, and her keen senses allowed her to help God scout and warn. enabling him to avoid many dangers in advance. Mage, there's a somewhat valuable plant on the right. Somewhat valuable meant a zero-tier magical plant, valuable meant a first-tier magical plant. God had grasped Flora's logic. Ignore it for now, God said. After the strong winds, some snow was blown away, exposing the magical plants hidden beneath. Furthermore, the strong wind seemed to have brought a small cold front to Dondurng Snow Peak, causing the temperature to drop by more than 10 points. Some extremely special magical plants require temperatures to drop significantly before they can flower and bear fruit. Therefore, the number of magical plants encountered along the way increased. However, considering the current inconvenience of movement and the burden of carrying heavy loads, Gauda had begun to abandon the zero-tier magical plants. Only first-tier magical plants worth 10 gold coins or more were worth his effort to collect. Mage, will you grow wings in the future? Watching Gauda struggle forward, Flora flapped her small wings and asked again. I'm afraid not. What about the others? Neither. Oh, why? Will Lady Flora grow up in the future? I'm afraid not. That's it then. Oh, immediately afterwards, Gauda encountered the same problem that Dewey had faced. As the altitude increased and the slope became steeper, finding a suitable and comfortable place to land became increasingly difficult. More importantly, the rate of temperature drop had exceeded normal limits. As night fell, Gauda, having barely found a small, sheltered spot to rest, felt a bone-chilling cold for the first time. It was a chill that even his long-term improved cold resistance through adaptation couldn't withstand. In this situation, Gauda had no choice but to activate his safety net. He cast Environmental Tolerance Plus. With the spell's blessing, the bone-chilling cold dissipated considerably. Even the faint signs of altitude sickness vanished without a trace. However, adaptation was still rapidly adapting to the extreme environment. Before resting, Gauda perceived his cold resistance as having increased by 61%. When he woke up the next morning, it had increased to 75%. A 14% increase in just one night. Gauda increasingly felt he had come to the right place. The abundant resources of Dondurng Snow Peak were secondary, the improved abilities were what truly made him feel he had gained a great deal. Abilities are priceless. After packing his belongings, Gauda set off again. Today's journey had finally regained a slope that allowed him to walk on 2 feet, but he still needed a wooden stick for support to stand upright. The path ahead remained fraught with unpredictable dangers. Gauda maintained his composure, climbing step by step. The snow was getting thicker. Each step sank into the snow, kicking up a small cloud of dust before leaving a clear footprint. This made each step extremely exhausting. Along the way, Gauda hadn't even caught a glimpse of Dewey's footprints, let alone caught up with him. But he wasn't in a hurry. Clearly, Dewey's mage level was far higher than his, so it wasn't surprising that he could leave him behind in the deliberate competition. But there was still time. With his adaptive ability, his peak performance would come in the latter half of the climb. By then, Dewey's speed climbing Dondurng Snow Peak would have decreased significantly, while his own would remain largely unchanged, perhaps even unaffected. That would be his chance to overtake Dewey. Now, even finding his way on the snow peak had become a major problem. Because at this point, many sections were sheer cliffs, and to continue, you could only choose to detour. After several detours, your direction would naturally become skewed. On the snow-capped mountains, everything was uniformly covered in white snow, and without any landmarks, returning to your original position was naturally difficult. Fortunately, Flora was there, flying back and forth, scouting for God and guiding him to correct his course when needed. Mage. Just then, Flora, who had gone ahead to scout, hurriedly flew back, shouting. However, compared to her petite frame, even her shouts weren't very loud. Yes, shouts. Not telepathic communication. Over this time, Flora had gradually mastered his language. Lady Flora, what have you discovered? God asked as Flora flew closer. There's a very, very valuable flower up ahead, in a dark cave. Very, very valuable. Yes, very, very valuable. Does Lady Flora know what it's used for? You'll find out if you get closer. Why not get closer? Because it's dangerous? How dangerous? There's a big cat, this big. After Flora's careful gestures and description, God roughly sketched out the situation, a magical plant, at least a second tier 1, growing in a cave. However, a snow leopard-type leeline creature also inhabits the cave, making it far more dangerous than the previous small ice elemental. A rare treasure plus a guardian beast. What a classic setup. Chapter 222 Stealing the Home. Gauda's eyes brightened slightly. To be honest, he was tempted and prepared to act. If he had to kill the guardian beast to obtain the magical plant, Gauda would reconsider. The problem was that carnivorous predator-type feline creatures like the snow leopard generally didn't hibernate. This meant it still needed to hunt daily. And in the Dondurn Snow Peak, conventional food was scarce. Therefore, this snow leopard would have a very wide range of activity to obtain food, and would be away from its cave for extended periods. Only one big cat, Gauda confirmed with Flora. Lady Flora is very clever, meaning she wouldn't be mistaken, nor would she miscount. It was a lone leopard. A lone leopard was good. A second-tier magical plant could fetch 70 gold or more, which was equivalent to the value of a first-level spell recipe plus a corresponding spell potion. Moreover, second tier was just a guess, it might even be a higher-tier magical plant. After all, it's not surprising to find third or fourth-tier magical plants in such remote and desolate places. For Gauda, who is always short of money, the temptation was too great. Once the thought took hold, he couldn't resist. "Where is the cave?" Gauda asked. Flora pointed Gauda in the right direction first, then lowered her voice. "Mage, are you going?" "Yes, the big cat is bigger than you, don't worry, we'll wait until it goes out hunting before we move." "Good idea." The cave was on an extremely steep cliff, a cliff that most people would avoid. And from below, the protruding ice blocked the view, making it difficult to spot the cave. Only Flora, who could fly and was very curious, could find it. Once near the cliff, Gauda didn't go any closer. He believed that if the snow leopard was about to go hunting and found him, it definitely wouldn't mind taking advantage of its proximity. Now, all he had to do was wait. Gauda simply found a secluded spot, first burying his belongings in the snow, then burying most of his body in the snow, leaving only his head sticking out to observe the situation. From his current perspective, he still couldn't see the cave, but whenever the snow leopard ventured out, it wouldn't escape his notice. In this frigid environment, only Gauda could bury most of his body in the snow for such a long time. For anyone else, let alone for a long time, they would turn into a block of ice after just an hour or two. What followed was a long wait. The snow leopard's hunting time was usually very flexible and not fixed. To put it simply, this creature generally didn't have any plan, it would hunt whenever it was hungry. And when it was hungry depended on the outcome of its previous hunt. Therefore, it was almost impossible to predict its movements and timing, one could only wait. Whether it was good luck or bad luck was hard to say. After waiting for about 2 hours, as darkness fell, a light figure appeared in Gauda's sight. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a slender and agile physique, its entire body was covered in flawless white fur, like freshly fallen snow, which faintly shimmered with a bluish light in the dim sky. Its head was small and round, with pointed, erect ears. Its mouth was wide, and sharp, pointed fangs protruded from both its upper and lower jaws. Luckily, this snow leopard creature, upon appearing in Gauda's sight, leaped down the cliff face with lightning speed, as if walking on flat ground, and headed downhill. Undoubtedly, it was heading to a lower altitude, halfway down the mountain to hunt. It hadn't noticed Gauda hiding in the snow, nor was it aware that someone had coveted its lair. Unfortunately, this snow leopard creature's appearance was too extraordinary. Gauda could determine from its appearance and the speed of its movement that its rank was far beyond the first level. The higher the rank of a ley-line creature, the more powerful its extraordinary abilities. This meant that after stealing the house, Gauda had a high chance of being caught by this powerful ley-line creature, a very risky situation. After hesitating for a moment, Gauda made his decision. This was a must-do. Nothing in this world is without risk. With such a great opportunity before him, why be afraid of this and that? He might as well stay home and wait to die. The power of the snow leopard ley-line creature meant greater risk, but also greater potential reward. This typical predator usually didn't have a fixed habitat, its range constantly adjusted according to its prey. The fact that it chose a cave as its lair indicated that the magical plants within were extremely valuable and crucial to the snow leopard, allowing it to alter its lifestyle. Seeing that the snow leopard had been gone from the cave for more than 10 minutes, and confirming that it was indeed hunting and wouldn't return anytime soon, Gauda leaped out of the snowdrift. I have to hurry. He couldn't predict when the snow leopard would return. Even the snow leopard itself probably didn't know when it would be able to hunt its prey. Reaching the foot of the cave's precipice, Gauda took a deep breath, a flash of magical energy passing through his hand. Then, his fingernails sharpened and hardened, gleaming with magical light. Cat claw. Using an ice axe was too time-consuming. In this time-sensitive situation, magic was the most reliable option. With a cat claw spell activated, Gauda's hand seemed to transform into Wolverine's claws, easily piercing the thick ice wall crack. Crack. Without hesitation, Gauda embedded these sharp claws deep into the ice wall, each thrust accompanied by flying ice shards and crisp cracking sounds. He used both hands and feet, his movements agile and powerful, like a nimble cat leaping between cliffs, climbing the precipice with swift and steady steps. A slight whistling wind seemed to urge him to quicken his pace. About 30 seconds later, Gauda braced his hands on the edge of the wall, leaped up, and landed steadily on the protruding ice layer. Done. Standing on the ice, he breathed slightly. The dark cave entrance was now right in front of Gauda. Gauda didn't dare waste any time, quickening his pace and entering the cave directly. Ugh, it stinks. Upon entering, a strong, pungent stench assaulted his senses, almost suffocating him. The smell, a mixture of decay, blood, and the snow leopard's own scent, was so intense it felt almost tangible, enveloping him. This snow leopard looks so serene and beautiful on the outside, yet its lair is so foul, Gauda thought to himself, his tense mind easing slightly. Where's that magical plant? He scanned the dim cave, quickly spotting the plant. Firstly, the cave itself wasn't large, and secondly, the magical plant was so conspicuous, no wonder Flora had spotted it from afar. It was a strange magical plant shimmering with a ghostly blue light, like a blue lotus blooming in a dark abyss. Its leaves were long and sharp, their edges seemingly containing a razor-sharp edge, swaying gently as if capable of cutting through the air. Even more strangely, its petals were crystal clear, like gemstones, each emitting a faint blue light, illuminating the ice walls of the cave in a dreamlike way. Such a strange magical plant, even hidden in a cave, could not conceal its radiance. Mage, it can only grow here. If you pick it, it will become worthless. Flora had already flapped her small wings and approached the magical plant, sensing its condition. Gauda frowned upon hearing this. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the magical plant was rooted in an entire layer of ice. And within this layer of ice, there was a flowing blue liquid. Clearly, it was this liquid that was extraordinary. Gauda's magic manifested again, cat claw, then he would take it root and all. But this time, the usually infallible, cat claw, was not as effective as before. The sharp claws touched the ice as if striking a thick layer of metal, producing a faint, crisp clanging sound, unable to advance an inch. He couldn't remove it, and the ice was strangely impenetrable. He couldn't cut it, and he dared not linger. Gauda was unwilling to give up. Just as Gauda was feeling hopeless, thinking he was going to have wasted his time, Flora seemed to notice his predicament, and her clear voice suddenly rang out. Mage, bite it, huh? Gauda was taken aback at first, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to trust Flora, to believe her seemingly absurd command. He bent down, approached the magical plant, aimed at its crystal clear stem, gently bit down, and directly bit it off. Then, without hesitation, Gauda swallowed the entire lotus into his stomach. Chapter 223 Reunion. Gauda's movements were swift and decisive. It was just that the scene was so eerily familiar, reminding him of his past life walking the dog. As the lotus entered his stomach, a refreshing coolness instantly erupted within him, leaving Gauda no longer in the mood for complaints. Instead, he focused on experiencing what this magical plant was giving him. The coolness brought with it a gentle yet immense energy. This energy circulated through Gauda's body before rapidly surging upwards. Finally, it all rushed towards Gauda's left eye, quickly merging into the eyeball and the surrounding blood vessels, muscles, and even the orbital skeleton. The eyes are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Upon being suddenly stimulated by the cold, Gauda instinctively covered his left eye. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. About 10 seconds later, the coolness dissipated. Gauda slightly raised his head. At this moment, in the darkness, a deep, eerie blue fluorescence appeared around the pupil of his left eye. The light emanating from it was exactly the same as the light emitted by the demonic plant itself, appearing incredibly mystical. This was the strange sensation emanating from Gauda's left eye, yet he couldn't pinpoint what changes had occurred within him. He instinctively looked left and right. The next moment, Gauda discovered a change. His vision had become dual. His right eye still saw the surface of the world. But in his left eye's vision, he could vaguely see extremely tiny things, as if he possessed macroscopic vision. For example, with his dark vision superimposed on his left eye's vision, Gata discovered things he hadn't noticed before. In a corner of the cave, roughly where the snow leopard had its dining area, there were some dry bones. Gata had noticed them when he entered the cave, but hadn't examined them closely. Now, however, he discovered that among those bones was a single, black barley seed. At such extreme temperatures of -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, an ordinary barley seed should have long since lost its vitality and dried up into dust. But for some reason, beneath the black husk of this barley seed, there was a barely perceptible hint of green. This indicated that it still had life and a chance to germinate and grow. Instinctively, Gata used his magic to pick up the barley seed and put it in his pocket. He didn't know why, he just felt that such a miracle of life was worth taking away and allowing it to flourish. Then, after doing all this, Gata belatedly realized his left eye's vision had become so exaggerated. Of course, this had its advantages and disadvantages. Because of the incoordination between his left and right eyes, after looking at it a few more times, Gata began to feel slightly dizzy. He couldn't stay like this forever, could he? Would he have to become like a pirate and cover one eye? Gata didn't want to be a one-eyed man. He tried to control the strange sensation emanating from his left eye. Sure enough, it was controllable. Under his conscious control, the strange sensation vanished instantly, and his left eye's vision returned to normal. With a thought, the strange sensation surged again, and the macroscopic vision reappeared. After trying it 2 or 3 times and confirming that it was a permanent ability, Gata couldn't help but feel slightly excited. For others, macroscopic vision was just a decent ability. But for him, it had another extremely important use, rune crafting technology. "Thank you for your guidance, Lady Flora," he said, expressing his gratitude. If it weren't for Flora's suggestion, he wouldn't have dared to swallow a magical plant of unknown origin, much less acquire this ability that was so helpful in creating rune constructs. Lady Flora is insightful, indeed, Gata affirmed. Who could say she wasn't smart? However, we need to get out of here quickly, Gata added. One could imagine how furious the snow leopard would be when it returned from its hunt and saw the big treasure reduced to nothing but stalks. Therefore, the most urgent task was to escape. Gata was also very decisive. Before fleeing, he first flung several small acid balls with a acid splash plus effect into the cave. This acid would persist for a day at his command. Of course, this wasn't a trap for the returning snow leopard. Such an ugly trap wouldn't fall for anything. He did this because Gata knew that these predatory feline creatures generally had extremely strong senses of smell and were very likely to track him by the faint scent he left in the cave. The strong sulfurous smell from the acid would dissipate his remaining scent. After doing this, Gata left the cave. He didn't choose to return the way he came. The snow leopard had come down the mountain to hunt earlier, and if he returned the way he came, he would likely encounter it. Gata chose to use Cat Claw to first cross the cliff face, and then at the very top of the cliff, he cast Water Creation. Clear, pure water flowed out, quickly freezing into ice at the extreme low temperature, covering and burying the ice cracks he had created on the cliff face. After confirming that no traces had been left, Gata cast Ice Skating again, moving away from the cave at an extremely fast speed. Under the effect of ice skating, his movements would leave no obvious footprints on the ground. And under the cold wind of Dunder Snow Peak, even the faint footprints would soon be buried and disappear. The duration of ice skating was a full hour. Gata dared not stop for a moment. What was considered difficult terrain for him was not too difficult for the snow leopard, if not exactly flat ground. This meant that its activity area and reconnaissance area would be extremely vast. Only by making the radius of the snow leopard's cave large enough would the possibility of being found by the snow leopard be minimized. The boldness during the raid did not affect Gata's caution afterward. He didn't even consider the dangers of traveling at night. As soon as the duration of ice skating expired, Gata cast Ice Skating on himself again. After 2 hours, Gata finally stopped, panting heavily. Traveling in such harsh conditions, carrying a considerable load, even with the buffs of ice skating and environmental endurance plus, was incredibly taxing on his stamina. He was now nearing his limit. If I were a second circle mage, with enhancement attribute, the weight problem wouldn't be so troublesome, Gata couldn't help but think. One of the spell effects of enhancement attribute was to greatly increase a person's carrying capacity. However, enhancement attribute was a second circle spell, and there were no first circle spells that could enhance carrying capacity. Having not slept all night and traveling at a rapid pace, Gata needed to rest. Finding a small, sunken slope, he first ate some beef jerky he had brought with him. To be honest, at this temperature, the beef jerky was no longer beef jerky, it tasted almost like ice. But finding no fuel to start a fire, Gata had no choice but to force himself to eat it. After a couple of bites, realizing he couldn't chew it, he gave up. At this point, the various inconveniences caused by the extreme cold finally began to appear. First and foremost was the food problem. Even water created by the water creation spell would freeze instantly, rendering it undrinkable. It had to be heated to obtain potable water. Food was even worse. Without cooking, it was practically ice. Starting a fire became paramount. Fortunately, the spark spell could solve this problem. Even in temperatures below -60 degrees Celsius, spark could still ensure the successful ignition of fuel. However, God had no spell to solve the fuel problem. Therefore, he could only search for and collect fallen branches scattered along the way as fuel. The problem was that at this altitude, vegetation was almost invisible. Without trees, there were no branches to collect. At this point, God had to use the charcoal he had purchased in Elohim before setting out. However, he didn't have much charcoal. He couldn't carry more, so he used it sparingly, generally being reluctant to use it. Besides this, there was also the issue of rest. After passing the halfway point of Dundurng Snow Peak, finding a suitable place to rest became increasingly difficult, and the dropping temperature made falling asleep even harder. Fortunately, the latter problem was easily solved by adaptation. Similarly, the altitude sickness caused by the sharp decrease in oxygen content in the air as the altitude increased was also eliminated by the combined effects of environmental tolerance plus and adaptation. Otherwise, let alone strenuous activities like climbing mountains, even lying still would be difficult. After taking out his sleeping bag and unfolding it, Geode crawled inside, ready to take a nap. To be honest, at this temperature, the sleeping bag was almost useless. But at least it could block the wind and provide some psychological comfort, so Geode didn't consider throwing it away. Lady Flora, I have to ask you for help again. Flora flapped her little wings and flew away. It was because of her watching over him that Geode could sleep so peacefully. It was hard on Flora. But how did things turn out like this? Flora thought for a moment, and it seemed that everything stemmed from the day she first discovered that bad guy. When she woke up again, it was already broad daylight. Gata's stomach was rumbling. In fact, he had been awakened by hunger. He desperately needed to obtain heat and energy through food. Without thinking about saving money, Gata immediately took some more charcoal from the few remaining pieces, lit it, set up a small pot, and cooked himself a bowl of beef soup with beef jerky. After a mouthful of hot soup, he felt completely refreshed, and his condition and spirit recovered considerably. Only then did Gata take out a map from his pocket, carefully check the location, and confirm the direction using northward path, before letting out a long sigh. Master, you seem annoyed. Yes, what's wrong? Last night I was in such a hurry to escape that I didn't have time to check my location, so now I have no idea where I am. Gata gazed into the distance. The endless expanse of white snow all looking the same. He pointed ahead. I can only confirm that we're heading in this direction, but if we're unlucky, we might have to take a long detour and waste a lot of time. I don't understand. I'm lost. Don't we have a map? A map is only useful if you know your location. You're not smart. Lady Flora is smart. Then Lady Flora, tell me how to get there. Lady Flora isn't an old horse. Neither am I. An old horse knows the way, but neither the man nor Flora is an old horse. So neither of them knows the way. Fortunately, they have the northward spell to help them, at least ensuring they are on the right track. After struggling along the predetermined direction for several hours, Gata's eyes suddenly lit up. At the intersection of two massive ice blocks ahead, Gata spotted a few scattered traces of human activity, a clearly man-made fire pit and some slightly blackened snow dust. Upon seeing these traces, Gata was overjoyed. He had never imagined he would feel such delight at discovering traces of human activity. The slightly blackened snow dust hadn't yet been buried. This meant someone had been there not long ago. As for who it was most likely Dewey, who had gone ahead. Even if not, It didn't matter. The presence of traces of human activity meant that his hasty decision last night hadn't led him too far off the northern mountain route, and he was now back on track. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. Now that he was basically certain he was back on the correct route, Gada's tense mind immediately relaxed. The remaining snow dust meant the other person hadn't been gone long. A thought struck him, and he decided to press on and catch up with Dewey. Thinking of Dewey's confident tone when he proposed the challenge to reach the summit, Gada was eager to see if Dewey could maintain his usual cold expression when he realized he had caught up. Sure enough, half a day later, Gada found Dewey with a campfire burning in a small cave formed by ice. A pot was already set up, bubbling with meat broth, some spices even floating on the surface. Gada watched this lavish behavior with envy. With the aid of magic, Dewey didn't need to worry about fuel. Therefore, he didn't need to carry charcoal, allowing him to allocate more weight to food and other necessities. Dewey, who was preparing food, also noticed Gada slowly approaching at the same time. His previously expressionless face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure under Gada's control. Forcibly suppressing his shock, Dewey looked at Gada and calmly commented, "You're pretty fast. You managed to keep up with me. How did this guy do that?" Clearly, he hadn't even mastered ice skating at first, yet he was on par with Dewey, who was well prepared when it came to climbing Dondong Snow Peak. Dewey still couldn't accept this fact. Gada was about to say something when a fierce and brutal roar suddenly rang out amidst the howling wind. Gada was startled and turned to look in the direction of the sound. The snow in the distance suddenly collapsed. A lithe figure was swooping towards them. Pristine white fur, a slender body, and lightning-fast movement. It was the snow leopard. At this moment, Gada had reunited with his only two acquaintances on Dondong Snow Peak. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Mandora's Magic Eye. Snow leopard resounded, causing the accumulated snow to tremble and shed snowflakes. It was clearly coming for Gada. Its eyes, barely visible in the snow mist, stared intently at Gada, like burning flames, scarlet and filled with hatred, the swirling snowflakes unable to conceal their ferocity. It can even catch up to this? This isn't a snow leopard, it's a dog, Gada cursed inwardly, never expecting the snow leopard to be so persistent and powerful. But since they were already enemies, and their hatred was palpable, running away was impossible. Then let's fight, Gada thought fiercely, his temperament impulsive. After all, he had already swallowed a demonic plant, the situation was irreversible. However, just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, before he could do anything, someone else had already struck first. Dewey. He frowned as he watched the snow leopard pounce. Dewey extended his right hand, pointing forward, a dense magical light flashing from his fingertips. The next instant, a powerful magical fluctuation spread in the direction the snow leopard was heading. Then, a massive number of crystalline magical snowballs erupted from nowhere, raining down on the snow leopard with astonishing speed and density, like a barrage of bullets. Even with its agility and quick reflexes, it had no chance to avoid such a dense barrage of magical snowballs. A second-level evocation spell, Snowball Swarm. These magical snowballs were not only numerous, but each one also possessed considerable impact, instantly shattering the snow leopard's offensive. Under the impact of the magical snowballs, the snow leopard was knocked to the ground. However, as a creature of the ley lines with tenacious vitality, it was clearly not so fragile as to be instantly killed by a single spell. So, the next moment, it shook off the snow, temporarily ignoring its injuries, its eyes flashing with an even fiercer light, already harboring a deep grudge against Dewey, preparing to launch another attack. But would Dewey give it a chance to breathe? In Dewey's hands, spells seemed to have no casting time or delay. Clearly, the previous spell had just been released, and a moment later, the next spell was already cast. Almost the instant the snow leopard stood up, Dewey's right hand flicked again. A shimmering green arrow condensed from his palm. An ominous corrosive ore flowed across the arrow's surface, its color a dark, almost blackish green, as if it could corrode anything it touched. This green arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, rapidly shooting towards the snow leopard. Just as it was about to hit, the arrow suddenly exploded, turning into a dense cloud of strong acid mist, instantly enveloping the snow leopard's body. It was still a second-level evocation spell, Meowth's Acid Arrow. The corrosiveness of Meowth's Acid Arrow far surpassed that of the trick, Acid Splash, rapidly eroding the snow leopard's fur and muscles, emitting a sizzling sound. A dizzying, putrid stench filled the air. Faced with this ferocious spell onslaught, the snow leopard roared in pain, struggling desperately. Dewey, seeing this, showed no emotional fluctuation. Everything was within his expectations. The first of the two spells he cast was an area of effect attack, guaranteed to hit. The second, while a single target attack, also had an additional bonus to its hit rate. Both were chosen to target the snow leopard's quick reactions and agile movements. Clearly, Dewey's combat skills were extremely high. Strike while the iron is hot. His third spell was also released at this moment. Above the snow leopard's body, a phantom but dazzlingly bright spike mace appeared. It was not forged from ordinary iron, but rather condensed from pure magic, radiating a faint glow. Though its form was ethereal, it contained terrifying power, spirit weapon. The appearance of the spike mace made the already injured snow leopard feel an unprecedented threat. It let out a shrill roar, but it was only a dying struggle. With Dewey's control, the ethereal spike mace transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the sky and striking the snow leopard's head with unerring accuracy. After a painful whimper, the ferocious snow leopard turned into a corpse, falling to the snow with a thud. Gauda's casting motion came to an abrupt halt. Dewey's casting was so fast that the three consecutive spells seemed to be cast simultaneously. The entire process looked fluid and flawless, beautiful beyond belief. From the moment the snow leopard appeared to the moment it became a corpse, it took less than 3 seconds. Putting everything else aside, in terms of combat alone, Dewey was indeed far superior to him. Not only was the mage's level higher than his, but the fluidity of their spellcasting and their spell reserves during the battle also far surpassed Gauda's. Had they awakened a feat that increased casting speed, or something else? Gauda subconsciously pondered this. Thanks to Dewey, a battle that should have been extremely difficult was resolved with ease. Gauda felt a weight lifted from his heart, becoming much lighter. He was naturally grateful to Dewey. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been in serious trouble this time, Gauda said. A late-stage second-ring snow-spotted leopard, how did you manage to provoke it? Dewey, on the other hand, seemed to have only done a trivial matter, without any boasting. He merely glanced at the snow-spotted leopard, now a corpse, and casually asked. Gauda, after a year of study at the Seers Academy, still hadn't recognized the snow leopard, a lealine creature, yet Dewey called it by name directly. This was also a difference in their background. Gauda didn't deliberately hide anything from Dewey's question, briefly recounting the events. Oh, Dewey said after listening to Gauda's description, pondering for a moment. You're really lucky. That magical plant should be Mandora's Tears. Mandora's Tears, Gauda repeated the name. Clearly, this was knowledge beyond the scope of the basic courses at Seers Academy. A fourth-tier magical plant that only appears randomly in the snowy region. Dewey wasn't surprised by Gauda's question. This kind of knowledge wasn't something ordinary people could access. In sufficiently cold and pure ice layers, there's a small chance of finding ice essence, and within that ice essence, there's a small chance of nurturing and growing Mandora's Tears. Therefore, Mandora's Tears can appear anywhere in the snowy region, and it's purely a matter of luck. Trying to find it specifically is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Although its rank is only 4th tier, in most cases, its value even surpasses that of 5th-tier magical plants, besides its rarity. The main reason is that after consuming Mandora's Tears, the user's eyes will be strengthened, permanently enhancing their vision. Furthermore, if you are compatible enough with Mandora's Tears and absorb its medicinal properties sufficiently, you might even gain the ability of Mandora's Magic Eye. Mandora's Magic Eye grants you the ability to magnify and zoom in on your vision, with extremely wide applicability. After saying this, Dewey calmly added, however, this is only a low-probability event, so don't be disappointed. The benefits you've already received are already significant enough. Then, he was met with a long silence from Gauda. Then, Dewey suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Gauda with a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. Could it be that you? Gauda nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned, and said, you're right, my luck is truly amazing. After a moment of frustration, Dewey forcibly suppressed his anger and shock and reminded Gauda, refine the magical plant containing ice elements into a medicinal liquid, drip it into your eyes, and after absorbing enough ice element power, The Mandorazai can continue to improve, and you'll gain all sorts of strange abilities depending on the person. It's an ability that can be improved. At this moment, Gada's mood became incredibly good. This luck was indeed amazing, he couldn't help but sincerely exclaim. However, it was mainly reflected in Flora's discovery of this Mandora's tear. As for obtaining the Mandorazai, Gada estimated that it wasn't just good luck, but more due to adaptive ability. Since he had already stumbled upon it, Gada decided to take advantage of the resting place Due had prepared and the campfire he had created with magic. He carried only a limited amount of charcoal, so saving fuel was always a good thing. He also managed to snag a free dinner. It must be said, the hot soup with spices tasted delicious. After filling their stomachs, the two stared at each other for a while without chatting, before turning their backs to each other to begin their cultivation techniques. Flora, the only one who didn't need to cultivate, looked around boredly. Once their cultivation was finished, the two, remaining silent, each took out their sleeping bags and began to rest. This was when Gada could show off his superiority. Compared to Due, whose body was visibly trembling slightly, Gada seemed to be sleeping on a fire pit, completely relaxed. Perhaps because the dinner was good, Gada slept exceptionally well that night. When he woke up the next day, Due had already recreated the campfire with magic and was warming himself by it while preparing breakfast. "You slept well," Due said expressionlessly when he saw Gada wake up. "Sleeping well is better than sleeping poorly," Gada shook his head and said softly. "So this is the source of your courage to challenge Dr. Snow Peak as a newbie?" Due asked angrily. "So you call yourself an expert, but I keep catching up to you," Gada added. "Mage, why did he leave?" He got impatient. "What about us? We're not in a hurry, let's eat first." After a simple breakfast to replenish their energy, Gada took out a barley seed he had found in the snow-spotted leopard's den and handed it to Flora. "Lady Flora, is this barley seed valuable?" "Not valuable." Flora glanced at it and gave her answer. It wasn't a magical plant. Yet it could survive in temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. "Can it still sprout and grow?" Gada asked again. "Yes, but it has to be cold enough. Otherwise it'll die of heat." "How cold is cold enough?" "It has to be as cold as it is now, or even colder." "What amazing barley seed." "Lady Flora isn't afraid of the cold or the heat either." "Lady Flora is amazing." "Yes." Carefully putting away this magical barley seed, God glanced again at the completely frozen carcass of the snow-spotted leopard in the distance. As a second-ring feline creature, its fur and bones were extremely valuable. The former was a highly sought-after material for making magic paper or luxury goods, while the latter was a raw material needed for certain potions. However, its fur had been corroded beyond recognition by the acid, and as for the bones, they were too heavy. So God could only take a few reluctant glances before resolutely getting up and leaving. As dusk gradually fell, God saw Due again, who had already prepared his lodgings, lit a campfire, and was preparing dinner. God grinned and unceremoniously approached him. Trying to freeload again, Due glanced at God expressionlessly, then said without any further emotion, "I thought about it carefully and realized it wasn't just a matter of spices. The food you brought was of very high quality. I just realized, wild boars really can't eat fine food. Eat more and you'll get used to it. This is yours." "Why did you leave so soon today?" "You were already gone when I woke up." "To shake you off." "Really? What else? If you wanted to shake me off, why were you waiting for me here?" "Who is waiting for you?" "You. I just saw you had limited supplies, and the fuel we could find here was dwindling. I was afraid you'd freeze to death on Dr. Snow Peak." "Thanks, no need." "I suddenly realized, you said your goal was to enter the Northern Territory, so you don't actually need to climb to the summit like me. I don't have a family business to inherit, and my time isn't as precious as yours. Since you want to compete with me in this, I'll just take some time to compete with you." The next morning, when Gada woke up, he found that Due, who had already left, had unusually left him a pot of meat soup. "This guy?" Gada shrugged. Generally, Due, who doesn't sleep well at night, gets up very early the next day and sets off early. Gada, who sets off later, catches up with Due as he spends time preparing his campsite and dinner, just as it gets dark. Then, he can easily mooch off Due's campsite and food supplies. Time slips away quietly in this chase between the two. Gada knows that the main reason Due sets off early is that he implicitly agrees to take on the responsibility of preparing the campsite for the night. Occasionally at night, after they finish their daily practice, The two will chat idly for a bit. People from wealthy families like you, are you like those in biographical novels, where siblings are constantly at odds and plotting against each other from a young age? I thought you wouldn't care about my family. We're friends. It's normal to be curious about a friend's family background. Friends. Dewey paused for a moment, then said calmly, most of them are like that, but not my family. Why? Is your family harmonious? It's not because I don't have siblings. No siblings? That's rare. Perhaps your father. In Gouda's mind, these aristocratic families were all about wealth and numerous children. No, Dewey decisively interrupted Gouda's speculation, then said, my father didn't have any siblings either, and my grandfather didn't live with us. Loyalty and fidelity to one's partner has always been a tradition. Chapter 225 Evolution and Ascension. Just as Gouda had anticipated, the climb became increasingly challenging as the ascent progressed. With a rising altitude, the temperature drop on Dundung Snow Peak gradually lagged behind his body's adaptation rate. Therefore, what should have been an increasingly difficult summit attempt turned out to be the hardest part at the beginning, becoming easier as the climb progressed. It wasn't until this particular day, when Gouda caught up with Dewey, who had just set up his tent, and discovered that Dewey had gotten up even earlier the next day, that Gouda consciously slowed down. Otherwise, this stubborn and proud fellow would likely have set off before dawn. The improvement in cold resistance brought about by adaptation continued unabated. This constant positive feedback from his body fueled Gouda's unprecedented enthusiasm for mountaineering. He even felt that deliberately taking an extra route to the summit to compete with Dewey was the right choice. After all, the higher the altitude, the lower the temperature, and the more pronounced the boost to adaptation became. Adaptive cold resistance increased by 94%, oxygen uptake increased by 61%, and resistance to strong light increased by 23%. As his cold resistance neared 100%, Gouda began to feel a mysterious energy brewing within his body, filling him with a sense of lightness and comfort. Although no one had told him, Gouda could vaguely sense that this mysterious energy would erupt when his cold resistance reached 100%, bringing about some wondrous changes to his body. This excited Gouda even more. However, the speed of adaptive depends on the environment, not Gouda's mood. Therefore, no matter how eager he was, the increase in cold resistance wouldn't accelerate. In fact, it even began to slow down. Because with his cold resistance at this level, Dundung Snow Peak was gradually no longer considered a harsh environment for Gouda. In other words, he had almost adapted to the environment. This couldn't continue. Seeing the treasure mountain right in front of him but unable to dig it out, Gouda decided to take initiative and actively stimulate his body's cold resistance. As usual, Flora flapped her small wings, hovering low in the air, flying ahead to scout the way for Gouda. She seemed tireless, flying ahead for a while before fluttering back to report to Gouda. There's a small slope ahead, there's a rock, there's a worthless blade of grass, there's a ditch. Yes, Flora's reports were always so detailed, big and small, useful or not, all dumped on Gouda. Gouda patiently responded to each and every one. If it's just a small slope, we don't need to take a detour. Stones? What kind of stones? Just ignore the worthless grass. If it's a pit, be careful not to fall in. Lady Flora can fly, she won't fall in. Mage, you're the one who needs to be careful not to fall in. Mage, how did you fall in? Mage, are you planting yourself? While listening to Flora's soft, rambling voice, Gouda manipulated his mage hand to brush away the snowflakes and cover himself, who had taken off his outer clothing. Even with his cold resistance increased to this extent, Gouda still couldn't help but shiver after removing his warm clothes and exposing his skin to the ice and snow. But correspondingly, the adaptation improvement, which had already slowed down, suddenly accelerated again. Cold resistance increased by 94.1%, 94.2%, 94.5%. Feeling his cold resistance constantly approaching 100%, Gouda's mood became excited along with the increase in cold resistance. On the second day, cold resistance increased to 97.3%. On the third day, the rate of improvement slowed slightly compared to the previous day, but still reached 98.6%. On the fourth day, the improvement of adaptive approached stagnation again after cold resistance reached 99%. On the fifth day, the improvement in cold resistance remained at 99%. Gouda understood that he had reached the so-called bottleneck period, and to break through further, he needed to take drastic measures. He needed more extreme weather, such as the previous strong winds or heavy snow. And Gauda's luck was also quite good. On the third day, when he was stuck at the bottleneck and had the idea of taking drastic measures, the weather forecast of Druid Tricks no longer showed a golden ball indicating clear skies, but a tornado. This meant that tomorrow's weather would be the most unwelcome weather for climbers, strong winds. The higher the altitude, the greater the impact of strong winds. Because the higher the altitude, the greater the wind speed, and the more pronounced the cold. Faced with the strong winds, Dewey wisely chose to take a break and wait for the bad weather to pass. Then, amidst Dewey's astonished gaze, which gradually turned into one of disbelief at a madman, Gauda voluntarily left the sheltered temporary camp and rushed into the swirling snow and dust whipped up by the fierce wind. His figure quickly disappeared into the snowstorm. "Madman," Dewey murmured, stunned. The biting cold brought by the strong winds caused Gauda's cold resistance, which had stagnated for 3 days, to begin to change and improve once again. 99.1%, 99.2%. Gauda was certain that, with the help of the strong winds, he would break through the 100% limit today. And what would happen after that? Gauda was filled with anticipation. From the moment he entered the snowstorm, he began to feel the energy that had been accumulating within him, like spring water, constantly gushing from within his body and flowing to every part of him, bringing a warm feeling. The outside of his body was constantly chilled by the biting cold, while the inside was filled with an inexhaustible warmth. The alternation of hot and cold was quite a unique and unpleasant experience. In this strange state, the increase in cold resistance silently reached 99.9%, and after a brief pause, it silently surpassed that number again. Your cold resistance increased by 100.1%. A wondrous and indescribable experience occurred to Gauda. In an instant, Gauda felt as if the world had become much brighter. Within his body, a warm current surged forth like a volcanic eruption, wave after wave, violently washing over his flesh and blood. This feeling lasted for more than 10 seconds before some inexplicable information surfaced in Gauda's consciousness. Your body's cold resistance has reached the maximum limit under normal conditions, adapting to evolve into primary ice-blessed body. After evolving into primary ice-blessed body, your tolerance for ice elemental damage increased by 11%. You are no longer affected by the negative effects of ice elemental spells of level 3 and below. Survival of the fittest. What is the next stage of adaptation? Evolution. Now, thanks to the rapid adaptation of adaptive, Gauda has completed his first physical evolution. This evolution yielded the elementary ice body, which has 2 abilities, both related to cold resistance. The former is equivalent to increased ice elemental resistance, while the latter greatly enhances his combat abilities. At least at the 3rd ring and below, the power of ice elemental spells is generally incomparable to other types of spells, mainly due to their numerous negative effects. For example, the freezing damage caused by freezing ray can further slow down the target. After evolving the elementary ice body, the already low power of freezing ray will be reduced, and the slowing down effect will also be lost. More importantly, there's the word elementary before ice body. Clearly, there must be intermediate and advanced levels after elementary. This means that this is not the limit of cold resistance evolution. Thinking about the intermediate and advanced ice body that follow, Gauda becomes even more motivated. Perhaps, once he truly possessed a high-level ice body, low-level ice elemental spells would be no different from mosquito bites to him. Amidst the raging blizzard, Gauda let out a long, triumphant roar. When Gauda emerged from the blizzard, covered in snowflakes, and returned to his lodgings, it was already noon. Outside the lodgings, he casually and naturally removed his outer garments as if he were in his own living room, shaking off the snow, and then sat down by the campfire with a normal expression. The current low temperature felt almost the same as room temperature to Gauda. If it weren't for avoiding being too unusual and potentially irritating someone, Gauda would have even wanted to throw away his cumbersome outer garments altogether. Dewey watched Gauda complete this entire sequence, unsure how to describe his feelings. In truth, he hadn't initially imagined that he and Gauda would develop such a deep bond. Even because of the sensitivity of his own status, when Gauda knocked on his door, Dewey's first reaction was that Gauda had ulterior motives and was coming for him. Even after he later realized that Gauda was just a passerby, after all, no one would send such a weak mage to approach him, he never thought he would have any further interaction with Gauda. After all, Gauda's level was far too low compared to his. If it weren't for a family tradition, A nobody like Gouda would never have the chance to speak to him, let alone see him, let alone even observe him from afar. Whether it was because the environment of the snowy peak was too harsh and monotonous, or because he hadn't let go of his burdens and interacted with his peers for a long time, or whatever else, Dewey inexplicably had various interactions with Gouda. At first, it was just his competitive spirit, but later it became somewhat uncontrollable. Even though the other party had saved his life, given his status, there were many ways to express his gratitude, but what he did in the end was to take the initiative to challenge the other party to a contest to reach the summit. This guy is clearly a newbie, but I can't shake him off. Comparing myself to him isn't a big deal, Dewey convinced himself. After that, since we've already bumped into each other, it's no big deal to let him stay and eat with me. After all, he saved me. We've eaten and slept together, so it doesn't seem wrong for him to say we're friends. And so, two people who would never have crossed paths became each other's only friends. One unaware and the other tacitly agreeing in self-deception. And now, Dewey is discovering once again that this new friend isn't as simple as he seems. Although he realized that God wasn't so simple when he saw Flora. "You're a madman," Dewey said, looking at God. God smiled shyly. "Actually, it's really fun. Try it if you don't believe me, my brain isn't broken." Dewey glanced at God and said calmly. "In about 3 more days of travel, we'll reach the summit," he added after a while. Reaching the summit means the end of this journey. At that time, one of them continued north towards the northern border, while the other headed south to return the way he came. "It's good that I ran into you," God said gratefully. In the days that followed, food and fuel were almost impossible to find. If it weren't for Dewey, whom he could mooch, the climb would have been much more difficult. More importantly, Dewey always set off early, which meant he had scouted the route ahead and eliminated many potential dangers. Otherwise, encountering lealine creatures in such difficult terrain would have been extremely dangerous. Dewey didn't speak. This strong wind lasted for 2 whole days before gradually subsiding. As soon as the weather returned to normal, Gouda and Dewey set off again. The rest of the journey was uneventful. Winter solstice, 21st. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The cold air at high altitude made it almost impossible to breathe. On the rugged, almost vertical ice wall, 2 figures, one in front of the other, climbed up the ice wall like spiders, their speed slow but steady. "Help, Mage," Flora cautiously peeked her head out from the pocket of God's chest. Although she could fly, the wind was biting and strong near the summit, and a gust could easily blow her away, so Flora stayed put in God's pocket. God pulled his fingers, transformed by the cat claw spell, from the ice wall, took a slight breath, and then steadily inserted them into another crevice. Dewey was 2 body lengths above him, maintaining a safe distance. At this altitude, each breath they took was accompanied by thick, almost frozen white mist surrounding them. Looking down, they saw a vast expanse of clouds obscuring everything below, like an endless ocean. Looking up, all they saw was a thick fog. The summit was in sight. With a burst of energy, they scaled the last section of the ice wall and finally reached the top. The long journey was finally coming to a temporary end. At that moment, the sun was rising above the horizon. Golden light bathed the entire snow-capped mountain, painting the summit and surrounding scenery in a magnificent glow. Looking into the distance, the Irwinian mountains appeared and disappeared in the morning light, a sea of clouds churning beneath their feet, making them feel as if they were floating above the clouds. "Master Home, so beautiful ascending to the summit, one can survey all the mountains below. I don't understand." "Then you're not smart." 2 adults and 1 child, the 3 of them, gazed into the distance from the summit for a long time, until they had fully enjoyed the view. As far as the eye could see, there was no mountain higher than where they stood. It was as if they were on the roof of the world. Their horizons broadened, and their hearts naturally broadened as well. The hardships of the journey, the wind, frost, rain, and snow, became mere spice for appreciating the scenery. "It's time to go down the mountain." After a long while, Dewey suddenly spoke. "Yes," Gouda nodded, casually saying, "if we meet again, don't forget us. Of course, we're friends." Dewey looked quietly at Gouda, solemnly promising. His words were sincere. He was thinking that once they left this mountain, they would probably never meet again in this lifetime. "Then farewell," Gouda said, clasping his hands in a fist salute. "Farewell," Flora echoed Gouda's gesture. "These are for you." Dewey thought for a moment, then stuffed all the remaining food he had into Gouda's hands. "And you?" Dewey replied casually, "I have my own way, see you again if fate allows." After saying this last sentence, Dewey gently stroked the ring on his right index finger. It was a ring with interwoven silver lines, clearly unusual. Suddenly, the ring shone brightly. A powerful force condensed in the air. The silver lines instantly detached from the ring, transforming into streaks of silver light that rapidly drew and combined in the air. A moment later, these silver lines formed a complex magic circle, enveloping Dewey's body. The next moment, the space around Dewey began to distort, forming a rotating vortex. A moment later, Dewey's figure blurred, until after one last twist, it vanished completely. As Dewey disappeared, the light from the magic array quickly dissipated. The snow-capped peak returned to its former tranquility. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.